Good morning, Chatty House. Hello. Oh, I'm awfully quiet. Oh, there we go. What's going on, everybody? Ramsey got the belt.
Here you go.
Echoing.
Anyone else? This is the ESPN 13.
Oh yeah. That's a good way to start a week, bro.
Oh, yeah.
It's
I
a good
love
way
it.
to go.
I love it.
The Kings all over the Los Angeles Clippers last night, 123-107, in a game I am ready to call the best win of the year. And I feel really good about it. I know there was a win in Minnesota earlier this season. They just had their win against Denver in Denver, where they scratched and clawed just before the All-Star break and came up with a victory there. And I know we talked about how that game, okay, maybe that was the best. This is a new one. Last night was huge.
I felt like the Denver game was a turning point, and I even the Phoenix game started to look like the turning point, where it was like, hey, that's a good loss. That's where you went in, you fought, you came up short against some superstars, and still, I mean, you did everything you could to stop them, and you got beat by 3-pointers from like Josh Okogie and guys like that, right? But then you get to Denver, and it's like, oh, look, they're gritty again. What happened? They went out and they found their grit. You go into a game where you're on the second night of a back-to-back and Phoenix and then Denver against world champs, and you take it to them and you end it. Now we get to this post-All-Star break. De'Aaron Fox looks like De'Aaron Fox.
Yep.
That's huge. And Domantas Sabonis is one of the top, 5 players in the league.
He is on a different level right now.
Yeah, it's just absolutely incredible.
It's not just that they're, because look, we're in this weird space with the Kings where we're talking about how they need to stack wins, and we'll dive into the wildness that was the Western Conference last night
It's
and
crazy.
how important every single win is. We talked about that after the San Antonio game, right? It's like, man, you would have liked to see them beat San Antonio by more, but like a win is a win is a win at this point.
That's right.
But it's the way it's that they went in and they've done this in so many different ways. You talked about that Phoenix game. Okay. They just, the Suns had a bunch of shots. Okay. But they had a gritty defensive win against Denver where neither team was particularly good offensively, but it was the Kings figuring out a way to pull out a win. And then you have a game against San Antonio. And that game against Denver was the type of game we've seen them lose a bunch of times this year. Back end of a back-to-back. They got to go on the road. Like, don't love that spot. Then they go into a game against San Antonio where they let San Antonio hang around. I think the Kings got up 10, 11 in the fourth quarter. San Antonio battles back. They take a 4-point lead with a couple of minutes left, and you're like, seen this movie. It's a loss. They'll lose this one by 10. And then they turn it around and figure out a way to come back and win. And then last night, they go into Los Angeles, a team that has beat them twice this year. Handily, mind you. No Paul George. And they go in and win 123-107, and that game never felt out of hand. It never felt like they weren't in total control of everything going on both ends of the court. And I've been bamboozled too many times this year with this team to be like, they're back. Here they are. They're back. 3 seed, here they come. I'm not there. But it's like, man, this is the most encouraging stretch of play for the Kings that we've seen all year. And it's not close.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And I think when we looked at this 5-game stretch coming out of the break, right, we thought, okay, 3-2 would be good.
Yes.
Really good in this stretch. They got 2 down with 3 to go. Okay, try to make it a 4-1 stretch. Because, if Mike Brown likes to look at the season in 5-game increments, which he does,
Yep.
this is a huge, huge 5-game increment. Because once you get through with these 5 games, the schedule does let up a little bit. You do have some leeway. You could possibly get up to 12, 13, 14 games over 500. And next thing you know, like you're building on something, you're rolling, right? So I think that walking into a game like this where you're on the road in Los Angeles against a team that has absolutely punked you multiple times this season, who has beat you down, but there was so much writing on this game, Kyle. And people can say, oh, well, it's not that big of a deal. But like if you lose this game, you're 3-0 against, you're 0-3 against a Pacific Division rival. And the Pacific is basically over. It's done.
Yeah.
There's no coming back from it. All of a sudden, you jump up a bunch in the standings. The Clippers haven't proven that they're the team. You beat a team with the length and athleticism that we keep talking about.
Yeah.
I don't care if Paul George was there or not. That's who they are.
Yeah.
They're always going to have a player out. That's just who they are.
Yep.
And
that's my biggest reservation.
That's
my biggest reservation with the Clippers.
Yeah.
You mentioned it the other day. Like the Clippers are one of the 2 teams you can see coming out of the West this year.
Yep.
It's the Clippers and the Nuggets. And I understand, but what we saw last night. It's like, man, Paul George is out, and if Kawhi Leonard doesn't have it rolling, or if James Harden doesn't have it rolling, they are very, very mid.
Yep.
And like you said, that's what this team has been. I did think Kawhi's quote after the game was funny. Did you see that? He got asked about why he's been more available this year.
Oh.
And in very dry Kawhi fashion, he goes, because I didn't tear my ACL and I didn't tear my meniscus. Man, that's a great point. Great point by Kawhi. But yeah, I just, that was a very thorough beatdown of a team that going into last night, everybody went, this is the best team in the West. They're 33-11 or whatever it is. They lost their first 5 with James Harden, 5, 6, and they're, I think, 33-11 since. They've been rolling. So I can't decide what I was most impressed with last night. Like you had Domantas Sabonis with a triple-double, but that's at the point like, okay.
Well, I think
going to happen.
The impressive thing about his triple-double is he starts 1 of 8 from the field and he can't hit a bunny.
Yes.
Like
he smoked so many layups.
So many layups. And
ridiculous.
Somebody said, oh, you say he's missing so many bunnies. He's missed 1. And I'm like, I went back. I'm like,
oh,
okay,
it was 3 or 4.
Baby jump hook, lay in, tip in, tip in. He missed 5 of the 8 shots were at the rim.
Yeah.
At the rim.
It was really bad. And you're watching it and you're going, okay, well, he's finally going to have a tough night. And nope, battles through, and we'll talk about that. De'Aaron Fox, best player on the court. Awesome. You love to see that. Yep. For me, it was, and we have it's so much to get into here. I don't want to blow through all of it, but the defensive effort last night was A+.
Yes.
From everybody. It was so much Norman Powell for the Clippers. Every time I looked up, it was Norman Powell doing something, whether he was taking it to the hole or shooting a 3. And that is the Kings doing a great job getting the ball out of James Harden's hands, getting the ball out of Kawhi Leonard's hands, and forcing everybody to take tough shots. If they play that way, particularly defensively, because offensively, some nights the ball is going to go in the hoop, some nights it's not. They're make or miss league.
Yep.
Right? I hate that phrase so much. Make or miss league. Oh, well, then what are we even doing here? What are we talking about? No, but some nights you're going to have it offensively, some nights you're not. The defensive effort is encouraging as heck. I'm not going to go, oh, hey, all of a sudden they're, like I said, I'm not going to say they're going to go be a 3 seed now. But the fact that they have that in their bag, that's what we've been asking for the entire season. Now they just need to take it with them the final 25 games.
Yeah, that's going to be the difficult part. How do you package this and keep it rolling?
Yes.
And I think that if you get like the same basic that we're seeing from Domantas Sabonis, which is crazy to speak on that. Like a guy who's averaging 20 points, 13 something rebounds, 8.4 assists per game. I mean, leading the league in rebounding and 5th in the league in assists and averaging
Silly.
20 a game.
Silly.
All of it is silly. But if you're going to get that, and then you're going to get this version of De'Aaron Fox, where not only is he, scoring, but also he's playing this incredible style of defense.
Yes.
I mean, just coming up with huge plays on the defensive end. And I even thought the play late in the game where he had already got his tech and he was angry and you could tell he was like fired up, right? James Harden tried to back him down, like from the top of the basically half court, and he just kept like burying his shoulder into De'Aaron Fox's chest. Fox is like, "All right, let's go," and then stole the ball. He hit the ball off of James Harden's hand. It goes out of bounds, King's ball, and that's where you're like, okay, look, if that's who you're gonna be, in the final 28 games, this team's got a shot.
They do, and there was nothing I took away from last night where after the San Antonio game, I went, ugh. It was not a lot. Like De'Aaron closed it out, I guess, and had that good defensive play. But, like you're just happy to get away. I have almost nothing to complain about from last night from the Kings' perspective.
No, I think initially it was the bench, but then they showed up late and helped put the game away.
Yeah. Fox wasn't even on the court when they closed the game out.
Yeah, spectacular.
It was they talked about it, which look, God love Bob Myers.
My goodness.
I hope that's props to him for stepping into the booth and doing the thing. I hope he never does it again. I think he's done great in the studio.
So unprepared.
I think he's done great in the studio. But dude, that was 100% a guy. And trust me, I've done this before, not in that specific, but just being in media and you got to put a mic on. You go, "Oh, I know this." He's like, "I was just with the Warriors for more than a decade. I know the Kings, just saw them in the playoffs. I know the Clippers, seen them a million times. And it
was a one-trick pony. That's
showed.
What he was. He was like, hey, the Clippers are the best three-point shooting team, and the Kings are the worst defending the three-point line in the league.
Thanks, Bob.
Where's the repeat button?
Thanks, Bob.
Wait. Repeat. Repeat. Do I need to even be here, or can I just keep hitting the repeat button?
Hey, Bob says that, and he's like, "Hey, can we just re-rack that and I head out? Can I just dip out of here? You just spin that back? No, say it again. Okay. Here goes. Oh, the Clippers made a 3. This is the best 3-point shooting team. The Kings are the worst at defending. It's like, man, Bob, my God. Well, I didn't even realize it was Bob Myers at first.
Well,
I just heard Beth Mowins keep referring to Bob.
Oh,
and Bob's like, I've been around the league and blah blah blah. And I'm like, who is this?
Well, it's not great, Bob.
It was so clunky. I just couldn't. My brain did not connect that it was Bob Myers, because in my head I'm like, oh well, Bob Myers would be well prepared and would do a good job at this.
No,
not at all.
Not at all.
Really
so
tough.
Unprepared.
Really
so unprepared.
Luckily, the Kings played really well and got out of there with a win. We will talk much more about that. I want to shout out at the top of the show though, real quick.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to lump you in. If you would like to jump in the pool with me here, feel free, but I'm not going to drag you in. I have spent so much time ragging on Harrison Barnes this year for not in spots where he can attack and he can be aggressive. And hey, the other team doesn't have a player who can defend you when you get the ball, put it on the deck, go to the rack, score, get to the foul line, whatever. He did that last night. And he was really, really assertive. And you noticed that Harrison Barnes was on the court. And that was awesome. And if I'm going to get all pissy every time he doesn't play like I think he should, I need to acknowledge up front when he does play that way. And I thought he was very, very good last night. So shout out to Harrison Barnes in the first segment.
I totally agree.
Anyways, we have plenty more to get to from last night's game. I was going to say the phone number, but we literally can't do phones.
Oh, we can't in here?
No. There's no way to do it in here.
Not yet.
I think, I might, we'll play with it today. We don't have phone capabilities, but hop in on YouTube, hop in on Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Hop in there. Give us your thoughts on the Kings win last night. We're going to deep dive. I also went to Fans Fest in Oakland this weekend.
Love it.
And I want to talk to you guys about that. Casey Pratt, who was the MC of that event of ABC7 out there in San Francisco, he was the MC for the event, Fans Fest, put on by the Oakland 68s, as well as the Last Dive Bar. It was a sensational event. We'll talk about that with Casey coming up at 11 o'clock. But before we do that, we got to get James Ham's 6 quick thoughts on the Kings win last night. That's coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's going on, Chatty House?
We feeling good or what?
Right.
Yeah, we got a buckle up, guys. We got an hour 45 of Dubs Nuggets coming up. How about that Jamal Murray? Dude, this was nuts.
That was wild.
We were, because that was end of the game. So my wife and I did hot pot at home last night. It was great. I don't know if you ever had hot pot, A+, but I got her a hot pot thing for Christmas, and so we made hot pot.
Oh, that's right. We discussed this. Yeah.
Yes. And so we went to the store and got all the vegetables and all the mixes and the noodles and all that stuff. But anyways, it was great. So we were cleaning up and putting stuff away. And so I'm half paying attention now. Like, game's over. I did a hard double take at the TV when the Light the Beam chant started. It was so loud.
That
didn't
was
even
like,
acknowledge it.
but first it was like they did the boom, boom, and you heard Sacramento.
Oh, really?
And I was like,
I didn't hear that.
whoa, what was that? Yeah. Yeah, pretty spectacular. Okay, so I'm looking at, you got to show me what a hot pot is. I think I see a hot pot.
It's also called, I think it's called Sabu Sabu. Hey, Ramsey, you got it. Coming up next. How is Clay adjusting to coming off the bench? Well, he had 16 in the first quarter last night, 23 in the first half. What does this mean for his future in Golden State? Stay locked in to Sacramento Sports Leader.
Not bitter.
That's so funny, bro.
Yeah, you're gonna have to show me what this is, because that sounds like something that we would enjoy as. Like,
dude, you guys would for sure. Knowing what I know about you and your wife. Thank you. So basically, long story short, ours is divided in the middle. So there's 2 things on each side. You get these like broth packets.
Okay.
And you put in the mix, you put in the water, and you heat it up to a boil, and then you start throwing vegetables in. No, we're at break. You have 15 seconds.
Purple and black at 4. Join in progress. Miami UNC right after you.
Got your text.
Okay. You didn't know.
Sorry.
Acknowledge him.
Acknowledging him. Hang on.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, Klay Thompson coming off the bench. Your thoughts?
I don't know. I think he had a lot of points in the first half and then nothing. Kyle.
Yeah, he sure did. Yeah, no, that's that. You know what, James? That's exactly what happened, and that is the extent of our Warriors Nuggets talk on ESPN 1320. No, we're actually we're gonna talk about that in the scope of the West, because the Kings were in the play-in to start last night, and now they're the number 5 seed. So that's how the West is going right now. We'll talk about everything that happened last night around the conference. But before we do that, we need to do James Ham's 6 quick thoughts on the Kings' 123-107 win over the Los Angeles Clippers.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Hey, take it away, James.
Kyle, I think I need a headband and some sweatband for this music.
Yeah?
It just feels like I should be running.
You can borrow one from the Kevin Herter guy at G1C.
There we go. Let's get to number 1. Domantas Sabonis couldn't buy a bucket early. Started the game 1 of 8 from the field. He recovered to finish the night with his 20th triple-double of the season, his 39th consecutive double-double. Man, is he good. 17 points, 15 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, 12 assists, not 2. 3 steals. Yeah, he's just at a different level right now.
Dude, here's I'm almost frustrated by the whole Domantas Sabonis thing. Because every time he comes up on a national broadcast, whether it's on ESPN or TNT or one of the talk shows or a radio show or some written piece that I read, there's this acknowledgement of like, look how freaking good he is. And yet the praise in those moments doesn't match the actual coverage.
Oh yeah.
And I know coverage doesn't matter. And end of the day, if Domantas Sabonis is good at basketball, helping the Kings win games, that's what matters. But hearing the TNT broadcast, like, how is this guy not an all-star? And hearing ESPN last night talk about how awesome he is, and look at these numbers, and look at it's like, this is like, that's all great, but like, let's all catch up.
I thought that in reality, Bob Myers was so incredibly embarrassing in that game.
It was a tough watch.
But this is the problem that I had. All he kept saying was, well, they run everything through him. Yeah, because they can.
Right. Yeah.
And hey, Bob, your boy Draymond, they tried to run everything through him, and he averaged 9 points a game, and eight assists and 7 rebounds.
Yeah.
He didn't put up a triple-double every night.
Right.
Like, what do you mean? Oh, well, he doesn't block shots. You know who else doesn't block shots? Draymond Green and Kevon Looney. Those are the guys that you keep bringing up that he struggled against in the playoffs. It's like,
are you implying Draymond Green is a bad defender?
Well, I'm not implying he's a bad defender, but what I'm saying, he's not a shot blocker.
Sure.
And Domantas Sabonis isn't a bad defender either.
No.
He's just not a shot blocker.
No.
And so I just thought it was embarrassing.
Here was my takeaway from that. Aside from the irony of what you just brought up. Okay, let's eliminate the assists. Let's just eliminate it as a stat.
Okay? So just 20 and 13.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, the assist numbers are so high because they run everything through. Like, if every center could do that, every team would do it.
Yeah, and let's just not even bring up the fact that he's shooting like 62% from the field and 41.9% from 3. Like, let's just ignore all of those other things where you're like, hey, like, what is it that he's doing outside of, like everyone's running the offense through him? He's 5th in the league in assists, man.
Okay, so he scores and he rebounds and they run everything through him offensively. Yeah, but what is he really? Silly.
Yeah, silly, man.
It's tough.
Silly.
It was a tough watch for Bob.
It was a tough watch.
Where's my ding? Can I say that on the radio? Pause. Oh no! Oh my God! Number 2.
Let's get to number 2. Stars among stars. The Clippers are stacked with Hall of Famers. De'Aaron Fox couldn't be stopped. Sacramento's leading scorer stuffed the stat sheet: 31 points, 12 22 shooting, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals. Best player on the court without any question at all.
Yeah. It was not even close.
Yeah.
It was great. It was what we saw for the first 6 weeks, 2 months, whatever it was. And then it just kind of went away. And now we're starting to see it come back a little bit. De'Aaron was that last night is the type of De'Aaron Fox that makes you think, oh, hey, you know what? The Kings could kind of win whatever playoff series they're in.
Yes.
If they have the best player on the court 4 out of 7 nights, you can win a series. And that's what De'Aaron Fox was last night. He was that level of player. It's really special.
Yep.
Number 3.
Fast start. Harrison Barnes looked motivated early, grabbed a board and hit a jumper to open the scoring for Sacramento. He kept going. He finished with 22 points and 8 of 12 shooting. Thought he was really good. I need more rebounds still.
Definitely.
I need more rebounds, but at the same time, this was exactly what you want. You want him getting to the free throw line. You want him doing the slow motion Euro step, which is like, I don't even know what that is, but somehow he's able to go from like whatever speed he's going to like super slow-mo. Very, very good game for Harrison Barnes. And he came up big late.
When the other team doesn't have a player who can stay in front of him, he needs to be putting the ball on the deck every single time. and forcing the defense to do something to guard him. And that's what I thought he did really well last night. He goes 4 or 7 from beyond the arc. That's great. We know he can shoot. But it was the aggressiveness and attacking the basket that really, really jumped out to me. I would love to see more of that from him.
Yep.
All right. Number 4.
Red Velvet.
I don't know why I have such a hard time counting to 6. Number 4.
Number 4. Kevin Huerter, 6 of 10 from the field, 3 of 6 from downtown. He had 15 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists. I thought he was really, really good. And then the Kings kind of went away from him. He only played 25 minutes, which is because they sort of relied on Malik Monk to take over for De'Aaron Fox late. But if this is, again, the Kevin Huerter we're going to see the second half of the season, the Kings are in a good place. Yeah,
they were locked in. They were flying around on both sides of the ball. And there's something with, it feels like Kevin Huerter is the what's the like the marker for that.
Yeah.
It's like when Kevin Huerter is dialed and really playing well, it's typically the entire team doing so.
I also think
it's a strange thing.
You forget that Kevin Huerter is 6'7".
I don't forget that.
Well,
I know that.
I like when you're watching it though.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, he doesn't look 6'7".
He's a 6'4", 6'5" guy.
And then all of a sudden they start making some sketchy passes and he gets a bunch of deflections.
Yeah.
And you're like, that's right. He is 6'7".
Yeah.
He's a much bigger player than you think he is.
Definitely.
Yep.
Definitely. Number 5.
Kept playing. Keegan Murray had some shooting struggles throughout the game, but he played defense. He rebounded. And when they needed a big bucket, he hit a 3. And that 3 where he got a rebound and then he backed out, got to the 3-point line and fired.
That's great.
Like they need more Keegan Murray, but I'm okay with 11 points. I think it was 8 rebounds. And he also posted a plus 23, which was tied with De'Aaron Fox for the best on the team. Man, he's giving them so much because he can defend just about anybody.
Yep.
Huge.
He was terrific last night, particularly on the defensive end. And you need players like Keegan Murray if you're going to beat a team like the Spurs in a 7-game playoff series. And I think if you get that version of Keegan, you're going to win on a lot of nights.
You said Spurs, Clippers.
That's... Well, the Spurs too. If Keegan plays like that in 7 games against the Spurs, I think you win that series as well.
I think you
Feel
do.
good about it.
All right.
Number 6.
He showed up just in time. Malik Monk was having a tough night, but when the chips were down on the 4th, 6th man of the year candidate went to work, and the 2-man game with Sabonis. Finished with 12 points and 4 assists. I also want to throw in Davion Mitchell. Davion Mitchell hit 2 threes late to help put away the game. The fact that they were able to not have to rely on De'Aaron Fox to finish that game, and then he ends up with 32 minutes and 44 seconds, as opposed to playing 37 minutes like Keegan Murray did, is a big deal.
By the time De'Aaron Fox checked back in the 4th quarter with 3.5 or 3 minutes left or whatever it was, game was over.
Yeah.
It was done.
I think he was out there for like 2 possessions, scored twice, and then, okay, we're good. I
was really, really impressed with how the Kings closed that game, specifically Malik Monk. You mentioned that. 1 of 5 in the first half, but then 3 of 6 in the second half, 2 of 4 from beyond the arc. And I would love to see more of that Sabonis and Monk pick and roll. It's just that's really, really hard to stop.
It is.
So, and I like that the Kings went to it late to get a couple of big buckets and help seal that one.
Yeah, and I thought Malik Monk late in the game was brilliant. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant.
Yep. Really, really good. All right. That's James Ham's 6 quick thoughts. If you would like a deeper dive on those, check him out on Twitter at James_Ham NBA. We have a Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game for you. Coming up next, we are giving away a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. And when you enter to win that, you also enter to win a Kings jersey. We give away 1 a month until the end of the basketball season. April and end of the regular season, I should say. But we're running out of dates in February to enter to win this month's jersey. So make sure you get in there today. We'll tell you who the player of the game was. We'll give you the keyword on the other side of this break. That's James and Kyle. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to pull this up, George. This is such a good point. It was so stupid. Like, where are they going to get Fox is out? Where are they going to get their offense from? I don't know, Bob. Maybe the guy who torched your Warriors all the way through the playoffs. He averaged like 19 a game in the playoffs against you.
Insane.
Yeah. I was just like, what is he talking about? Well, like,
he was even like, even when Fox checked back in, he was like, oh, and now here comes Fox. Like, Bob, the game's over. They did it already.
Bob, they're like, you're almost gonna get your headset
Bob,
taken
pay
away
attention.
now. Please pay attention. Yeah. Yeah, it was terrible. I feel bad for him. It's almost like he didn't know that he was gonna do that. And the next thing you know, he was just really bad at it. What's going on, everybody? Well, I'm glad you like annoyed, Ham. I was annoyed. I was definitely annoyed. You know what I wasn't annoyed enough to do, though? Switch it to the regular broadcast. I didn't do that. I thought, Bob's got to get better than this. He kept getting worse. And I kept thinking, I got two options.
This is a great point by Aldrin J.
Oh, yeah. He did get a tech last night.
Was it him or Malik?
No, it was Mason from what I heard. Yeah. I don't know why you call a tech there.
Yeah, you sure can.
I can look right now. Hang on. Summary.
Because Malik, the angle I saw, Malik bounced like to the other sideline.
Okay. So
but
it
Mason
will
Jones, he might have been on the baseline.
breaks.
Mason Jones full on ran on the court. That was a good poster, by the way. I feel like we overreact sometimes to dunks that aren't posters. They're like, oh, I put him on a poster. Like, no, I didn't. The guy got out of there.
Yeah. No, that was impressive. Final box. I'm looking at the final box.
Whoa.
Jones. It was Mason Jones. They're going to take like half of his paycheck for that. De'Aaron Fox got that fourth quarter tech. Oh, you can't throw your arms out there. Okay. What about all the times when Draymond Green does that? Just wondering. Frank Anwar. Is it funny or is it creepy? I'm gonna go with creepy.
I like that he cares. Like, I know he is a goddamn weirdo. But at least he wants the team he owns to win.
No, I get you.
I need to fix this at the break. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Steve Ballmer's a weird guy.
He's a bit strange.
I think I'd take that over not caring, though.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, you want your owner to be emotional and be into the game and to want to support what's happening. And I guess, I mean, I think, like, Mark Cuban always took it too far where he would confront officials or confront other people. But Ballmer is just like, he's almost like a little kid in the front of a grocery cart. That, like, he's just like all over the place. He wants to grab things off the shelf. When he's not happy, he yells and screams.
Yeah.
You can tell like you need to drive him by the produce department and see if the produce guy will give you a free banana just to like give him something to eat. And like
that was oddly specific.
Well, these things
Please
happen.
explain.
Well, no, like at a grocery store, like if you have little kids, they don't care. Like if you ask the produce guy, they give your kids grapes or whatever. Or like if you needed a banana for your kid, they would give you a banana.
Sure.
Like at least in the olden days.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do next time I go grocery shopping. I'm snagging a banana. just gonna crush it as I'm walking around.
It's gonna eat it.
And it'd be like, James told me.
But then they can't wait.
James told me
Oh.
that I could have this. Weigh the peel.
Weigh the peel. You don't have a kid with you, Kyle.
No.
You're gonna have to borrow someone's
No,
kid to
but
go to the
I'm-
grocery store to get a free banana.
I'm a 11-year-old in a 33-year-old man's body. Come on.
Okay.
I am.
That's why, you know what, like, though, he's just all over the board. Like, he's just like crazy and like ready to scream.
Look,
and
I'm not saying I want to hang out with the guy. I think it'd be a really, really tough hang. Don't get it twisted. Steve Ballmer appears to be, I don't know the guy personally, appears to be a real weirdo. Check. Quirky. He's got his quirks. And maybe in person, he's like, hey, man, yeah, that's just that. It's a bit. Like, I'm just trying to win. But the dude, like, freaks out on the sideline because he wants the team he owns to win. I would way prefer that to whatever it is John Fisher does.
Yeah. I get that. I'd also think with Ballmer, you almost get the vibe, though. It's like, hey, if you were to get to go out to dinner with Steve Ballmer, I feel like if you go out with Popovich, it's like a $400 bottle of wine, and that's just a starter, and then we go up from there. With Ballmer, I feel like he's going to take me to Applebee's.
Ooh.
I think he's taking me to Applebee's, and he's going to want to share a sampler, and then he's going to get like the biggest drink. Like if they have a giant bowl drink,
Yeah,
I think
like a
he's
fish
getting
bowl.
one of those.
Huh.
Like that's what I think is happening with Ballmer.
Yeah, he's definitely not going. It's either that or he goes to a super high end, like Michelin star restaurant and orders the equivalent of a riblet basket.
Or like a grilled cheese.
Yeah, like
I'll
he goes
take
off the menu.
Yeah, I'm going to need a grilled cheese,
Those are the only options, though.
but not with the good cheese. I need you to pull out the American cheese.
He brings his own.
Smack it on there. He's got slices in plastic, the little plastic sleeve slices. Like, I'm going to need this as my cheese.
Slide it over to him. Hey, this is on me.
I'll have a burger.
Grilled cheese.
What kind of cheese? Do you have American? Like,
specifically Kraft?
we're in a 5-star restaurant, man.
It's like, I know. There you go. I'll make it worth your while.
Oh,
Slides the waiter 100.
we've lost it.
All right.
I don't even think 100. I think he's a dude who slides the waiter a $5 bill.
No,
Like,
no.
yeah.
I don't want to. Whatever. I think Steve Ballmer is the kind of guy who is hilarious rich.
Yeah.
He's obviously fabulously wealthy beyond most people's wildest dreams, right? But I get the idea that he's the kind of person that just has no concept of money. Like, you know, what's it? Lucille Bluth from Arrested Development, which is like, it's a banana, Michael. What could it cost? $10? Like, I think that's Steve Ballmer. He doesn't have any concept of a tip. So when he goes, hey, put this Kraft American cheese on my sandwich, and I'll make it worth your while. He pulls out a wad of hundreds and just like throws it at the guy.
Huh.
Because he has no concept of what $1,000 is.
Okay.
That's the vibe I get. But
It's possible.
either that or he's crazy cheap.
Yeah, I'm also thinking that that's also a
Which is
likelihood.
where we land with Applebee's.
That's right. That's right.
Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game for the Kings last night is Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes is our Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game, but don't enter Harrison Barnes just yet as the code word. Go to ESPN1320.com. You're going to see the Jiffy Lube Fast Break contest page. It's right there at the front. You're going to click on that. You're going to enter the code word Black Falcon. Black Falcon. Caw. I think Falcon's more screech than caw.
Well, no, but that's what Hassan Whiteside would do, and that's what would play. That's what plays in the stadium when he goes off.
That's inaccurate.
Well,
I'm just saying.
I'm just not
They
gonna.
gotta, Kings in-game ops needs to clean it up.
I'm never gonna
That's all.
actually put Hassan Whiteside and accurate in the same.
That's
like
fair. So Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game. Black Falcon is your code word. Go to ESPN1320.com. You'll see the contest page. You will enter to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate, courtesy, of course, of our friends at Jiffy Lube. And you'll be entered to win a Sacramento Kings jersey that we will be giving away at the end of this month.
That's right.
So go enter now. Black Falcon at ESPN1320.com
2
at the
words.
Jiffy Lube Fast Break
Black Falcon.
contest page. All right. We're going to talk to Casey Pratt at 11 o'clock. So we can dive into the Fans Fest stuff then. I want to make sure that we don't lose that. But the Western Conference in the NBA right now, if you're not following it, if you're just all vibes and watching the Kings and hope they win, last night's win was a big one. They jumped up to 5th in the Western Conference. They are 4 back of the Clippers, so striking distance. They are tied with the Pelicans and Suns, and they are a half game up on the Mavericks from the 8th seed. So half a game separates 5 through 8.
That's wild.
It is insanity what's going on in the West right now.
I feel like you have to scoreboard watch every game.
It's
like we're already
essential.
there. We're already there.
Yeah, you were texting me last night or over the weekend. Like just every game you're like, yeah, hey, Suns lost. Yeah, Mavs lost. Like,
yeah, it's just wild.
Yeah, every game is going to matter at this point. The reason the Kings sit above the Pelicans, who currently have the tiebreaker over them, is because the Kings' winning percentage is a little bit better because they've played 2 fewer games.
They're in a virtual tie with the Suns and Pelicans.
Yeah, that's where,
5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild.
That is ridiculous. And those 3 teams are only 4 back of the Clippers, which is not an outrageous number of games.
No, it's not at all. I mean, if I'm the Kings, that was such a huge win last night. I can't, like, as far as like standings go, number one, it left the Pacific Division open, which people can care about the Pacific or not. Like, I don't care. I'm just telling you that, like, they could win the Pacific still, but they've got a lot of work to do. But the key is that you left it open, that even that there's a possibility if you beat them again, you split the season series, and
that's big.
That's big.
Every tiebreaker is going to matter down the stretch here.
Oh, I totally agree.
That's why beating the Suns as many times as they have has been big. That's why losing to the Pelicans as many times as they have might be big. And honestly, they sit in the 5 seed now. Had they lost last night, they'd be in the 8 seed. They'd be behind Dallas.
Yep. Who they own the tiebreaker over
32-24. So they'd be a half game behind Dallas. But then they'd only be 2.5 up on the Lakers for the 9 seed. Like, that's where things get really dicey. So any separation they can gain right now, the focus obviously has to be, okay, the Kings have to win. That is step 1.
Yep.
But then secondarily, it's going, okay, what did the Pelicans do? What did the Suns do? What did the Mavericks do? What did the Clippers do? Because now you're chasing them. Yeah. And that's going to be a secondary storyline. It's not necessarily it's not necessarily that they're playing playoff games at this point, but that's kind of what's happening.
I think basically you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the reason I keep bringing up, like, even the Warriors and the Lakers losing is you're starting to see separation from that group, which is big.
Yes.
So as of right now, again, the Kings are 3.5 games up on the Lakers and 4 games up on the Warriors. That's, again, substantial, because at the end of the day, like, you don't want to slide back into the 7 seed, certainly. But if you get down to the 8 or the 9, then you start talking about whether you even have home court advantage in the play-in.
Yeah.
And that's tough.
That's
like
not where you want to be.
No. So yeah, the 7-8 play each other. And so again, you'd rather be the 7 than the 8, because then you get home court advantage. If you lose that game, then you play the winner of the 8-9. I mean, the 9-10. And again, that's why you don't want to be down at the bottom, because you don't want to have, if you're 9 or 10, you're facing potential. Well, if you're 10, you're facing 2 road games to get through the play-in.
Yeah.
And then it's playing. Oh, you got a game 2 days later. Like, there's no break
in Minnesota or Denver or wherever.
Yeah, exactly. It's tough.
Speaking of Denver, they beat, so you mentioned Golden State lost. The Nuggets beat them 119-103 last night. Did you see Jokic's stat line?
I did not.
32, 16, and 16 with 4 steals and a block.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
He just dominated that game. Who else lost last night that you mentioned? So OKC beat Houston. But the Pelicans fell to the Bulls.
Yep.
Phoenix beat the Lakers.
The Mavs lost?
The Mavs lost. They lost to, where am I at? Who did they lose to?
That wasn't a great one either. So yeah,
What am I missing? What score do I not have?
Oh, they lost to Indiana, 133 to 111.
Oh yeah, there it is. All right.
Yeah, that's not even close.
133, 111. Yeah, they got smoked.
No, it was a good night for the Kings.
I would have bet money that was 2 nights ago.
Mm.
That's wild. Anyways.
Well, I'd even say the problem that Dallas has is you had Kyrie score 29, you had Luka score 33, and they got clubbed. They lost by 22.
Which is the reason, again, we go back to when I mentioned the Clippers, and like that's why I'm having a hard time buying in. I understand they're really good, but come playoff time, can you rely on all their dudes being there? That's the same thing with the Mavericks. It's like, yeah, Luka and Kyrie individually are amazing, and they're learning how to play off each other and this and that, and that's great. They can both be productive, but who else on that roster are you scared of?
I don't think really anybody.
I like Derek Lively. Derek Lively is a nice player, and PJ Washington's an okay player.
Well, yeah, but like PJ Washington goes 1 of 6 from the field and scores 2 points last night, starting and playing 31 minutes.
Yeah,
that's not great.
Not going to get it done.
No, and Hardaway can heat up off the bench, but overall, that's still a like poorly designed team. And you said you like Derek Lively. They went out and they got Daniel Gafford, who played really well initially, and now Lively's back in the starting lineup. You got 2 guys at the same position. It's not like those 2 can ever play together.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys can't score from outside.
Very, very redundant.
Yeah.
I just don't. If the Kings are going to be a team that plays the way they played last night down the stretch here, they're in a very, very good position to not only get clear of that, because we've talked before about the tiers in the West. There's like that top tier where it's okay, Minnesota, Oklahoma City, Denver, and for the time being the Clippers. But then there's that second tier. It's Kings, Pelicans, Suns, Mavericks, and then there's a third tier of Lakers, Warriors, and I guess the Jazz if you want to throw them in there. It's pretty clear cut right now. But the Kings could very easily make their way into that first tier if they approach the rest of their games like they approached last night's game. And that's what was encouraging for me from last night. Just saying like, okay, it is still there. They do still have it. They've won 3 in a row, a bunch of different ways.
Yep.
That's great. But now can they continue this? We've seen 3 wins in a row this year. But now can they not only make it 4, but with this same level of effort and the same level of intensity? That's what I'm looking for.
All right.
I think they can do it. Maybe I'm overly optimistic. Maybe I'm being bamboozled.
Yeah, we're going to see tonight, right?
Yeah, we sure are. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. The Kings hosting the Miami Heat at Golden One Center. Tip-off is set for 7 o'clock. The Kings on the second night of a back-to-back. And I think the biggest question becomes, which version of the Kings do we see? I think that's going to be a question that we ask going into not just tonight's game against Miami, but every game moving forward.
I totally agree, because what we're looking at here is a team that has 3 players that are out due to suspension, including Jimmy Butler,
their best player.
And then the other guy who tore you a new one last time you played him, Josh Richardson, he's out due to injury.
Yeah.
Tyler Hero's questionable still. Like, this is a team that's beat up. And the reason I bring this up, Kyle, is because the Sacramento Kings have this innate ability to face a team lacking some of their stars, not take them serious, and get clubbed.
Yeah.
And this is a perfect situation for the Kings.
Yeah.
A back-to-back is bad, right? But facing a team like the Heat, missing all of these players, it should be a good thing.
Yeah.
But as soon as I put out a tweet, it looks like Jimmy Butler and Nikola Jovic and Thomas Bryant are out due to suspension. Every response I get, oh man, Kings lose by 15. Kings lose by 25. Kings lose by 20. Every single response is that. And that's because who they have been, not just this season, but in the past. And if you want to be a great team, if you want to start pushing and start talking about playoffs again and start talking about moving up the board, this is a game where you say, I don't care that we played last night in LA. I don't care that, Harrison Barnes and Keegan Murray played 37 minutes. I don't care. You walk into your home court and you protect it and you come away with a win and you move to 11 games over 500 for the first time this season.
The back-to-back thing is off the table for me as an excuse anymore.
Well, because they already blew too many.
They went into Denver on the second night of a back-to-back.
Yeah.
And what a notoriously hard place to play just physically because of the altitude. They're on the second night of a back-to-back and went in there and won to close the first half of the season.
Yep.
Like that's like you can do it. I've seen it. And this is the kind of game where a win is a win is a win. I get that. And you want to try and win every game, no matter how you do it. Just have more points than the other team. That's the goal of the sport. Okay. For the Kings being quote unquote back, which again, I'm not ready to say, but for them to get there, this is the kind of game where you want to see a blowout. That's what I want. I know it's hard to blow Miami out because Eric Spoelstra is such a good coach and you're going to have some guys playing. I think part of the reason that when stars are out, I think part of the thing is you get other guys playing who are playing extra hard because they're getting more minutes and they're basically auditioning.
Yeah.
And I think that's especially true in the Heat culture realm. But on the other hand, no Jimmy Butler. If Tyler Hero doesn't play, that's enormous. Like you mentioned Josh Richardson, who killed the Kings last time. It's Bam Adebayo and Terry Rozier is questionable as well.
Yeah.
Even if those guys play, I would love to see Sacramento go in and maybe not blow a team out, but control the game like they did last night. Maybe only win by 8 or 9, but just control the game and be the better team for 48 minutes. I don't think that's asking too much. I don't think that's crazy.
No, I don't think so either. And I also think that the Kings, they're going to have to rely on secondary players in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And they need those secondary players to step up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that hasn't happened, especially lately. We've seen a huge dip in production from their bench.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, Trey Lyles needs to come to play.
Mm-hmm.
And he needs to give you something.
Yeah.
And the same thing you can say about Davion Mitchell. He hit the 2 big shots here and the 2 big threes against the Clippers the night before, but like you need him to help carry some of this load. Chris Duarte is a guy who all of a sudden is back in the rotation, who's actually playing really well.
Yeah.
As long as you're giving him a perfect catch and shoot, he's a knockdown shooter. Anytime he's got a freelance, it gets a little
it's
wild.
Dicey.
Yeah. But he brings a defensive intensity.
Yeah.
Like if you play with good, solid defensive intensity tonight, and the offense will take care of itself. It will.
Yes. That's it. When you're able to get out and run and you're A, getting stops, but B, turning that into deflections and turning that into fast breaks, or you go up 4 and you get a stop and now you hit a 3 and now you're up math. Now you're up 7. That's just so much different than like, hey, you hit a 3 to go up 4, give up a 3 on the other end. Now it's back to 1. Like that getting out on runs and stacking leads, like that's how they pulled away last night. It was not their offense that helped them shut the door last night. It was their ability to get stops down the stretch. Particularly and frankly, early in the second half. It felt like the Clippers were on 51 points for 8 minutes. And that is where you hear coaches say it all the time. Defense leads to offense. Offense is the last thing I'm worried about.
Yep.
If they can ratchet up that defensive intensity tonight, I think that we see a game where the Kings just kind of control it. Because when they're getting stops, there aren't a lot of ways to slow them down offensively. And it's a pretty simple solution to me.
Yeah, I would say so too. And I'd point out too that these two teams have really battled over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Like they've been really highly competitive games, fun games to watch. And I know, take away a bunch of the stars and put the Kings on the second night of a back-to-back. This one could look like, it's kind of stuck in the mud a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings need to make sure that that's not what happens, that they need to enforce their will on the game. They need to play with pace. Mm-hmm. They need to push the tempo. They need to do everything that we talk about every single game, but they need to find a way to do it on the second night of back-to-back. Again, this team ran out of excuses. Those excuses died when you lost to Detroit, Charlotte, the Blazers, Houston twice. Like your excuses are over. Now you got to go out there and you got to win games that in tough situations. And again, we talk about this 5-game stretch. They've already won 2 of the 5-game stretch, which is huge.
Mm-hmm.
But it gets much more difficult after tonight. and you need to get that third win. You need to make sure that you come out on top of the 5-game stretch. And that how you do it is you walk onto your home court, you ride a crazy crowd that showed up in LA and chanted "Light the Beam."
That was
And
awesome.
And you got to go out there and you got to play an A game when you feel like a B or a C.
I was going to say that game coming up against Denver, and I don't want to dive too far into the schedule, but you mentioned it gets tougher because they have Miami tonight. They get tomorrow off, and then they're in Denver on Wednesday. And I was going to say that, well, Denver's rolling right now.
Yeah.
They're 3 wins post All-Star break, 20 points, 15 points, 16 points. But it's also been against Washington, Portland, and Golden State. So Sacramento will be their first real test of the second half, but they looked super locked in last night. So that you're right. This is the easiest game out of the remaining 3. And you'd like to see the Kings go in and match that intensity. What's the matchup you're looking forward to watching tonight?
Yeah, I get it.
I'm doing a bit. Go ahead. Do your thing.
It's Sabonis versus Bam. To me, the reason why I love this matchup is because they usually get each other in foul trouble. Like they sit there and somebody does something silly and gets a touch foul, and the next thing you know, somebody gets a push into back foul.
Yeah.
And they're so intense and brawling with each other that there's a good chance that neither one of them are going to be on the court for very long. And so for me, whoever can stay on the court, whoever can keep their head, especially if you're Miami, man, if Miami loses Bam Adebayo to foul trouble, if he picks up 3 fouls in the first quarter or early second quarter, they're in all kinds of trouble. And that's what, if you're Sabonis, that's what you got to do. Take it right to him.
Yep.
Go in the post, feed the big man, and try to get Bam Adebayo out of the game.
I'm tired of Domantas Sabonis being the matchup to watch. I get it. Domantas Sabonis against Ivica Zubats and Domantas Sabonis against Bam Adebayo, and I get yeah, man, a skilled big man against another skilled big man is super fun to watch. That is basketball is a sport about height, and that is always going to be a thing for sure. Give me De'Aaron Fox v. Tyler Hero, bro.
Oh,
I hope that we see Tyler Hero in the lineup, and I hope that we see a bunch of De'Aaron Fox versus Tyler Hero.
All right,
because Tyler Hero is, I think he's a little overrated, but he can.
I don't think people might not know that, Kyle.
No, but bro, the Heat we're talking about making him the centerpiece of a deal for Damian Lillard. Let's relax on Tyler Hero's value. He's a very, very good player who can fill it up as well as anybody in the league when he really gets going. A night where Tyler Hero and De'Aaron Fox turn it into one of those, those stretches of games where you got 2 really good guards going at it, and it's just kind of my turn, your turn on each end of the floor. Those are some of my favorite things. And when De'Aaron Fox gets rolling like that, and another player challenges him as the best player on the court, that is my favorite kind of De'Aaron Fox. And so I'm hoping Tyler Hero plays. I hope Tyler Hero gets hot for a stretch, and I hope De'Aaron Fox matches it, because that'll be my favorite part of tonight's game.
All right. I'm also here for the Jaime Jaquez versus Keegan Murray.
That's really good.
Yeah, that's a little gritty. I like that one.
Yeah, I'm in on that for sure. Jaime Jaquez is really fun to watch.
He is.
Just kind of gets it. Good player. Aesthetically pleasing game too. All right. Let's put a pin in the basketball stuff. All right.
All right.
We'll have more Kings and Heat coming up a little bit later on. We'll give you Kings keys to victory right here on ESPN 1320. But before we do that, Casey Pratt of ABC7, he was the MC of Fans Fest out in Oakland this weekend. We will talk about that event. We will talk about what it means moving forward, where we're at with A's relocation stuff. We'll have all of that and more coming up on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
What's up, dudes?
What's up, dude?
How we doing?
Just FYI, I'm not going to be able to hear Casey.
Oh, at all?
No, well, for right now at the break.
Oh, I can't hear him either.
Hello.
His mic is muted, it says.
How do I unmute my mic?
You got me, Casey?
I hear you.
Oh, How about now?
Hello, hello.
There it is. What's up, dude?
How's it going?
Good, man. I got my Cell shirt on.
I have every color of that shirt, and I've yet to wear it because I'm trying to be a journalist.
I don't have to be though. I'm up here. Like I don't have to. Like I can't wear a Sacramento Kings shirt, but I certainly can wear a Cell.
Yeah, I mean, I have them all. What's funny is at each event, they always gave me one, and I always just gave it away to a fan that didn't get one. And then one day I mentioned that I didn't have one, and then Todd with the 68s is like, no, dude, you got to have all of us. He came by and he gave me every single color. He gave me 2 of each one. So I have every one, every edition. So I'm excited. Someday I'll frame them all.
Nice. Yeah. It's crazy going through something like this as a journalist, because like covering relocation here in Sacramento was just brutal. Like,
yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, especially because it was happening during the middle of a season. So it was like, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Kings games, Tuesday, Thursday, city council meetings. And, you're getting like top secret documents that you're not supposed to have. And people are telling you they're going to sue you for having documents. And like, it was intriguing to say the least.
Yeah, I have a lot of that stuff, but no one's ever threatened to sue me yet.
Yeah.
So hopefully I don't get sued, but whatever. As long as the A's don't get my phone in Discovery, because there's a lot on there. A lot of high leverage conversations going on. But,
how much time do we have, Kyle?
About a minute.
About a minute, Casey.
Cool, man. I'm just hanging.
Cool.
Yeah, that event was unbelievable. Kyle was there. I'm sure he told you. It was off the chain.
Yeah, we didn't get into it much. Not yet.
Well, now we will.
We had a busy transfer here. Kyle has his morning show duties, and then coming over here, we're touching base and going through rundown stuff, and then boom, show starts.
Oh, you guys are sponsored by Jiffy Lube?
We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube.
I used to work at Jiffy Lube.
Really?
J-Team, bro. I changed so much oil. It's unbelievable.
Oh. What are you doing?
I was trying to point at the Jiffy Lube over your head.
Oh.
It's over James's head on my screen. I can't get there.
Yeah, you can't get over there. There we go.
Hey, hang on. We're back.
Oh.
Here you go. 5 seconds. Yeah, let's do that right now. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. And joining us for our second hour, we're taking you up to noon, but joining us for the second hour, Casey Pratt of ABC 7 in San Francisco. He was the MC of Fans Fest out in Oakland this weekend. Casey, my man, how was your experience out there in Oakland on Saturday?
Honestly, it was an unbelievable day. I showed up pretty early because I brought my wife and kids, full fam. We were going out to Fans Fest. As an MC of the event, I wanted to get there early, check in with everybody, make sure I beat all the crowds. One of the first people I saw there was you, Kyle. I'm glad I caught up with you. I caught up with Balfour, caught up with Chris, caught up with Trevor May, all the organizers. And then around 11 o'clock, I went outside and I saw like the gates just starting to open. And with an event like this, you kind of wonder, like, how many people are actually going to show up? How many people are really going to be here? Is it going to look great? Is it going to look bad for us? What's happening? Went back inside, came back out at 11:20-ish to like start the festivities on stage. And I was like, whoa, there's so many people here. It was crazy. And it only filled in more and more as the day went. So, dude, I was blown away by the whole thing.
Casey, how many people do you think were there?
It's really hard to say. I think what people need to understand is like, if you look at the selfie I posted from the stage, it was just a sea of humanity. But that was just a straight shot. Like all the way to the left, the street was closed with vendors. All the way to the right, the street was closed with vendors. And then right inside Block 51 was a whole other stage with a whole other arena, like full of people, a club just packed with more people. So it had to have been at least 10,000. I think the estimates are like 10 to 15. But I don't know. I actually have never seen an official number. All I can say is there was more beer than we thought anybody could possibly drink. And all the beer got drank up.
Dude, it was a great deal.
I feel like
$20
Kyle helped.
to get a souvenir cup and 3 beers.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm in there.
I feel like
Kidding
Kyle
me?
was part of that. The beer disappearing.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Sell the team.
So, Casey, one of the things that I couldn't help but think, because I was with you, man. I was literally standing right in the middle when I heard one of the organizers walkie-talkies go, "All right, it's go time."
Mm-hmm.
And the barriers got moved and everybody started coming in, and just kind of sitting there watching as all these people coming in wearing their A's gear, supporting the city of Oakland, and showing that, like, I mean, what everybody kind of knows at this point, the fans aren't the problem. But what I kind of come back to now that I'm down back on earth here, is there any kind of tangible benefit to this in terms of the relocation or the potential for an expansion team, or was this just straight up a celebration of the city and of baseball fans in the city?
I think first and foremost, it was just a celebration of the community, Oakland sports in whole. I mean, we're talking Oakland Roots, we're talking Oakland Ballers, Oakland Soul, all the other teams that were out there. But what it did do was send a very clear message, and you see all the national people talking about it today, that there are fans here, right? Like, they will show up. If you invest in these people, they will invest back in you. And this team has been famously disinvested in for as long as many people can remember. So yes, you actually invest, people will show up out here. Like, you have to go back to the late 80s, early 90s to when this team was really actually truly invested in. The Haas family, they had one of the highest payrolls in baseball. They had one of the highest attendances in baseball at that very same Oakland Coliseum. It's all about what you're doing. Do you invest in the people or not? And now you see the A's current ownership group not only not investing, but blocking and turning off the replies on every post they make. This is the exact opposite of investment.
Yeah, I would say it's not just that stuff, the social media stuff. For me, I mean, it's systematically they've destroyed the fan base by trading players every single time someone gets good, and never paying anyone real money. And we can go all the way back to, I think Ricky Henderson was the first player to make $2 million in Major League Baseball. And then Kirby Puckett gets a deal for like $2.5 million that year. And then Jose Canseco gets a $3 million deal that summer. And it becomes like, that's when baseball salaries start taking off. Well, A's fans are so attached to guys like Ricky Henderson, to guys like Jose Canseco, and the guys from the glory years. And it's not because they were just so great, because they were, but it's more because they haven't been able to pay a star and to keep somebody. I think what the last person to really get paid was Eric Chavez. And that's so long ago. And so from someone who covered the Sacramento Kings, when they did this same exact thing, they started running the lowest payroll in the NBA for years. They find a way to crush their fans in a different way. And I don't know, how do you feel about that? And I think that's, even if they move to Vegas, you need a new ownership. Because this group has proven that they aren't willing to put up the money to build a fan base.
Yeah, I mean, they systematically dismantled this entire fan base. Every single player that people got attached to, they traded away. 6 years, $66 million. I was driving my car in college when they signed Eric Chavez to that deal, James. I mean, it's been that long. So, I mean, it's crazy. But yes, they dismantled the fan base, and then they point to that as the reason why they have to leave. Like, look what the fans are doing. They're not coming to our games. It's like, you guys did this to yourselves, right? So at what point does MLB wake up and realize there is a sleeping giant here? There's tons of money here. Let somebody that wants to own the team buy the team. You can't buy something that's not for sale. That's what I keep getting told. Right. If the team was for sale, Joe Lacob would buy it in a heartbeat. He wants the A's. Let someone like him buy the team. Let him revitalize this franchise. You saw what he did when he bought the Warriors. They were in a very similar place to the A's, a team that had a lot of losing, a lot of trouble. He got them into a juggernaut. Let him do that. And then if Fisher and Cavill want to keep going down that Vegas path, fine. When they're ready, expand. And then they don't have to be a nomadic franchise for 3 years talking about, oh, Sacramento or Salt Lake City or Oakland or where are we going to play? We don't know. I mean, why are we even doing this to ourselves?
Casey Pratt of ABC7 out there in the Bay Area. What was the vibe? Coco Crisp was in the building. Trevor May was in the building. Grant Balfour was there as well. What was the vibe from the players, the former players, on either their experience with the franchise then or the fact that they're leaving Oakland?
I mean, all the players, especially the ones that came out on stage, on the big stage with us towards the end, like Balfour, Crisp, May, they all looked out and were like, man, I can't believe they're thinking of leaving this. And what was really cool is like seeing Grant Balfour, for example, who looks like he can still pitch right now. He's incredible. Like his shape is nuts. He could go out there and just meet the people and be in front of them and get all that love back that he hasn't had in a while from this fan base, just seeing them in person. He went out there. He signed autographs for as long as I can think. He went out into the crowd and just hung out with them. At one point, he left the venue completely and just walked all around the streets because he wanted to see it all. You could tell he was really soaking it in. Same with Coco Crisp. There's a lot of moments where I went down the stairs or in and out of the VIP area, and you'd see them just standing there, like with a whole sea of people around them and just talking and signing and hanging out. You could tell it really like filled their cup, so to speak. Trevor May said the same thing. It was just really nice to be back in front of the people.
Yeah. Casey, I want to ask you, is there a way for fans to maybe fire back at John Fisher here? And it's something that I haven't seen all that much of, but like, this is a guy who owns clothing companies. His family owns, Gap and Old Navy and all of these. Why has that not been sort of a focus of ire? And is there a possibility that you can start showing your displeasure for him by boycotting some of his brands and some of the things that's made his family so much money?
I mean, you could do that. I think a lot of fans probably already do that. But yeah, it's been mostly focused on the sport and less on the Gap or the business. Obviously, there's been a lot of Gap jokes because there's been a lot of financing gaps in this whole ordeal. But yeah, I think that a lot of people are already doing that. And I don't even know if it makes that big of a difference at this point, because if you look at his Gap stock, it's gone down a lot. It's gone down a lot. So his finances aren't what they used to be. And keep in mind, there was a global pandemic in the middle of the entire A's stadium plan. So the entire thing has changed at this point. It seems like he's kind of just holding on for dear life, hoping that something materializes in Vegas, hoping the Vegas power players push this across the finish line, hoping that Major League Baseball helps push this across the finish line. Because at this point, the problem all along is that he's looked everywhere but his own wallet for the money to get a deal done. You can get something done quickly if you're paying for it. If you're asking everybody else to pay for it, then yeah, it's going to take a while. And that's kind of the problem. He doesn't want to step up and foot the bill for things. In the Chronicle, John Shea talked to Joe Lacob a while back. He said, if I was doing this, I would do it at Howard Terminal, and I would have just paid for all the infrastructure. Just done it all. Because at that point, you can get a shovel in the ground quickly. The A's have waited and waited and waited because they're just trying to drag and claw and scratch as much public money out of every market they go to. They showed up in Vegas. They asked for $380 million. They're asking for almost $1 billion in Oakland. And they pretty much got it, but they still walked away. So at this point, I don't know what his finances are. I know he's going to have to sell part of the team just to get this across the finish line, but he'll still maintain his majority ownership. But yeah, there's a lot of problems, and the financing just isn't there. I keep hearing about it. They're just not there yet in Vegas.
Casey Pratt, ABC7 out in the Bay Area. Thanks so much for hopping on with us, man. We really appreciate it. It was great seeing you out at Fans Fest in Oakland this weekend, and we will be catching up with you anytime there's something involved with A's relocation. You've been all over that story as well as anybody, and we appreciate your time, man.
Well, A's fans were called Dudes of the Week by Ken Rosenthal. You were two of my favorite dudes. And Kyle, I'm sorry I didn't get to see you as much as I thought. Like, I was with you before the gates opened, and then the gates opened, and it was like a sea of humanity. And I don't think I ever saw you again. It was crazy, man. So
thank you for showing up. you started having to MC the entire event, and I had access to beer. And so and that was just kind of how it went. So
I was so jealous, man. All I wanted was beer. I drank water the whole time.
It's a good, you know what? That's responsible, and that's why you're a professional, and I'm where I'm at. So really appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you next time.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Casey.
Casey Pratt, ABC7 on the Bay Area. And I want to reiterate real quick before we hit the break, and we'll get back to basketball. That Fans Fest was put on entirely by fan groups.
Oh, yeah.
The Oakland 68s and the Last Dive Bar, the group of people who I don't want to start naming individuals because I only know a couple of them and I don't want to leave people out. It is a group of people with the 68s and the Last Dive Bar who put so much time and effort and energy into this event. They got no help from the A's. The A's did nothing. Horrible. And they still had Fans Fest in Oakland outdrawing the A's spring training opener at Hohokam Stadium in Arizona. So shout out to the 68s, shout out to Last Dive Bar, and shout out to Casey Pratt for all of his coverage of A's relocation. All right, we need to hit the break. More Kings coming up next on ESPN 1320. We're clear.
Oh, thanks. Oh, I just unplugged myself.
Oh, no.
What's up, dude?
Plug come through? That jacket's nice. Oh, okay. All right. If you're looking to get rid of it, let me know.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I have to go to the. Yeah, no Tyler Hero, no Terry Rozier tonight.
That's wild. How many players are they going to have?
6. We'll play that game here next.
Not many.
Hey, Chatty House, let me know something real quick. I need to test something. Let me know if you stop hearing us. Can you guys hear us?
Can you hear us?
Check. Can you guys hear us?
You just got off of my ears, that's for sure.
Okay, so it's out of your ears. Chatty House, can you hear us though?
Can you hear us?
Yes. Okay, they got us. I want to make sure that that person's responding. Okay, great.
Sweet. Nice. Can you hear me?
Yeah, everybody should be able to hear.
Okay. All right. Now we got Nopes. Sweet.
I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. The Kings taking on the Miami Heat at Golden One Center tonight. 7:00 is your tip-off. No Tyler Hero. No Terry Rozier. No Thomas Bryant. No Josh Richardson. No Nikola Jovic. No Jimmy Butler. So let's play a fun game before we get to keys to victory for the Kings. Which Miami Heat players are available? Duncan Robinson, yes, he's in. Jaime Jaquez is in. Bam Adebayo, in. Kevin Love, in. That's 4. Josh Richardson, out. Haywood Highsmith, in. Caleb Martin, count it. No Jimmy Butler, no Tyler Hero, no Thomas Bryant. Somebody named Orlando Robinson.
In or out?
We'll call him in.
Okay.
All right. I don't see him listed on the injury report here. Nikola Jovic, out. Terry Rozier, out. Drew Smith,
Out.
And then is DeLon Wright with them now?
Yes. DeLon Wright is there.
DeLon Wright revenge game coming up.
Okay, so Orlando Robinson is questionable with lower back spasms. Drew Smith is out. Yeah, what a mess.
And then they have some two-way guys.
We have like eight players.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
4, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, with DeLon Wright.
Yeah.
And then maybe they have a two-way guy or two.
Yeah, I don't. Let me see. Their two-way guys are with them. So.
All right, maybe we'll see some Jamal Cain or Cole Swider tonight.
All right.
Hey, that Alondas Williams Kevin Huerter matchup, James, your thoughts?
Oh.
It's a Alondas Williams, real quick, went to Wake Forest, Oklahoma, and something called Triton College. He is the only NBA player to ever come from there.
Really?
Or to ever play there. Yeah.
With
fun fact about
Triton.
Alondas Williams. Triton College.
I just, every time you say Triton, I think of
Little Mermaid?
Anchorman. No.
I stabbed a man in the heart.
I think you killed a man. I was going to talk to you about that. You might want to lie low.
Lay low for a while.
You might want to lay low for a while.
All right, let's talk about how the Kings stay on track and get a victory tonight against the Miami Heat with our keys to the game. James, what is your first key to a Kings victory?
Which Kings team shows up?
Good question.
That's the biggest question. Does the team that showed up the last couple of games, is that who we get to see? Or is it going to be the team that like loses to the Detroit Pistons or the Charlotte Hornets, that doesn't take the game serious, that doesn't look their opponent in the eye and give them the respect they deserve?
Yeah.
Which team shows up?
Yep. That's I think that ties in with one of mine. Hang on. Let me yep. All right. That ties in with one of mine, which is stay locked in defensively. And I think if you get a engaged defensive effort from the Kings, you're going to see the best version of the Kings, because I don't think we're ever going to see a night where we're like, man, they were so good offensively, but they were so good defensively, but what were they doing on offense? Like, they're going to be fine. They have an anchor with Domantas Sabonis.
Mm-hmm.
They have a player who's capable of being the best player on the court any given night in De'Aaron Fox. They have enough guys who can shoot and put the ball in the basket. That's fine. If they're locked in defensively, I think that they're going to win a ton of games down the stretch here, including tonight. So I'd like to see them really, really good on that end.
Okay.
Number 2.
Wounded prey. Jimmy Butler and Josh Richardson accounted for 55 points last time he played these guys. Now they don't have Rozier. They don't have Tyler Hero. All of their scores, their natural scores, are out for this game.
Mm-hmm.
So don't take them lightly. Go in there and, again,
don't be the first half Kings.
Yes. Don't disrespect them, but also this is a team that's wounded. They're going to fight. Mm-hmm. They got 9 guys. They're going to go out there and they're going to play their butts off. You need to not only match their intensity, but show that you've matched their intensity with a higher level of skill.
Yes. That's it.
And beat them.
That's it. If you match their intensity, you win by a bunch.
Yes.
That's it. All right. Number 2 for me, have the best player on the court. I don't care if it's Domantas Sabonis. I don't care if it's De'Aaron Fox. One of those two needs to be the best player on the court. Maybe it's Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray hasn't had a huge game in a while. Maybe it's him. I don't know. But the Heat with this roster, we cannot walk out of tonight saying, oh, Bam Adebayo or who else? I don't even know who else is playing for them. Kevin Love or Duncan Robinson or Jaime Jaquez. Man, they were the best player tonight. Kings need to have the best player on the court.
No, I think so. They should probably have the best 5 players on the court.
That's a great point.
So
number 3 for you.
Number 3 for me is attack Bam. No Thomas Bryant. Get Bam Adebayo in foul trouble and then beat up on Kevin Love, because that's pretty much who they got behind him at this point. So Sabonis needs to get physical. He needs to get physical quickly and get Bam out of the game as quickly as possible. And if you do that, they really just don't have any depth, whether it's because of injury or it's because, they don't have any depth at that position.
Number 3 for me, the Kings do have some depth, and I think we're going to need to see a team effort tonight. You had Keegan Murray 37 minutes last night. Domas played 36. Harrison Barnes 36. De'Aaron Fox only played 33. But they need more from Davion Mitchell. They need more from Chris Duarte. They need more from Trey Lyles. On the second night of a back-to-back, you cannot leave it all to your starters again and say, yeah, hey, go get him, because then you're ostensibly playing shorthanded as well.
Yeah.
So I would like to see more productive nights. It doesn't have to be all the bench guys. They don't need 40 points from the bench or anything nuts like that. But I want to see, Trey Lyles hit 2 or 3 threes, and I want to see Davion Mitchell have an effective stint. I want to see Chris Duarte knocking down a couple of threes and playing good defense. They just need top to bottom an overall good team effort tonight.
Yeah, and I would also say, Kyle, when it comes to that, like the Kings need to remember that they have a game on Wednesday against the Denver Nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's 3 games in 4 nights.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter that the first 2 are back-to-backs at the beginning of the 3 games in 4 nights. Like tomorrow is going to be a rest day, but also a travel day to get to Denver. You need to make sure that if you can somehow give these guys a break, if you can somehow limit Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox to 26 to 28 minutes somehow by thumping a team that's totally shorthanded, then you need to do that.
I'm not going to ask for that, because I feel like there's been 10 games this year where we've been like, go be up by 25 going into the fourth quarter and rest your dudes in the fourth. And then sure enough, it's a tie game with a minute and a half to go. So I'm not going to ask for that. I will just say that would be an added benefit.
Yeah.
So I don't think you can go into the game going like, yeah, hey, we're going to be up 30 and then we'll rest in the fourth. You can't do that.
No.
But by virtue of taking the opponent seriously, and being locked in on both ends of the court, you will be up by a bunch by the end of the game, and you'll be able to rest some guys.
Yeah, I'm hoping that that's how they handle this. And, again, we talk about the Kings' lack of defense on defending the 3-point line and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Most of their quote-unquote hot shooters are out. So don't let Duncan Robinson beat you. Like, that's going to be like the one guy who can really make it rain. Don't let him beat you. Hayward Highsmith can shoot a little bit. But overall, like, this is a game where maybe you do pack the paint. Maybe you make life really different. Maybe you run a zone for a little bit of time to help save your legs a little bit. But you need to throttle up when it's time to go, when it's time to beat this team. You need to have the juice to do it.
Yeah, I think so. I am shook right now. You mentioned Miami's 3-point shooting, and so I went to go look at who's in, who's out. Did you know Jimmy Butler is shooting 44.7% from 3 this year?
Yeah.
It's only on 2.2 a game, but he shot 35% on 1.6 last year, 23.3% on 2 attempts the year before that, and 24.5% on 2 attempts a game in 2020, 2021. He has been god-awful from beyond the arc, and this year he just can't miss.
He's good.
Good little player, Jimmy Butler.
He's a good little player, Jimmy Butler. 34-year-old Jimmy Butler. Playoff Jimmy.
How is he? He's never won a Defensive Player of the Year.
Nobody's been all NBA first. Well, I don't know first team, but all NBA defensive team for sure.
Second team. He's never been a first team all defense.
Okay.
Been second team a bunch of times.
He's a quality player. I mean, we've talked about this. Is he a Hall of Famer? Is he not?
He's definitely a Hall of Famer.
I'm thinking we're leaning more towards that at this point. But yeah, he's made a nice little career out of himself for a guy who was taken with the 30th overall pick in the draft.
Alas, he's not playing tonight.
That's right.
Things don't have to worry about him. I think they go in and get a win against Miami at home. And if they do, I will feel a lot better about them moving forward, and taking this little run of good play more seriously. But if they start playing down to opponents again, feels like we're back at square one.
That's true. And this is a game where they're looking to go 11 games over 500 for the first time this season. So that's big.
All right. We got more basketball coming up next on ESPN 1320.
Can you mute me for a second? I need to make a quick phone call.
muted on the stream because I forgot to unmute myself, but it's okay. We're back now. What's up,
Okay.
Chatty House? All right. Peter King announced his retirement today, Monday Morning Quarterback. He did say that he announces that retirement with an asterisk because he's sure he's going to work on something, which makes sense. He's been writing about the NFL for 40 years. I'm guessing it's probably hard to just stop. But I did think it was interesting in his column. He talks about he was sitting at the Super Bowl this year and was like, I wonder what it's like to listen to the announcers. I wonder what it's like to watch the commercials. I wonder because he's been to 40 consecutive Super Bowls.
That's wild.
That is insanity.
Yeah.
And so good for Peter King.
No, it is good for him. I'm, you want to see guys like him who a full-on legend, like be able to do whatever he wants on his own terms when he's young enough to do, to go out and experience life in a different way. And he mentioned just how difficult things, his job has been on his wife and his daughters. And, I think that's something that people don't get. Like this job that you do, it never shuts off. There's no way to shut it off.
Yeah.
And it's something that I think people like how many times I've literally pulled my laptop out while sitting out to dinner with my wife and had to write a story and then send it in and post it really quickly.
Oh,
that's the life. That's what you sign up for.
Yep.
And it's just different. And so good for him for being able to step away on his own terms.
Yep. No doubt. Second thing, the NFL Combine starts this week. I'm not looking forward to it. I hate the Combine so much. I can't believe, and we're going to talk Kings Clippers in a second, I promise, guys. But I can't believe that in 2024, with all the evidence we have, that exercising in front of people has no bearing on whether that player is good at football or not. And yet we're still going to sit here, we, the royal we, not necessarily you and me, not necessarily people in the chatty house, but the royal we are going to sit here. And when this player we've never heard of runs a 4.3 240, we're going to be like, wow, what, that guy should go in the first round. What a guy. He's so fast. Look how fast he is. And we're going to just do that again. And I can't believe that we're doing another year of it. That's all.
The NFL draft process is the longest, most drawn out ridiculousness because when it's a draft. The draft is like 4 months from
April 27th, I believe, is when it starts.
It feels like it's so far away. I don't know.
There's free agency to go. Teams get to sign free agents before the draft.
That's also weird how that's inverted because the NBA goes the other way.
I think it's the right way to do it.
You think so?
Yeah. You go spend your money in free agency, see what you can do, and then you fill in the holes via the draft.
Okay.
That way, like when you're drafting, hey, we just signed a star defensive end. Maybe if you're deciding between a defensive end and a corner, you now know that you can draft a corner.
It's interesting. I wonder why it is that the NBA chooses to go.
I have no idea. I've always thought they should flip it, though.
All right.
We should have, that'd be a fun discussion at some point when there's not basketball to talk about.
Okay.
Just kind of what would that what would that look like?
Yeah.
If things flip, particularly like through the Kings lens, like if they got to do free agency before the draft, what would that look like? I agree that with Tyler Jennings in the chatty house, like the combine's cool to watch, but I'm not making any major takeaways from it. I'm sorry. I just can't. I can't do it anymore.
Okay.
And I'm going to write about it. Check it out, NinersWire.com. I'll have combine content for you. I'll be thrilled. Be thrilled to
all the defensive backs and offensive linemen that the 49ers should draft.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
Dude, a tight end in each round, a defensive end in each round. I got posts for days.
Is there a Debo Samuel replacement?
Oh, buddy. Teams have been trying to come up with the next Debo Samuel for 4 years.
That's right.
I promise it's not there. Is this guy good Debo comp? No. He took 3 handoffs in college. That doesn't mean he's Debo. Anyways, last thing. This is rich. You know what? I'm going to put a pin in this for the handoff.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to put a pin in the last thing for the handoff because I think Casey's coming in today.
Oh, he was already in here.
No, I know, but I don't know if he was just getting set up for Damian or if he was coming in to set up for himself.
That's a good question.
I don't know, but I'm going to put a pin in this last thing for the handoff because I think it'll be a fun discussion. All right, let's talk about good, bad, and ugly from the Kings' best win of the year. And my best win of the year, are you there?
Which
I keep saying that like
I'm still holding
as though
to.
we're all
The Denver game to me is still the best win of the year. I think that last night's game was a top 3 or 4. I think it's a really, really good win against
top
this.
3
Yeah, I just think that
at Minnesota.
Yeah, that's big.
I was up there.
The Denver
At Denver.
game. Yeah.
That was a big one.
Yeah.
Last night.
I'd have to go through. And
I think those are a pretty definitive top 3. Ooh, the Monk game winner against Golden State, and kind of getting the Golden State obstacle out of the way. I'm like, okay, that's a team you can beat.
Okay,
and getting I think that was a big deal too.
No, I think so too. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go through and rank them.
Going the circumstance of last night. This is a team that they've had trouble with this year. Given what it did in the standings, given the way they closed it out with De'Aaron Fox on the bench, even though he was the best player last night, they didn't even need him to put that game away. How they looked defensively, that was just the maximized, I think, version of this version of the Kings.
Yeah, I mean, you make a really strong case for that to be the win of this season. I just think that there's something about heading into the All-Star break on the right tone and fighting through the second night of a back-to-back, and that back-to-back being a road back-to-back, and it being in Phoenix and then Denver, and you lost a tough one in Phoenix, and you come back and you find a way to beat the champs.
Yeah.
On the road, last day before a week off. And so for me, I think it sets a table for what's happening right now.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong.
The Oklahoma City game, Cameron in the chatty house brings this one up. Oklahoma City would know De'Aaron Fox at Golden One Center. I believe that was this in-season tournament game.
Yeah, that's possible.
It definitely was. Now that I'm thinking about it, that's why I was there.
Yeah.
So it was that was a really, really good one as well. That'll be another summer topic. We can rank the wins from this year.
Keon Ellis started. Yep.
Yeah, he sure did. Or didn't D'Lo and Casey do that last year? I don't know.
I think they did do that last year.
Anyways, where were we? Good, bad, and ugly.
Good, bad, and the ugly.
I thought the Kings' defensive effort overall was awesome last night, but the Clippers went 8 of 27 from 3. And the thing that was a key for me here was there were a lot of tough 3-pointers. It was James Harden step backs from well beyond the arc. And like, does he hit those sometimes? For sure. But that's a very tough shot. You'll live with that if he's going to make them. They were contesting threes. They were doing a good job rotating. It was not Norman Powell by himself in the corner or Terrence Mann by himself in the corner, and they hit 9 threes combined because the Kings couldn't figure out how to get a defender in their face.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's going to be the how we judge this team down the stretch. How well do they adapt? How well do they figure out the way to fix the problems that they have? Like, there are obvious issues that they have as a team. How do you get through and fix those things? And Kyle, I'm going to point out, like, we keep talking about how well teams are shooting against the Kings, but I'd also say that the fact that the Kings 27 3-pointers against them last night, 25 in the game against San Antonio, 26 in the game against Denver.
Yeah.
Like, we're starting to not only see the percentage improve of defense, but also the number come down, which means that you're getting there faster and you're stopping guys from actually shooting.
Running guys off the line.
Yeah, you're running them off the line. And so I think if the Kings can, if they can keep doing that, you're eventually going to see that number drop. You're gonna see the percentage drop because it's showing you that they are taking it serious, that they are trying to like get in there and fix what's going wrong.
Yeah, and you wrote down their doubling on Kawhi and making sure that he wasn't beating them.
Yep.
It was, I mentioned this earlier, it was a lot of Norman Powell. And when you're going to play a team like the Clippers that has Russell Westbrook and James Harden and Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, if you're going to make it a Norman Powell game, you will take that every single time.
I agree.
Yeah.
Sorry, yawn.
No, all good. That's how I felt watching Norman Powell play basketball last night.
Well, I mean, Norman Powell's a really, really good shooter.
fine
So
player.
you don't want to leave him open, but you also don't want Kawhi systematically destroying you with 17-foot jumpers that don't even touch the rim. Like, that's because it's almost disheartening the way he beats you.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought they did a really good job of not just limiting those attempts by him, but getting the ball out of his hands. And the double team to me was really, really strong.
Yeah. Norman Powell, 5 of 9 from beyond the arc, but 3 of 8 from 2. Is a lot. He took the second most shots on the team last night.
That's okay. You'll take it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. What else do you have for good last night?
Fox was the best player on the court.
Yep.
Sabonis was the second best player on the court.
Yep.
Starters showed up.
They sure did.
I thought the starters were incredible. And then Monk showed up late. And shout out to Davion Mitchell, too. He had a couple of big threes to help finish that game off.
Yeah, he hit the dagger for sure.
Yeah.
And I think that was like the possession before. I think he hit a 3, then they called a timeout, and then Fox came on the floor. There's a foul, then Fox came on. I don't know, but either way, yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing for you. I was just gonna reiterate what you said, and I'm that De'Aaron Fox was what I was gonna say was that De'Aaron Fox is being the best player on the court is, to me, the most important thing. And again, that's not to overlook what Domantas Sabonis is doing and his importance to the team. It's obviously vital. And we talked about if they're going to match his energy, which I think they did last night, if they're going to let him be their emotional anchor, then they're going to be fine if they follow him there. But De'Aaron Fox, from a production standpoint, when he is as good as he was last night and attacking, getting downhill, getting the float game going, getting the mid-range going, that's when I think you see a maximized Kings. And it starts with De'Aaron Fox.
No, I'm with you.
So
yeah.
Bad stuff from last night.
The bench took forever to show up. I don't know how many points Monk scored in the fourth quarter, but I'm going to guess it was most of his points. He took a little while to get going. And then Davion hit the 2 big threes, but they had 25 points from the second unit total. And that just shows you that, like, there was not a lot of like evening out of the game. So they need to figure that one out, because you can't walk into every game thinking that it's like starters or bust. And that's what I kind of feel like with this team. A lot of times it's like starters or bust. Yeah, their bench scored 15 in the fourth quarter of the 25 total they scored.
Man,
that's tough. Now it's good because it puts you over the top. And Malik scored 7 and had 3 assists in the fourth. Got that 2-man game with Domas, but you need to even that out, and you need to have guys like Trey Lyles, and they need opportunities.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. It feels like it's been a long time since we've been like, wow, really productive game from the Kings bench.
Yeah, it's been a little while.
We talked about it earlier. If you're gonna see one of those, though, tonight's the night for it.
Yep.
If second night of a back-to-back, starters played a ton last night. If you can get your bench going, this is the time for it. What was ugly last night?
Man, James Harden and Russell Westbrook, like, father time is calling. Like, Harden scores 20 points but runs a negative 25 on the night, and he has 8 assists, and he's still putting up numbers. But I thought the 10 free throws, more than one of those were a joke. And I thought that he was given the benefit of being James Harden.
Of course.
But he shoots 4 of 13. And look, I thought that Russell Westbrook didn't like the way that Davion Mitchell defended him. James Harden didn't like the way that De'Aaron Fox was able to defend him. And that's because they still think that they're superstars, and they're not. And that's a tough pill, because you're not going to get the same calls, or at least you shouldn't get the same calls that you got when you were, 28 years old and on top of the world.
Yeah, when you are missing Paul George, it changes the calculus of this Clippers team a lot, and it means more James Harden as a scorer. And that as great as he was, and as good as he still is, you saw it last night. It's just not there. Russell Westbrook, same thing. Like, there's a reason he went to the bench. His impact and role are different. And when you're going, hey, replace Paul George, I just don't think that's in their bags anymore.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's not to say they can't go win. It's not to say the Clippers aren't dangerous. I just think the Clippers need to really be at full strength if they're going to make noise.
Yeah, they definitely they need to reserve those guys as much as they can, and I think that's what we're going to see in the final 25 games for them. They're going to have to give out breaks to some of these guys, and some nights you're not going to have a full arsenal, and you're going to lose to a team like the Kings because you can't run Paul George out there for 82 games every season.
You have I disagree with this. You have under ugly. It was a lot of minutes for the starters on the first night of a back-to-back.
Yeah,
but that's the Clippers, man. That's a really, really good team. I didn't think there was really a scenario, especially when the bench is playing like they were playing.
Well, I think my point was, you led by 18, and you had an opportunity to knock them out in the third quarter, and you didn't. And then what that means is going forward, you got to deal with the fact that that your starters are playing. 36 minutes for Harrison, 37 for Keegan, 36 for Domas.
Yeah.
Fox got lucky to play 33, but yeah.
All right. It's time for the handoff. Let's bring in Kenny Caraway, D'Lo and KC. That is coming up at noon right here on ESPN 1320. They will be taking you up to 4 o'clock. You can also catch them on KSFM from 3 to 7. Don't ask us how it works. It just does. I wanted to, Kenny, a good win for the Kings last night. Kings Clippers. You guys will have plenty of that. Get your mic turned on.
Absolutely.
You guys are going to talk about it, and we'll talk about it, I guess, maybe a little bit. Did you guys hear? Well, I saved this specifically for this. Did you guys hear LeBron's comments last night about the officiating in the Lakers game?
I heard about them. I have not heard the comments. What exactly?
So LeBron basically said, because the Lakers shot 8 free throws to Phoenix's 19. And LeBron is like, we have attackers. We have guys who get downhill. That's why we draw fouls. And there's this narrative out there that we shoot more fouls than other teams, but that's because we attack the basket and we don't take a lot of threes. So I have some numbers.
I watched that game last night. I didn't see a whole lot of attacking.
That was right. It was not. So real quick, the Lakers have had 2 games this year where he's complaining about a 19-8 free throw discrepancy against Boston. Okay. Pretty good team.
Yep.
The Lakers out free throwed them 26-7. And against Denver, the defending champs, in a game earlier this year, the Lakers out free throwed them 22-7. The Lakers are attempting the 6th most free throws per game and allowing the fewest free throws per game. And this dude has the audacity to, in his post-game presser, be like, the officiating, man.
The one thing I don't like about LeBron, and I love LeBron James.
I tend to like him as well.
That's my guy. Is he does a lot of complaining. Like, it's always somebody else's fault. It's the refs.
Yeah.
It's the coaches. It's players around him. I feel like I'm definitely wrong about this, but it doesn't feel like he doesn't do like a whole lot of galvanizing. Like, hey guys, we got to be better. Let's handle our business. At least publicly. Publicly. Maybe he's saying that stuff in the locker room and in the confines of that team, but publicly it's always somebody else's fault why things aren't going the way he wants them to go.
Yeah, not a lot of accountability.
Wait,
that was too much. That was too far. That was I don't know. That was a bridge too far.
Boom.
I just thought that was really rich. That I'm sitting there watching SportsCenter last night, and I get a cut of LeBron James going like, "Oh, there's this free throw disparity in this narrative."
That's whack. That's whack. They were down by like 20 for a good part of the first half. They fought back to get it to 5, and then they just missed a bunch of shots. LeBron being one of them, missed a bunch of shots to try and get it even closer, and then they were giving up open threes. That's why they lost. It's not because they weren't getting foul calls.
Yeah, it's wild.
They're not good enough. That's
it. Yes, that's it.
Yeah, they're the island of misfit toys. What were your thoughts on Bob Myers calling the game last night?
Poor Bob.
Bob Myers, who seems like a really good guy. Seems, just really pleasant, really nice guy. That was about as bad as I've ever heard a game being called on a national broadcast.
It was tough.
Yeah.
That was awful.
That
was awful.
It was like they asked him, like, right before tip off, like, "Oh, Bob, hey, we need you. Can you jump in?"
That's exactly what it's
Bob,
like.
we're gonna need you to step in.
And he just had a thing. He's like,
Steve
let's
Smith
see,
stubbed his toe. He can't go. He can't go.
No Jamal
Stats.
Crawford tonight. He's got a stomach ache. You got to go. He goes, and then what he said was, "Oh man, I don't have no stats in front of me. Let me just see real quick. Kings are the worst percentage team at the 3. They're the best. All right, I'm gonna live on that. Hey, I don't know. I mean, look, it's the worst team defending the 3 against the best team shooting it.
Hey, what are you gonna do?
Yeah,
That's what it looks like.
Science.
Yeah.
And the only reason Sabonis gets all those free throws, all those assists, is because they run the ball through.
I was listening to you guys on the way in, and you said exactly what I was. I mean, what were Draymond Green's assists?
Like, Bob, come on, Bob.
What were and look, with nobody.
They were two of the greatest 2 shooters in the history of the NBA.
And then look, he even tried to. Oh, Bob, he even tried to be like one shot. I think Kevin Herter missed it, but it was like a dribble handoff, and he's like, "See, look at that one." He just kind of handed the ball off, and that's an assist.
It's like
He didn't do a whole lot. He just kind of handed it off. But I'm sorry, that's all Draymond ever does.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? And then, like I said,
don't sleep on the driving kick.
No, and then they tried look. And then they tried to take one of his assists away. They're like, De'Aaron Fox, he dribbled the ball about 4 times before that one.
On a fast break.
Actually,
So weird.
then they look at it. Well,
It
was 1, but I don't know. Is that a hockey assist?
It was the most bizarre. It was the most bizarre broadcast.
I like Bob Myers too. I've heard him talk a number of different.
No, he's great in the
He's a
studio.
bright
dude.
He needs
Yeah.
to never be on broadcast, and that's fine.
That
It's
was
not for
horrible.
everybody.
Yeah.
Like, it's not play-by-play and color commentary are very different than being in the studio. If you're great in the studio, that doesn't mean you're going to be good at color commentary and vice versa. Bob is really good in the studio. On the color
he's
commentary,
okay
maybe
in
don't
the
do that.
studio. I don't know if he's good on TV in general.
Yeah, I think
He's very nice. Like, he comes off very nice. He doesn't come off like a jerk or like some of these guys are when they talk about the Kings. He just came off really uninformed.
Best win of the year for the Kings last night, you think?
Man, I thought about this. I'll get off the fence. I'll say yeah. That was a big time win.
What were the other ones in the mix for you?
The Orlando game.
Ooh, the Orlando
overtime
game. I don't think we mentioned that.
That was
one.
a big one. Denver before the break.
Yeah.
Was a big win. I mean, you can kind of maybe lump the two together. Denver after Detroit, and then a game or two later, the one before the break. So maybe if you want to put that two little set together. But I mean, this was a big one. This was a team that had dominated you. Oh, the Warriors in-season tournament finale was a good one too. But this was a team that had dominated you the previous 3 times they played or 2 times they played, whatever it was.
Yep.
And I know they didn't have Paul George, but they came out ready to play regardless of who was out there. And De'Aaron Fox, we'll talk about it a little bit more. He seems like he understands the moment. He understands what time of the schedule we're at, what time of the season it is, and he is ready to turn up.
No doubt.
Yeah.
All right, D'Lo, KC coming up next. They're rocking with you until noon, talking plenty of Kings and taking a look at craziness in the West.
A lot of craziness.
It's so wild. Can't wait to listen to you guys. Stay locked in to ESPN 1320. For James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. We've been The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on Sacramento Sports Leader.
We got a big crowd in here today. You guys mind hitting the thumbs up for us?
They love to see the Kings win. I don't know, man. I didn't thought a couple times. I probably will. We can't not
They were already divorced.
Ooh.
Princess Love and Ray J.
We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We a number one spot.
Hey, man. 1 win, 2 wins, sir. 3 wins straight for your Sacramento Kings. You know what it is. They'll be looking for number 4 tonight at the Golden One Center.
Yeah.
But first, Young Zell.
Wait a minute. They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, 1 sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See
Coming down the
now.
lane off the rebound.
Rebound.
It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now.
Tell them like the beam.
Hey.
Young Zell. Hey, now play that Mr. Fab.
Oh, is that what's going on?
I don't know what's going on.
Oh,
I'm just saying. Like,
oh no, I got you. Yeah. Hey,
we got to reference it.
appreciate everybody tuning in. The Denver Nuggets beat the Golden State Warriors last night, 119-103. We'll break that game down in its entirety for you. That's obviously why you're here.
Fellas, the boys just got to be better. We've been playing well. The boys got to be better against Denver next time.
Got to be better, man.
Happy birthday, Pods.
Happy birthday, Pods.
Happy birthday.
Shout out, Pods. That's my guy.
Oh,
We know that's what you're here for.
Oh, man. Come on, man. Come on now.
I'm Damien Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
You good?
I'm good, man.
You didn't stand up and do the thing. I know you're not moving very well today.
No, I was good. Here, just real quick, let them know what
No,
time.
careful. Okay. Yep. That's Kenny Caraway. Yeah.
Acknowledge
All
me.
right.
I'm just flustered. I thought I lived in Sacramento. I guess I don't.
I don't know how the Dubs are going to slow down Nikola Jokic's 32 points.
The Dubs.
Dub Nation, how we feeling today? Let us know.
The Dubs.
339-1140. Let us know how you're feeling today. Dub Nation was good.
339-1140.
I think it's
Dub Nation, tap in.
408 or whatever the Bay Area code is.
Man.
415, I see you.
I was sitting there like KD in the meme. We're just checking his phone like.
I want to give a shout out to my people in Half Moon Bay. You know what it is. We got you.
Yo, man, we here.
Alameda, stand up. Hayward.
Just for those wondering, and we're happy to provide any proof you want of this. It hadn't been a game in a long time, in years. But when you start throwing dirt on yourself,
oh man,
don't think we ain't gonna laugh.
Got to.
We gonna
laugh.
laugh.
Man, we got to. I would expect nothing else if the shoes on the other foot. The game is the game.
Yeah, we'd never be that dumb.
No, we wouldn't. So they never have the opportunity. But hey, Kings
get another win, baby. Beat the Los Angeles Clippers last night. Oh man, survived one of the worst announcing teams in history.
That was nasty, bro.
123-107, and more importantly, they survived Kawhi Leonard, James Harden in that very tough physical Los Angeles Clippers team. Of course, Paul George was out. Ask me if I care.
I don't give a damn.
Nope.
Do you care?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I surely do not. And who's not playing is certainly going to be the theme of tonight's game.
Oh, my gosh.
We'll get, as a matter of fact, it's more along the lines of who the hell is going to play.
I was trying to figure out, like, who.
I assume Spoelstra suiting up. Pat Riley, I think, flew into play. Yeah, pull Haslam out of his Alvin Gentry role. And
Alvin Gentry was in the building last night.
Saw that. Yeah, he was with a bunch of Kings fans.
I want to be with that. I want to be Alvin
There were a lot of Kings fans at the crypto.com last night.
Shout out to my guy Ernest, Crown Downtown, all the people out there, man. They represented.
Yes, indeed. As did De'Aaron Fox, man. It was a perfect day for the Sacramento Kings. Going into that game against the Clippers, you realize, wow, you start looking around at the Warriors lost, the Pelicans lost. Only team that won was the Suns, but they had to because they beat the Lakers. Mm-hmm. Somebody had to win that game. Mm-hmm. And you start looking around, and, I mean, math just seemed to really, really confuse for a numbers guy. Bob Myers was really confused about how the standings work. And it's like, yo, this is shaping up to be a real nice day if the Kings can beat the Clippers. If they can't, it's actually okay, too, because everybody else took the L.
Right.
But, man, it'd be really nice if they can get the dub. And they did just that on the strength of De'Aaron Fox's 33 points and 3 steals. We got to talk about what that man did on the defensive side of the ball, and the 20th league-leading 20th triple-double. And if you listen to the ESPN broadcast, you know all of the shortcomings Domantas Sabonis has as an offensive player, all of the shortcomings Domantas Sabonis has as a defensive player. Yeah, oh, by the way, a league-leading 20th triple-double of the season for Domas.
And to be honest with you, Domas left some points on the board. He had 17. He probably had about 24.
Like 1 of 8 to start?
Yeah.
It was a tough look at the beginning.
He was 1 of 8 to start. I think he finished, my math is right here, 6 of 9 maybe to finish that off.
Yeah, that's it.
Like I said,
still better at math than Bob Myers is.
Well, Bob, like I said, I like Bob Myers. I do. I like him. He seems like a good guy. That was awful.
No, that was tough.
That was
he
one of the worst performances I've ever seen in my life.
He has the charisma of a rotten banana.
Oh. I mean, you combine not being that entertaining with being uninformed last night.
Oh, man.
I mean, it was.
It's clear. It's pretty clear. He's only seen the Warriors 4 times, or I guess he's seen them 7 times, and it was last year in the playoffs. Seen the Kings, yeah.
Yeah, it was awful.
I don't know if you guys knew this, but did you know that the Clippers are the best shooting 3-point team, and
did you know the
Kings are the worst defending? Did you guys hear that?
Just a matter of time.
Haven't heard.
No, just a matter of time. Like I said, watching this game, I don't.
Did you
really
know? Did you guys know the Kings lost to the Pistons?
No.
Say it ain't so.
Yeah, did you know that the Kings have struggled to beat bad teams? Did you guys know that? You know what was funny about that line is he said it when the buzzer went off. Like you had just big up the Clippers for 48 minutes. The buzzer goes off. The Kings win. Yeah, they can't beat the Pistons, man. Bob.
Kings get to the Western Conference Finals. What are we going to do about the Pistons, though?
Well, they got to beat the Hornets. God knows what this team could have been this year.
I mean, that was just an awful performance by Bob Myers. It was awful. Like,
can you do me a favor?
Me, usually, what you need?
I need you to fix the.
Oh, let's see.
You look like a break. I'm sorry. You just look like a little fellow over there.
I don't even know how.
Oh no, wait. James does it. I got you. Go ahead. No, there you go. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Cool.
You just look like a little fellow.
I don't know how he gets this done.
No, he James does these weird angles with the camera, but you're good now. You're good. You look like KC again.
I forgot what it was. It was just bad.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
Just bad. Like, I'm usually not the guy to like really complain about the national broadcast. Hell, I defended Reggie Miller just like a week ago, right?
But you did do that.
I was sitting there and I wasn't even like mad about it. I was just like, this is incompetent.
At least Reggie's entertaining. Reggie's funny. Yeah. Like Bob
Myers, like I said on the handoff.
Not.
He tried to take Sabonis' assist away. The guy made a outlet pass to De'Aaron Fox where De'Aaron dribbled once. And they're like, I don't know. Is that a hockey assist? I don't know about that assist. We're gonna have to see if they give it to him. What?
I love this game that we play. It's so funny. Everybody loves the Clippers. Everybody loves the Clippers. Do the Warriors have enough to hang with elite teams? They lost to the Lake. They lost to the Suns yesterday. The Suns aren't even elite.
That's
the headline right now on
Warriors,
NBA Today.
The Warriors are in 10th. Like, what are we talking about there? Are we talking about the Hawks? Are we talking about the Raptors or whoever, the Bulls? No.
Amazing. That's just incredible. Bob was talking about Domas in the most sarcastic way imaginable.
Oh, for sure.
Like he wanted to say, I hate this individual and he's empty calories. I don't know that Bob gave Bonte that line, but after listening to Bob last night for 2 hours, I think he might have slipped that line to Bonte.
I think we found the originator of the term empty calories.
I think so too.
I think that's where it came from. And then it was great when, he was all set up to talk about how Domas can't score against Zubac. And it was he doesn't move him. He doesn't move him. And then Sabonis just threw down.
Hold on, where is it? I just saw it. No, this was a good one, Patrick. How are the Kings going to generate offense with De'Aaron Fox out? Where is the offense going to come from?
Come on, bro. Like,
didn't Malik torch your ass?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
That was embarrassing. If I was Bob Myers the next morning and I'm listening, I got my Twitter feed up, or I'm listening to Sacramento to say, how'd I do? I'd be embarrassed. I really would be embarrassed. That was awful.
Well, he could find a friendlier station down the dial that'd probably be really nice to him. He as Leezy would say, he kinfolk. I feel bad for Domas because he's not in the like Jokic category of he's in the Westbrook category of triple doubles. So they hated triple doubles when Russell Westbrook was doing them. Hated whatever. Loved them when Nikola Jokic was doing them. Oh my God, this guy's amazing. Now Domas is doing it in damn near the same vein Jokic does it.
This guy
ain't nothing.
This guy, Domantas Sabonis. Let me find the numbers real quick. Give me 2 seconds. In the month of February, did you see those numbers? 21.3 points per game, 14 rebounds, 10 assists per game on 63% from the field. On pace to join Nikola Jokic as the only players in NBA history to average a triple-double on 60% field goal shooting, 60% field goal shooting for a single month.
Well, let's talk more about that. Let's talk about Domas. He's going to get his flowers from us today. We'll talk about what Mike said in the postgame.
No, he is. We're going to talk about Mike. Yeah. We also got to talk about the straw that stirs the drink, because his fingerprints were all over that game last night.
All right, we'll talk about it. We're just getting started. We're happy you're here with us. It's Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Boy, oh boy.
Hey, Michael, you did it 4 times, bro. 4 times in 5 years.
And even then, there was a lot of people, they remember the discussion.
Oh, yeah.
People were trying to say he was stat padding, and they had breakdown films of him telling Steven Adams to move so he can get the rebound.
The discussion was loud, but ultimately amounted to nothing because that MVP vote wasn't even close.
Are you doing a 13th round today?
I have to.
All right.
I have to.
I hate it has to be this way.
Uh-oh. Something happened.
Are you gonna join the 13th round today?
I can. I mean, like I said, I saw the tweets.
Yeah.
I don't like how you guys are talking about my guy.
Look, hey,
and we saw a tweet today too, where like his next fight. We'll talk about it.
Yeah. I didn't think it was gonna go this way for my man Saul.
We're back to that.
Well, I mean, no, because he's still proven. This isn't a knock against him, but I could make the argument. When was the last time he fought somebody when we wanted him?
We'll talk.
No.
Last time I checked, some dude won a belt and challenged someone again to a boxing match.
Is that what happened?
Yes, it was the Spanish guy who won the belt. I don't remember his name, but he challenged someone to a fight.
Is that still a thing?
What?
UFC?
It's still a thing.
I just remember. I just know they showed some UFC. I guess he was a UFC guy. I have no idea who.
UFC
this guy
is like Royal Rumble. When you win your title, you challenge the next boxer. I guess.
Well, they had a guy. I don't know if he was on SmackDown, Raw, or NXT.
I think it's Michael Chandler or whatever.
And he started screaming, "Conor McGregor!" Like what year is this? Like, you can't cut a promo. He just gets in the mic and stands on the chair and starts screaming for Conor McGregor, and it's like, oh, buddy. If that's how you
know where you're at?
If that's how you get a fight over, I'll pass. I'll pass, dog.
Or what was
that's the fight that I did see, and that dude got sucker punched, man.
Oh my god, I didn't see nothing from UFC on Saturday.
Yeah, that was just a crowd fight. I think that was in the Shade Room.
What was that? Was that Izzy who was talking to the white guy from South Africa?
Oh,
like,
yeah,
you ain't a real end. You say I'm a real. Like, wait, what? and then proceeded to get his ass beat.
Oh.
That was the crazy part about it. And I like Izzy, but the way he was talking leading up to that fight and to have that happen, it's embarrassing.
Cut and Pete, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Shaka Zulu, that's not as uncommon as people think, especially when it's a team you play 3-4 times. Yeah, no. Usually kind of dap up your boys if you got any boys on the squad. And like it's not that serious. It happens a lot. Like if you lock in on it, you'll see it. It happens a lot. Talk about it. Talk about it. She's the one.
I didn't see the fight.
She is the one.
I saw clips.
She is the. Hey, look at Domas getting some love on TV.
Lord have mercy. Oh, man.
Very busy Monday here, man. We're going to talk about it all. We're happy that you're here with us. Let's continue the discussion. Let's open the phone lines for you as well. 916-909-1320. Kings get a victory last night. Third straight victory. Second straight coming out of the break. They'll have an opportunity to make it fourth. I know Kings fans are nervous given the fact that Jimmy Butler is out. Tyler Hero is out. Terry Rozier is out. Thomas Bryant is out. Josh Richardson is out. Hell, at this point, Eric Spoelstra might call in. Who knows? But we'll get you ready for that game later on. Let's continue to focus on the fact that the Kings beat the Los Angeles Clippers for the first time last season. You mentioned the straw that stirs the drink. I want to get there, but you brought up a stat about Domantas Sabonis in the month of February. He had only him and Nikola Jokic have had a month that productive and that efficient in NBA history. Mike was quick to point out in his post-game press conference that there are 6 players in the history of the National Basketball Association that have had 20 triple-doubles in a single season. 6 in the entire league. He named all of them, said they're all Hall of Famers, and y'all need to start looking at Domantas Sabonis a different way.
Domantas Sabonis is having an all-star caliber season, or excuse me, an MVP caliber season with the way he's playing. He's been that good night in and night out all season long. And, you know, I don't understand why every time Tim Legler did it last night as well, every time something's brought up, it's got to go back to the playoffs.
Yep.
It's got to go because that's
everything Legs said last night was but. But. You could feel Van Pelt trying to prop the Kings up a little bit, and Legs would hit him with the but, and then launch into a tirade about the Suns. Well, why?
I don't understand. I don't understand the outlook on the Sacramento Kings from these guys. I'm not saying you have to have them as championship contenders or favorites or anything else like this, but give them the same respect you give everybody else. Give Domantas Sabonis the same respect you give everybody else. Everybody else, I mean, to be honest with you, I know it was a little different or whatever the case may be, but I don't forget the way they talked about Ben Simmons in a positive light when he was doing this. Oh, we ain't never seen that. Ben Simmons couldn't shoot to save his life.
Mm-hmm.
I always said that's why Philly wasn't going to do nothing, because as long as he was there and he was the second guy, it wasn't going to work. And he shot way less than Sabonis.
Ben Simmons scored 1 point in a playoff game as a number 2 and still got a pass.
Yeah. And they still have him all NBA or a consensus all-star and all this other stuff. And I don't mean that to denigrate Ben Simmons. I mean that to say,
you're making a point. I got you.
Why don't you give this guy the same respect with what he's been able to do this year? And they always want to talk about the playoffs and all this other stuff, but it's whatever.
Does it ultimately come down to them not watching though?
Yeah,
that's all it is at this point.
Because yes, that's what it does come down to, because they haven't watched anything but the playoffs. They don't have anything else to draw on. So you really harp on a terribly, terribly over-discussed playoff series.
Right.
You act like this dude was ass against the Warriors. Was he his best? No. Was he the way y'all talking about? No.
You would think this guy averaged 3 points.
And which is it, by the way? Is it the Golden State Warriors are a solid team with a good game plan and work to frustrate Domantas Sabonis? Or is it Domas's ass? Which one is it? Because it can't be both. You don't get credit for shutting down a player who's not good.
Right.
So at least acknowledge he's good. Oh, yeah. But again, go back and listen to Bob Myers' tone last night. For those that watched the NBC broadcast,
I was surprised.
ESPN.
I was really surprised that he spoke like that.
Again, his words weren't like, he didn't say, man, yeah, Domas is true. He didn't say Domas is empty calories. But the countdown to the triple-double was bordering on like childish. It's like, bro, what are you doing? He's got 19 of these before that assist right there. This isn't new.
Right.
Pay attention. And then watch the team that you're covering.
The dismissal of it. Oh, yeah, he gets all these assists because they run everything through him. That happens numerous times in this.
No.
Tyrese Halliburton, they run everything through him.
Hey, Bob, tell me about your boy. Tell me about your boy who your owner buddy just signed to a $100 million contract. Tell me how that worked out. Tell me how he used to get those triple-doubles back when he was good in 2015 and 16.
Well, how about when he tried to diminish Sabonis' assist with a Kevin Huerter shot? I think Kevin missed the shot, and it was like on a dribble handoff. And then Bob Myers, you see that right there? That's nothing but a simple handoff. And he gets the assist for it, but there's nothing spectacular about it. I'm sorry, what the hell did Draymond ever do? The hell did he ever do but be a screen setter and dribble handoff?
Gave the ball to the greatest backcourt the league's ever seen. Bob, that's rich, bro.
Bob was embarrassing last night, man. He really was. And I say that as I'm not here to disrespect Bob Myers. I like Bob Myers. I've heard him speak in a number of different, occasions. And he seems like a bright guy, seems like a good guy. So this isn't a personal attack, but it just is what it is. He was awful last night.
He's a very smart man. He's made millions of dollars outside of the game of basketball. That's how he got his job inside the game of basketball. That doesn't mean he can be an analyst for the game of basketball.
No.
Let's get we got Sam. Let's get Sam in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Sam?
Hey guys, how's it going today?
You gonna hit that jackpot today, Sam?
Al, hey, listen, at Skyhawk Casino, there's a winner every minute.
I don't know.
No, I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking
about. Though. Yeah, Sky River's a winner every minute.
That's my man. That's my man.
My bad.
No, that's all right.
No, you're good.
That's all right.
Hey, just make sure I get a couple dollars when you hit the jackpot. That's it.
I know. Hey, I'll throw a buck on the table for you boys.
There you go.
I think last night was Sabonis' most aggressive rebounding game that I have seen this season. He mixed it up hard. and he took over the paint and rebounding. And if you review the highlights, you will see that Sabonis, that's the best you'll see this season, and that's what he needs to do in the paint right there.
I like that.
Yeah,
have fun out there. Have fun out there, Sam. He was. I felt like there's two turning points. I know, and maybe this will be a good segue for us. They called it. I don't know if Domas was 1 of 8 to it. Whatever he was, there was a timeout called, and I think it might have been like a TV timeout. I felt like Domas came back from that with a little attitude. We saw that again later on when De'Aaron Fox got called for he got called for a foul. He had a response to it, got the technical, had a demonstrative response, got the technical, and man, that switch flipped. He all of a sudden became a monster on the defensive end. He was looking to score on every possession after that. And that, to me, felt like the turning point in the game. There was a turning point. You referenced the 1 of 8 start, the 7 of 9 finish, 6 of 9 finish. That TV timeout, I feel like, is where everything switched for Domas. That technical foul is where I feel like everything switched for De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, man. I saw the same thing you saw with Sabonis. Just the frustration. I don't know if anybody said anything or whatever, but he was missing a lot of bunnies, and he was frustrated with himself. And he just turned up. He absolutely turned up. And then you come out of the half, and he throws the hammer down on Zubac right in his grill. I mean, that was nasty.
Missy Elliott style.
Which got the Kings bench a technical foul. I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. And then I saw
that damn Mason Jones.
I saw what they did. It was nothing. It was absolutely nothing. You turn around and give him a technical foul? I don't understand why people are so.
I didn't even see what he got it for.
I saw there's an angle. I tweeted it out. There's an angle. Please unblock me just for the show. I tweeted it out, and they showed the bench's reaction, and it was a regular bench reaction to a poster. There was nothing. Nobody ran out into the free throw line or anything like that. It was a regular bench reaction. They gave him a technical foul for that. I mean, that was embarrassing, to say the least. So I just saw a guy that turned it on after a slow start. Like I said, he was missing bunnies. It wasn't like he was incapable of doing anything. He's just missing bunnies right around the rim. Zubac is a big guy.
Well, to be fair, you just tweeted this an hour ago.
What?
The video.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no. I thought I was tapped into you last night. I didn't realize you just.
No,
tweeted
I'm just
this.
saying you blocked me after the game.
Yeah.
You forgot to unblock me.
Yeah, you're
before
right.
The show.
You're right.
So
you're
yeah,
right.
I was just But I mean,
when did he get the technical foul? Maybe because he came on the court.
I mean, come on.
Oh, did you see?
There's a foot in between the court and the chairs.
I love that woman on the bench, though.
Oh yeah, that's the girl. The courtside.
She's
girl.
courtside.
Yeah,
I love that woman.
Moves. Yeah, she making.
We got to go say hi to that woman.
I gotta say hi to her,
game.
man. She can come on the show.
Whoever that courtside woman is, who hit them on their head. If y'all know her, get her link with D-Lo and Casey. We want her on the show.
Absolutely. We just want to say what's up, man.
I'm crying.
Yeah, she hit him with the head top.
It has to be that he went on the floor. Because JaVale's grabbing everybody. So I don't know why he holding Davion like that.
Even now, oh, that was hilarious.
Why is he holding Davion like he's a child? I gotta put this on.
Yeah, I'm about to say, will we get in trouble if we put that one on?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, that is some funny stuff.
I don't know why we getting. Oh, this is.
Come on, man. This is something that happens all the time. All the time. So, I mean, that was ridiculous. It really was.
That's comedy.
But Sabonis, and this dude is the truth. He is the truth. And he needs to get respected as such from here on out. He won't, but he should.
He won't. You're 100% right. He won't. And that's a damn shame. And at this point, what is it going to take? What do y'all want from him at this point?
It's going to take the playoffs, and even then, it's not even going to be enough. Because I'll tell you this: say he plays well in the playoffs, they win in the first round, but they lose in the second round. Oh, well, that tandem isn't good enough to get you to be a championship contender.
Go ahead, let that go, Jesse. You can unmute that too. Let that or mute that. I mean, and let that ride. I just can't take my eyes off JaVale. Watch what.
There go our girl right there.
Yeah, put it on your head. That's
it on your
incredible.
head.
That's amazing.
She's the GOAT, man. She the GOAT.
Malik is furious. Why were Malik's knees? I thought because of course Bob Myers said the technical foul was on Malik. I was like, is he not coming back? You normally don't see dudes ice like that and then come back in the game.
Yeah, I guess the training staff say, hey man, you gotta, preserve it for this stretch run. You know what I mean?
I guess so.
Ice on the knees or whatever. But
JaVale holding
also could have been
Davion like Kevin Hart. Heating?
Could have been heat on the knees.
Those look like ice pads, but you're right. I guess it could have.
It could have been nice. I don't know.
Let's get Kamara. This is so funny. I just can't take my eyes off JaVale holding Kevin Hart or holding Davion Mitchell like he's a child.
Holding him like he's Kevin Hart.
He's Kevin Hart, exactly. Exactly. JaVale, what you doing?
And then I still my girl back there. On your head.
Somebody get that woman here to D-Lo and KC.
I feel like Sarah knows her. Sarah might know who she is.
We got to hit up Sarah. Let's get to Kamara, 916-909-1320. Kamara, what's up, baby?
What's going on, fellas? Yeah, man, when I was texting y'all last night, I already knew from the first minute that game, I was like, oh, yeah, Bob Myers is about to piss me off. This game, bro, it was so bad. But, it goes back to the whole thing of this national media doesn't know how to talk about Sacramento. Outside of the framework of, that series or the Lakers, or Tim Legler, to your point, Casey, couldn't talk about the Kings without bringing in the Suns. So it's the lack of respect for the entire team. And until they do something that garners, and it's going to have to be in the postseason, that makes the people actually give them their due respect as far as who they are as players, who they are as a team, this is what we have. When you have guys like De'Aaron not getting the All-Star bid, you have guys like Sabonis not getting the All-Star look, just based off the fact of they don't have the aura or whatever I don't know if that's even a thing, but they don't have this particular national aura that's going to allow them to garner the respect. You literally have people on ESPN talking about, is Dallas a legitimate title threat because can Kyrie post up? That's what they debated for 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Debated for 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Right?
You know what's wild about what you just said, Kamara, is Kamara was talking about this team might not get respect till the postseason, which is so funny because normally that's reserved for a championship team. Like Jesse and I were talking, and I'm guilty of it too. We've mentioned it on the show before, but it's like I just need to be reminded. The Celtics are playing phenomenal. They are dialed in this year. No one cares. That is a championship or bust team. When did a team that ended a 16-year playoff drought, got to the first round, has a young, exciting team, when did they become we don't care about what they do till they get to the playoffs? Y'all are going to talk about Phoenix as if Phoenix got a shot at anything. Y'all going to keep talking about the Lakers. You're debating for 12 minutes whether the Golden State Warriors are going to make the play-in tournament. But all of a sudden, the Kings, we can't talk about the Kings till they get to the postseason. After 1 year, we can't talk about the Kings till they get to the postseason.
Come on, man.
We're there with Sacramento. You're there with the Kansas City Chiefs,
right,
with the San Francisco 49ers, with the Boston Celtics, with the Philadelphia 76ers, with the Sacramento Kings.
The Kings made the playoffs 1 year. I mean, how much of the talk surrounding them has been like, okay, yeah, maybe you make a move here. I'm not talking about here in Sacramento, but out there. How they make a move here, whatever, and you'll be able to build them. It's just you're not going to be able to win with Sabonis. They jumped the whole
crazy.
All
it's
the steps.
wild, man. It's wild.
It's crazy.
And I don't like to go there because I like the league and I like the stories of the league, and it's part of a season, right? Like you talk about things throughout the season, but And you can put the Kings in this category if you want to. I mean, that's fine. That's perfectly fair, but be all the way fair. The Suns, the Lakers, the Warriors, and the Mavericks have zero shot of winning an NBA championship this
Talk about
year.
it. Yeah, talk about it.
They have no shot.
Mm-hmm.
I would go so far to say.
But you know what they have? Luka, Steph, LeBron. That's the difference.
Like I said,
that's the difference.
That's fine.
Those are their guys.
That's fine. But I would like to talk to one of these guys and just say, like, just be real with yourself, TC style.
Oh, man.
All right.
We all live like TC, boy.
That's it. Those teams that I just named, they can't even get to the finals. None of them. So what are we talking about? Why do we spend so much time on these teams? Why do they garner the respect that they garner? Like I would love. I'll take the field. I'll give all these analysts, the Leglers, the Bob Myers, all these. I'll give you guys those 4 teams, and I'll take the field.
Mm-hmm.
Guarantee you,
Mm-hmm.
I'm coming out of that one the winner.
Mm-hmm.
Promise you that. It's ridiculous, but like you said, when it comes to the Kings, we gotta wait to the playoffs. We gotta we can't take them seriously or whatever. Phoenix isn't winning anything.
Absolutely not.
They're talking about Royce O'Neal and Nurkic. They're not winning anything. They'd be lucky to win a round.
Phoenix, LA, and I guess to a certain degree, Golden State falls back to the I'm afraid to be wrong thing. Because who were they talking about before the season? Phoenix, LA, and to a certain degree, Golden State. Well, we're going to hold on to that till we can't no more. And then when we're wrong, we could talk about how bad so-and-so is. Because it's not us. We weren't wrong with our thoughts on the Phoenix Suns. We weren't wrong with our thoughts on the Los Angeles Lakers. Hey, here's something that you never hear in sports media. And I think we said it 4 freaking months ago. I was wrong about the Lakers. I thought the Lakers would be a lot better than they are. They're not. Healthiest AD's been in ever. They're not.
It doesn't even.
They're
matter.
not good enough. Like
AD,
they're just
AD's
not good
playing
enough.
good. He's healthy, like you said, and it doesn't matter.
Maybe when you're in front of a couple million people on the worldwide, maybe you can acknowledge that. I feel like you'd get a lot more points if you just go, y'all, we read this wrong.
Yeah,
this team's not good.
Simple as that.
Like LeBron's great, AD is great. This team collectively, it don't work.
I don't see nobody on any of these shows spending 10 to 12 minutes talking about the Hawks or the Bulls. They're in 9th and 10th in the East. They equally have no shot of coming out of that conference or winning an NBA championship. And like I said, if you want to,
I ain't even talking about Miami, who's 7th and 31 and 25. And I ain't talking about Orlando, who's 32 and 26.
If they want to feel that way about the Kings, that's cool.
Both better records in Golden State now.
That's cool. If that's how you feel, that's cool. I don't dispute that. But be consistent. I don't need any more think pieces on the Suns. I don't need any more think segments on the Lakers. Like Joe Budden said, they're a 2-pack of ass. Like they're not winning.
2-pack of ass. Where'd Joe get that?
I don't know.
Is it the drugstore? Like where? The funny thing to me though about like the Phoenix Suns stuff, the Dallas Mavericks stuff, they got the same. Oh, this is the best part. I don't even know how we didn't start the show with this. The way the broadcast started. Bob Myers essentially said as the broadcast is getting underway, well, the Kings, they just got to stay in the 7th spot. You don't want to fall too much below that. Like you don't want to get into a one and done situation at home. As if a team that now is in the 5th spot, again, numbers just beat the crap out of Bob Myers last night. As if Sacramento couldn't possibly finish top 6 again. Well, it's best, it's best case for Sacramento. They got to stay in that 7th spot. What?
These guys.
What?
This guy, he sounded like he had never been in the league before. Like he sounded like he was a baseball guy that they just pulled out of the stands. Say, hey, we need you to broadcast this NBA game.
That was like Farhan would be if he was broadcasting a game last night.
Farhan would say, well, the numbers say that
yeah.
if the Kings were to stay in 7th, then the extra producer of the possibility, would mean that 7 would give them a good shot to possibly also be in 8th. But the chronometers don't put that in there. So I'd much rather them actually be 11th because that possibility of the chronometers would be in their favor to make the playoffs. Let's be bad.
I chronometers.
How do you guys think?
Yeah,
Doc
I
Rivers would
couldn't.
have called the game if he
I
was still with
couldn't.
ESPN?
No, why? Like why? I was just
look,
googling.
you got Kawhi Leonard. We know Paul George is playing today, but we know that James Harden is who he is. If anybody knows, I know. If anybody knows, I know. Right? The Kings. I mean, De'Aaron Fox. He's a good ball player. Sabonis. He's very physical.
No, that's
underneath.
good.
But at the end of the day, I mean, you got James Harden.
Do you want to pull it? I hate when that makes me laugh. The sporadic laughter is what really gets it. Everybody knows I know. That's what gets it. It takes 2 seconds of watching Doc Rivers to know that he'll regularly laugh awkwardly in a conversation.
No. You got a guy like De'Aaron Fox, and quite frankly, to be honest, I told Steve Ballmer that's the guy we need to go get in the draft. I really did. I knew he would be who he was.
Yeah.
But they decided to go in another direction.
Yeah. We have to. We just blew 2 minutes on Doc Rivers impersonation, so we're gonna hold off a second. But we got to talk about the way this team played defensively yesterday, and more specifically,
the straw that stirs the drink.
Man, because he was stirring a different drink last night.
He changed the game.
He did. He did on both sides of the court, man.
And I got a question for the people, for the chatty house, for anybody that wants to call in. 510-339-11.
Why do you think the Warriors will make it out of the play?
I got a question for anybody that feels differently or wants to challenge me on it. I'll ask it when we get back.
It's dramatic. We'll talk about it. D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You know what happened today? It was a beautiful, beautiful weekend. Beautiful weekend. It was the weather was glorious.
Incredible. Yeah, incredible.
You know what that means, though, for about 2 weeks. I need to go see if they have some Claritin in that.
Oh, yeah, that was rough. That was rough. Clippers logo is just a color change, isn't it? Isn't that what the new logo is?
Well, no, that is a boat, I guess.
Oh, hell no. Sit up in here hot as hell. Fucking, why did the insiders got this thing a microwave? But Mark's calling up to 11:40. What's Dr. David, come on, man. Hey, easy. We'll get there. We gotta get to the second part of the show before we get to Elimination Chamber. I thought it was interesting. I liked it. I feel like it's setting up the tag, but I liked it. There we go. Go check out Will Z's new preview by the numbers Zcast. It's out there across your social media platforms. Y'all should be following Will Z. He can't join us today. We had a bit of a scheduling conflict. Will's working today, so we'll miss him today. But good thing there's a game Wednesday and I think another one Friday. So we'll get our Will Z time ahead here for sure.
We're gonna go to Will's job. Can Will come outside today?
I was bugging out. I kept thinking that today's game was at 4.
Oh,
forgot it was. I forgot they're home.
That'd be a hell of a back-to-back.
Yeah, I was like, man, we got a meeting today. Crap. Like, all right, maybe we get Complex in here. We'll see the end of the game. It was like, game starts at 7, dumbass.
Did you guys, while I was gone just now, did you discuss what a clipper is?
What a clipper?
Something to do with, obviously, the sea. and like a sailor, or a captain, or something like that. But clipper, maybe it's an explorer actually.
Clipper was a type of mid-19th century merchant sailing vessel designed for speed.
He should probably change the name. They don't need to be the Clippers.
Clippers were generally narrow for their length, small by later 19th century standards.
It's a ship, okay. I thought it was the captain of a ship was the Clipper.
I think that's the skipper.
Skipper.
Isn't it?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Or is that a baseball manager?
Oh, that is a baseball manager, but he's the leader. He's the
skipper. Yeah, a person who has command of a vessel. Also a team's manager. There's also the Houston Skippers. That Actively Black Houston collab was cold as ice.
That was tough.
Cold as ice. Hey, could y'all hit the like button, please? Ooh, man, y'all in here today. Please hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button as well. It's a good call right here. Probably didn't think that, but it probably has something to do with San Diego.
Yeah.
San Diego.
Those flowers in there. Or flowers, excuse me, the flags. It's part of their little side logo.
Okay. Let's
real quick before we get to those guys, just a little breaking news.
Okay.
Just a little breaking news. I mean, it's really whatever, but breaking news. Looks like Brandon Crawford.
Oh, saw that.
Is no longer San Francisco Giants. Is going to go to the St. Louis Cardinals. Lifelong San Francisco Giant. He won 2 of the 3 World Series that they won, and one of the great Giants of all time. And he's no longer a Giant. He's going to the Cardinals. I saw something over the weekend where the spring training started over the weekend, and there was reports that this Giants team is going to be awful. Just god awful.
Like Bob Myers awful?
Yeah, I was going to say worse, but I don't know if you get worse than that.
What does Doc Rivers have against Bob Myers? Jeez.
But somebody said specifically, this might be the worst Giants team in the last 45 seasons.
Oh my God.
You can't hit, you can't pitch. That's what the streets are saying right now.
What was the 1979 Giants team like? Jeez. All right.
It's awful.
Hey, shout out Brandon Crawford, man.
Big ups to Brandon Crawford, man.
At least the Giants' payroll is sharp.
Well, at least don't have to worry about that. Everything's good on the money's good. The money's good. So that's all that matters.
You gave us a hell of a tease. I can't wait to hear about. Let's get to Jamil first, though. 916-909-1320. Jamil, what it do, baby?
My guys, how you guys doing? Big win last night, man. Hey, 2 things real quick. 45 seconds, just let me cook real quick. Hey, Domantas Sabonis, man. Real quick, you guys. Show me a comparison. I want these fans to listen, that are listening, to relate something to it. Now, Domantas Sabonis getting a triple-double, what is a comparison to compared to the other sports? Do you think it's the same as getting 3 hits in baseball? Two goals in soccer. What was my other comparison? Football scoring 2 touchdowns a game. Is it more or less getting a triple-double in basketball so these fans can compare? Second thing, baseball season's in, guys. Shout out to Intercoms Varsity for throwing a combined perfect game to start the season.
There we go. Hey, there we go. Yeah, a little air horns fly for that. That's good stuff right there. Shout out Indicom.
They're having a big season, man. Football team was really good. The men's, I think the women's basketball team.
The little
was good
sports
too.
program they got going on.
Yeah, now baseball look like they got some arms over there too. So they're doing their thing.
I don't know how to answer his question though.
I would say all of the above. You know, it does feel like a triple double is getting 3 hits in a
But
game.
everything but that's all. Yeah.
Like
That's all offensive stuff, though. Like I get it. Assist is offense, rebounds, whatever.
Defense, yeah.
But that's okay. That's fine.
I would say.
What
say
was the other one?
above.
Two
touchdowns,
two goals in soccer,
2 touchdowns, 3 hits.
What about a hat trick?
A hat trick.
Yeah, that's a good one for that.
Yeah. That's a good one. That is a good one. A hat trick. So if somebody got a hat trick damn near every game, just think of what people would say. Like, not saying.
Well, as long as it was a player they liked.
Not saying that Sabonis is Messi, but just think if Messi gets a hat trick every game in MLS, they're gonna go crazy.
Do they have hat tricks in soccer?
Yeah, 3
goals. Oh, because I was thinking hockey.
No, it's just 3 goals. I think it's just the universal hat trick thing.
Oh, it's just okay.
That was pretty cool. Not to go Ramsey on us, but the Patrick Kane coming back to Chicago, and then him having the game-winning goal. That I only saw it because it's Scott Van Pelt, but that's the
only reason I saw it too.
I do know who Patrick Kane is.
Yeah,
I know what he means to Chicago.
Yeah,
so I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty dope.
Let's get our brother TC in here. TC, what's going on, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my 2 brothers?
TC, what up, big dog?
Just vibing, tapping in with the homies. Glad that the boys is back on track. They was back on track before we went on the break. You know what I'm saying? On those last couple games, man, and they clicking, and I believe so that they said I love Keegan, but I think Mike and the team got back. That's why it wasn't. It started to make sense to me that no trades were made because everybody. So I think HB and Kevin was taking a seat back for like this is what Hamby talking about as far as with Keegan's development. To where now it's like, okay, Keegan, you're going to be that 2-way player. You're just going to play defense. You got to get it how you get it, bro. We can't keep not doing things because of you. So HB, Kevin, you guys go back to yourself, and Keegan just going to have to get it, bro, and we're winning this way. And we was looking for that 2-way wing. We got him in Keegan Murray, y'all. I'm happy, bro.
Okay. Yeah, no doubt.
And before we get to the straw that stirs the drink, got to salute Harrison Barnes.
Yes.
Big time game.
Yeah,
22 points, 4 3-pointers, 4 of 7 from beyond the arc, 8 of 12 from the field. Big game.
I feel like we've kind of done this wrong because you bring up TC brings up Keegan Murray. I thought Keegan Murray was really good defensively. You bring up Harrison Barnes. I thought Harrison Barnes was really good defensively. But it all started with De'Aaron Fox.
It all started with him. It all started with De'Aaron Fox. Even before that moment where he got the technical foul and then, played the way he did after that, there was a moment, I think specifically he was hounding James Harden first half, just tough for him to go anywhere. They try to set a screen to relieve some pressure. He gets an offensive foul, an illegal screen call on Zubac because of his aggression, the way he was playing defense, and him fighting through the pick and being physical on the defensive end. So he was doing it all game long. He had some deflections and he was just active. But man, what he did after that technical foul, which I agree with him for getting angry with that one.
Mm-hmm.
The defender has a right to try to get to a spot as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's almost an imaginary line there.
Mm-hmm.
And where the defender can have his line or his side of the line, then the offensive player can have his side of the line. And if the offensive player runs into the defender's side of that line, that shouldn't be a foul on the defender.
Well, yeah, you're 100% right, but I think it was more than that. I think it was James Harden's acting.
Oh yeah, he
suckered the refs into the call, and I think that's what pissed him off. Especially, he didn't get a call. Might not have been the possession before, but there was one in that same vicinity because when he got the technical, he wasn't done. He got the technical. He took a second. He let the guys feel like they're calming him down or whatever. But then he went back and talked to the officials and was talking about what happened to him on the other end of the floor.
Yeah, absolutely. And James had done that. He does it all the time, but he had definitely done that. Probably they were going the same direction. So it was in the second half. He had done the same exact thing where they're going and he just dips his shoulder into Fox, goes flying the opposite way, and the foul gets called on Fox. And he had enough.
Mm-hmm.
He had enough. And he was 100% correct and justified in that moment. Now, here's what I say that I want people to challenge me on if I'm wrong. I'll leave SGA out of this because I think he can. Aside from SGA, there's not another guard in the league, another point guard in the league that do what De'Aaron Fox did in that moment. He was unguardable.
Talking about the game?
And from the technical foul point on.
Got you.
Where he was unguardable. You couldn't stay in front of him. Not that I'm just like crapping all over the three-point shot. I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
But this wasn't like, oh, I'm going to start hitting threes. I'm going to pull up now. Dame Lillard, Steph Curry, I'm going to pull up. They were switching. They were bringing their best defense. You couldn't stay in front of him.
Yeah.
You couldn't guard him.
Mm-hmm.
He was too good on
both.
offense.
Can't do both.
He can't do both. And he got to the bucket when he wanted to. Did that on the offensive end because he was just fed up with everything that was going on. And then on defense, the accepting the challenge, being a pest on the defensive end, guarding the ball at a all NBA defense type level.
Talk about it.
I'll give SGA this.
Mm-hmm.
He can do that.
Yep.
Outside of him, there's not another guard in the league
who
can
do both.
What De'Aaron Fox can do.
No, not they can do both. First one that came to my mind was that kid in Golden State, but he's not the offensive player De'Aaron is. I think he could be great on defense.
Who's that?
Pods.
Oh,
I think he'd be great on defense, but he don't have he doesn't have that scoring ability.
Pods ain't even
and that's
my Lexion.
That's the thing when you go across the league, with the exception of SGA. You got guys who could do it offensively, but they can't do it defensively. Then you got guys who could do it defensively, but can't do it offensively. And now, like, the conversation needs to be very, very, very loud about De'Aaron Fox being an all-defensive NBA player.
He should be. If you want to, and I think it's positionless too. So SGA and Fox should both be on the first team. But if you want to say, they got to do a point guard on each team, he should clearly. There's not another point guard that defends like him. There just isn't. And no disrespect to this man, but you got guys like Alex Caruso on there last year. There's no doubt in my mind that De'Aaron Fox should be all defense this upcoming season.
Yep.
That was another moment. I think this was the same. No, it was a different time in the game. Maybe a couple minutes later. Bob Myers talking again. Because De'Aaron, something happened with De'Aaron. I think he got the ball. He got kind of pushed out of bounds. They didn't call it. They called him out of bounds.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he committed a foul.
Mm-hmm.
Bob Myers, this is the thing. I mean, just have these lapses. And this is what separates, the top of the top from what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about, bro?
De'Aaron Fox has been out of control these last 2-3 possessions.
What's this guy talking about, man? Yeah.
I think what I'm watching has it has the ESPN broadcast on Synergy. I might go back and listen to this again just to laugh. Because I just got the De'Aaron Fox reel up. I do hate the separation on this because I can't pull up the defensive highlights to run with the offensive highlights. I can only watch one at a time. But this dude, come on, man.
Yeah. Nah. And look, and I don't know if Dan in the chat is saying that he's on the same level as far. I'm just putting it out here. He said, don't forget Drew.
Yeah.
Drew's a great defender.
Absolutely.
Drew is not the two-way player that De'Aaron Fox is.
Well, again, in the wording, I think Drew's very, very good. Drew's an all defensive guy for sure. Mm-hmm. The wording of your question / point is important. De'Aaron took over the game offensively and defensively last night. At that position, how many other guys in the league can do that? And we believe the answer is one.
That's it.
I think that
That's it.
I'm with you. There's no point in even.
There's no, SGA and Fox are on a different tier when it comes to being two-way players. They just are at that position.
The truth be told, you eliminate the position. There's probably only a handful of guys that could do it. Period in the league.
Yeah, straight up.
I mean, you saw one of them in the game last night. The other one was on the bench. I feel like you could probably still add LeBron to that list. It's not a long list though.
No. And De'Aaron is always like really, really chill, right? Like really chill. And it always stands out to me when he has the moments where he gets excited, right? Because that's something that I'll say me, something that I love, right? Like guys on my team getting hyped, talking that talk, just having a certain aura to him, and we don't get that a lot from De'Aaron. We don't get a dunk and a scream and everybody get on your feet and all this other stuff. Man, when he forced that jump ball and he was turned up, you should have saw me upstairs watching that game, man. I had Ryan in my head. I was like, that's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Like, I got hyped. The bench was hyped. Everybody hyped when De'Aaron does that. It's not in his nature to do that all the time, so he's not going to do that all the time. But when he does, man, it turns everybody up. Everybody watching, everybody involved in the game, his teammates, it turns everybody up when he gets that excited and that hyped up in a situation. That was great.
Straw that stirs the drink.
He is the straw that stirs the drink. That was great to see last night. Now I think these guys, they do a great job of like complimenting each other and things of that nature. But I think Sabonis was talking about it. He was like, man, it was Fox last night. Fox on both ends of the floor. He's the reason why we won. He was phenomenal. We just kind of followed him a little bit. So he was special last night. That's one thing Bob Myers did get correct. He said at the end of the night, he was the best player on the floor. De'Aaron Fox was the best player on the floor that night.
Hey, salute to Bob.
At least he got one right.
He was one of 107. Well done. Let's get Zay in here. 916-909-1320. Zay, what's up, baby?
Hey, what's up, guys? Tough loss last night. The Nuggets are good. Oh, sorry, wrong station.
No. I mean, this is what we do here. This is what we do. We got to break this thing down.
Well, you are in number one spot, so that's right.
Well,
that's right. Nah, but no jokes. Man, that intensity Fox had when he got that jump ball from Harden, we get that intensity from him the rest of this stretch, man, it's going to be tough for any team to stop him. He's unstoppable when he turns that switch on, man.
Hey, man, he's 100% correct. And that's a great point because it goes into something else that we kind of talked about and I wanted to elaborate on. It feels like De'Aaron Fox, for lack of a better term, understands the assignment. We talked about, I think on Friday, about how, it was Friday because it was after the Spurs game, about how fourth quarter Fox felt like he was back or he understood like, all right, let me do what I need to do here because we can't lose this game. This is too important. He did that against Denver before the All-Star break. And it feels like he understands. This is the time of year. This is the time of year when David Stern, RIP, the stars of stars come out to play. And I think Will Z mentioned it, maybe somebody. I'm sorry if I'm getting the wrong person, but De'Aaron Fox should be the player of the week coming up. I think he had another 33 last night, so he probably averaged 33 for the last week. Led the NBA because last night they showed that while in the middle of the game while he was shooting free throws, he was averaging like 32.7. That led the NBA in the last 3 games. He got another 33. Should be player of the week, and he's just starting to turn it up. He's starting to turn it up, and he's starting to understand the moment and the significance of what it's going to take for them to reach their goals this year. And I love to see it, man. I love to see it. Sometimes he can be nonchalant like he was for that 20 some odd games or whatever, and it's frustrating, but he showed in the last 10 games or so why he is the franchise.
We lose Leezy? Damn, Leezy. That's cold.
Well, Leezy his boys are in town, so maybe they called him up for a quick 10-day.
No, might have. They might need him. Leezy go out there and get buckets for you. He go out there and get buckets for you. De'Aaron was spectacular on both sides of the floor for sure. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320 Always live on the free Odyssey app. De'Aaron Fox spectacular on both ends of the floor. You mentioned this a minute ago, and I think it warrants a few more minutes. You talk about understanding the assignment. What did we get last night? 33 from De'Aaron, a stellar two-way performance.
Mm-hmm.
Another triple-double from Domantas Sabonis. Fantastic. HB, Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes all contributed last night. I don't know that Keegan would tell you that was a stellar game for him, but he contributed offensively, thought he was really good defensively. Yeah. HB was terrific, I thought, on both sides of the ball. And Huerter hit some timely buckets as well. Huerter,
I like the way Huerter's been playing.
So do I. Yeah. He got praise last night. He got praise at the podium from Mike Brown.
His arch nemesis. I'm just joking.
I could be wrong. I think we got a Kevin Huerter has been freaking fantastic. Something along those lines. Yeah, he got some praise, and he wasn't just talking about yesterday. He's been he talked about recently. But yeah, you're right. Kevin Huerter has played terrific lately, and he got some praise from a guy who I feel like we don't hear throw a lot of praise his way, and that's his head coach, Mike Brown. Another double-digit performance from Malik Monk. But we were talking on Friday about if we're getting a turned up De'Aaron, Domas, it's not even in question at this point what he's contributing to this basketball team and what he's going to contribute on a night-to-night basis. Everyone else has to be there. They have to be there to make this all work. And if you can't make it work on the offensive end, make it work on the defensive end. And thankfully for the Kings, those guys that we just mentioned were able to make it work on both sides of the ball. You talk about the way guys have been playing lately. Davion Mitchell, to me, continues to play really well.
Yes.
I continue to be thrilled with the minutes that Davion Mitchell has. He doesn't have big point totals. He doesn't always have particularly memorable moments, but I'm watching him every time he's out there knowing he's making an impact when he's playing.
Nah, for real. And one of the things I want to look at here when you talk about Davion, when you talk about them playing well on both sides of the floor, is the Kings, once again, I think Will Z had the stat, this is the first time in 30 games or something like that they've held an opponent under 30%, maybe it's 20 games or something like that, from beyond the arc. And that was a big emphasis over the break, was how they defended the three-point shot. And I think they did a really good job of it. But one of the things that I'd like to see is how the Clippers shot 27 threes. How many do they normally have? How many, and this is something that you can't quantify, how many would they have had attempts-wise against the Kings before the break, right? Because we mentioned it on Friday. It's not just the percentage. We talked about closing out, getting out to the three-point line and doing it. Sometimes that means the attempt isn't even happening, and that's the good defense that you're playing. So I saw another example last night of them doing a great job defending the three. The percentage was there. The percentage matched up with the attempts, unlike the Spurs game where the Spurs shot something, maybe 50%, or I don't know.
They shot 44%. It was 11 of 25 or something.
Right, which I think Will Z said was like 11 or 12 lower than the attempts. Was 11
the attempts,
or 12,
yeah.
11 or 12 lower than
they were 11
average.
of 25, yeah. And if I recall correctly, they averaged 33, I think. So
that, I mean, that's a metric that I tend to look at to say, hey, they're doing a better job, or they're doing a good job of this or that.
The number you were looking for, by the way, was 30. First time they've held a team under 30%. It was 29.6% from behind the arc last night since December 22nd when they faced the Suns. That was 30 games ago.
And the Clippers shoot 33 threes a game. So they held them below their average as far as attempts.
And then the clip per game.
And they defended it really well.
39, right? 39%.
Yeah. Yeah.
Second second highest in the league, despite what Bob Myers was telling us last
no.
night repeatedly. I believe they're second.
Don't pay attention to that. Just know that it's the best in the league, and I don't know how the team that defends the three ball, the worst in the league, is possibly going to be able to beat this team.
Baffling. I did see that tweet of yours.
I was astonished.
You were.
I couldn't believe it.
You couldn't even type. You were so astonished. Did you see Will's breakdown of the numbers? This is your favorite gimmick here. The Clippers shot 10 open threes. They were 1 of 10.
Oh, that's awful.
They shot 9 wide open threes. They were 4 of 9. And then in a tight contest, they were 3 of 8.
Yeah.
So those are the Will Z numbers broken down for Kenny Caraway.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that, man. And that's the way I'm looking at this team when we talk about defending the three. It's not always about the percent. Obviously, they usually go hand in hand, right? Like if you're defending well, the percentage will be lower or whatever the case may be. But if they're not even able to get a shot off a lot of times from beyond the arc, that's doing just as much to be better at defending the three, literally, than the percentages.
Shout out to our man Lewis, who turned that clip of JaVale and Davion into a GIF. And now it's just going to live on my timeline forever because that's just comedy to me. The look on JaVale's face and the look on Davion's face is extraordinary. That's out there in the social media world now. Twitter can be fun sometimes. But shout out to the starters for stepping up and doing what they need to do. 29 assists, since we're running down our favorite numbers. 29 assists for the Sacramento Kings. And, hey, shout out to Malik Monk. It didn't feel like the big takeover game that Malik often has, or one of those big, like, electric Malik Monk games, except when you look back at it, the Kings were up 5 with 6:30 left.
Well, where was the offense going to come from?
Well, who knows? I mean, God, it just was baffling that Malik Monk scored the next 5.
Bob Myers in there. How are they doing this?
Just baffled.
They only got the 6th man of the year, and the other guy's averaging 20-some points a game. I mean, it's crazy. They had that pick and roll on lock so perfectly. It was a situation where almost like, and I'll make this as quick as possible, like in Madden, you have a play that you like, right? Well, the AI-generated computer or whatever, they're going to figure out what you like to do, your primary, where you always go. So you got to have a counter. You got to know, okay, this is the primary receiver, but if they're jumping all over this the way they normally do, I got to go to this route. And then they'll do that for that. Then I got to go this route. Well, that pick and roll, it was like Malik Monk and Sabonis were like, all right, you want to go under? I'll hit the 3. Oh, we're going to run the pick and roll again. Oh, they're going to go over the top. Oh, okay, you're going to overplay me. I'm going to dump it off to Sabonis. Then like, oh, well, man, we know he likes to go to Sabonis. Oh, okay, now you're going to leave a lane for me to hit the floater. Like they had an answer for everything. And it was basically like, well, how do we stop this pick and roll? We can't. It's one of the more deadly plays that the Kings have this season. But where were they going to get the offense from?
Hopefully they can figure it out as they take on the Miami Heat tonight. We'll talk about that. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you can. You should. 916-909-1320. It's D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here. Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Have you ever watched The Voice?
I've seen The Voice.
I never watched it.
I
watched The Masked Singer. That was really good for one point. I mean, it's the same show now, so I'm sure it's still good. But Reese would really like The Masked Singer for like it was during the pandemic or something, and he was going through like all these seasons. That's some good stuff. I remember one time on the I think I've talked about this, but on The Masked Singer, they had somebody singing, and they're like, yeah, wow, that person sounds good. I don't know. Is that Gladys Knight or is that, I don't know, Anita Baker? I mean, it's so soulful. And like the Pussycat Dolls girl, Scherzinger. She was like trying to figure it out. And then Jenny McCarthy was trying to figure it out. And then they get to Robin Thicke, and he's like, this is the first time that person is on. They're like, that's Patti LaBelle. Like, you think so? Really? He's like, it's Patti LaBelle. So they stayed around for another week or two, and they're like, yeah, I don't. It sounds like Kelly Rowland. They got to guess every time after they sing. And Robin Thicke is sitting there like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. That's Patti LaBelle who's singing. And so eventually she got voted off or whatever the case may be. Takes off the mask. It's Patti LaBelle. He's like, I've listened to Patti LaBelle since I was 5 years old. There was no, that's Patti freaking LaBelle. Like, what are you? Yes, it was Patti LaBelle from the start. But little stuff like that. And then when you get acts like Patti LaBelle, and I think Shaka Khan was on there one time too. Robin Thicke, he knows who these people are just by their voice because he has listened to their music since he was a kid. So Jenny McCarthy would be like, I don't know. Is that Mary J. Blige? He's like, no, man, that's Shaka Khan. Shaka Khan.
Soulful. It's got to be a black woman, right?
Is that Ashanti, maybe? No, man, it's Anita Baker.
That's terrific. I've never watched that show either.
It's a good show.
I really don't watch TV.
I don't either. I definitely don't watch shows that much. I really just watch sports.
Some lady just called in a few minutes ago asking if we could help with her ESPN app on our TV. Man, we were a radio station, I told her.
Wait, what? She should have. Oh, I wish she was still there.
Oh, yeah, no, she called in and she's like, hey, is this ESPN? I was like, yeah, ESPN 1320. She's like, wait, like ESPN, like I download for my TV and stuff? I was like, no, we're a radio station. I haven't gotten a call like that in a while. When we first started out, people used to call like our number, like thinking it was like Greeny or something like that. It's like, bro, I can't put you through.
You put me through to Greeny's voicemail.
Well, that's not far off from people asking us if we can get in contact with Drake.
Oh man, leave that girl alone. She's like, I was wondering if you could help me with like contacts. Okay, like what are you thinking? Like Drake. Yeah, that was wild. That was.
You know what we do here.
That was wild.
Oh man, we had to be nice.
She had big dreams.
I'm not mad at it. I love it.
Yeah,
what's you starting to school? Starting to
school.
college or something, right? I hope it works out. She follows me on Instagram. I hope it works out.
I wouldn't remember if she hit the follow button right now, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I saw it.
Unless she hit me. Hey, I'm the girl who asked you if you could connect me with Drake.
That's what she said when she
oh, well, me. There you go. I gotta check. So today we'll do a 4 o'clock giveaway and a 5 o'clock giveaway. Tomorrow we have 3 giveaways. I don't know how we're going to do the third one yet.
Hey, it was a big announcement over the weekend.
No, thanks for covering for me because I had no idea how to come back from commercial. I was thinking about 102.5 and then the music started and I'm like, oh, man.
There was a big announcement over the weekend.
I don't know what to do here.
Big announcement, man.
You act like I don't know when you're being sarcastic.
I'm not. This is for real. It's a big announcement.
That is the exclamation point on being sarcastic. Going, I'm not.
What are you talking about? Man?
Okay, what is it?
I'm back. I'm out of retirement. Getting back on the hoop court. I'm looking for a team. Looking for a league. Spring might be because I gotta get back. Like, I don't want to hurt myself for being out of shape. So I'm not saying, hey, I got to get in the league tomorrow. But probably the summer. But I'm back.
So the fax went out. I'm back.
Fax went out. I'm back. I got to go to the
what
set of Warner Brothers, and they got to make a matter of fact here at Odyssey. Thinking of back, I'm gonna have them make a court. So
Are we gonna last dance this? Are we gonna turn this into content?
I nearly pulled a hamstring doing that. That's not funny. Oh man, trying to get my jokes off and nearly hurt myself.
I'm gonna have them build a court in the parking lot here at Odyssey.
Yeah.
So in between shows, I can, ask Reggie Miller to come out here and come play.
There's no in between shows. We go from one to the other.
But yeah, I'm back. I'm
Okay.
back. I'm gonna try and play this game as long as I can, man.
Okay.
Now, what'd you say? Just content? I mean,
Yeah, we last dance in this thing or what?
Sure, absolutely.
Is this the last dance?
We got to get somebody to follow me. Well, I can record myself, like talking. Well, it's gonna be. Hopefully, it's more than a year.
We'll just throw a GoPro on KC, just film the games and all that. We're good.
I got one over the weekend too, or I have one.
You got a GoPro?
Yeah, like a GoPro-ish thing because I need it for Reese's baseball games. Because I won't be at a lot of them. So, yeah, I don't know. We could work some things out. I don't know. Leezy might come out. I don't know what league I'm playing in yet. So we'll see.
Okay.
It's really down to two. It's either Wackford or it's West Sac. Yeah, the streets, those people that wanted to hoop with your boy. I said, come on through. Come on through. Play-by-play voice wanted to hoop. I said, come on through, big dog.
Which one?
The one that was on the call last night.
Okay. All right.
That's my man. It's Kyle Draper. We ain't gonna play that game. It's my man Kyle Draper. Wanted to hoop.
You can say Drapes. Drapes our guy.
Yeah. So got him.
We could have Drapes on the show and no one would know it's a conflict.
We're not gonna talk Warriors with him.
Well, we could do that. Shout out Drapes. I know
Shout out Drapes,
listen.
man. That's my
Love you,
guy,
boy.
man.
Yep.
But yeah, man, Leo said he might play. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh,
we out here, baby. I'm back.
Okay.
I gotta get in shape though, man. I gotta get back in shape.
All right. Do some do the Tom Brady stuff, the pliability, the stretching, the yoga, the Pilates.
Definitely the stretching.
Okay.
Yoga maybe. Plyos, nah. Like, here's the thing.
Pilates.
Oh, the Pilates.
Yeah.
Maybe so. Here's the thing. I'm not gonna go out there thinking that I'm 29.
Yeah, I was gonna ask how many minutes per game are we think we're gonna average here? Like what's the plan?
Play the whole game. What I do during those minutes is the whole nother thing. I'm not gonna be in stance the whole time.
Buddy Hill, throw him in the corner.
Pretty much it.
Maybe I should come out of retirement from something.
Yeah, pull up, man. Come on, get out of here.
No, I was never a player to. I have to come out of retirement of
Come out of
else.
retirement for what was the wrestling pod name?
Oh, don't do that. No, don't do that. No, don't do that. No, bro, I don't know.
What was the name again?
Relive.
Yeah,
no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, you don't have time for Relive. Relive was very intricate. It was very good though. Isn't there one that you said I might? Was it Kofi Mania?
Yeah, I never finished the Kofi. Like the Kofi one is laid out, put like the Kofi one, like a lot of the work for the Kofi one is done.
You could do 10 minutes
a day. I could finish the Kofi one. Yeah, I could finish the Kofi one. The hardest thing was writing the script for it. Like I think I wrote a really good script for the Kofi Mania one. It just never came out. Because we started this show. How about that? Just when that whole thing was taken off. Isn't that wild how life works?
Crazy.
That little Patreon thing I had was like really cooking. And Danny in San Francisco called. I got an idea. Let's talk to Maddie here.
It happened when it happened because it was time for me to leave my other job.
Well, you didn't leave it right away. Well, you did. They didn't know you left it, but you did.
It's time to get the hell out of there. Them people, I didn't like the people over there.
I was laying concrete before this job. We were working.
Man, grinding. Look at us
now. We just grinding differently.
Look at us now. Home of the Warriors.
Nice. Yeah, nice home. Yeah. Happy birthday, Pots.
Dub Nation, stand up. Monte Hill with the weekly segment here coming up soon.
Locked on Warriors. The Warriors beat.
Tim Kawakami coming up at 2.
Well, the TK show coming up.
Which street do they got there? They got a Warrior Street vibes maybe or something?
I guess we have to.
South
Thrive
Market
City
vibes.
Thrive City vibes.
Market Street vibes here on
and
1320.
I guess we got to hate Trista now. Is that how it works?
I guess.
Oh, man, that's
we was getting texts from inside the building last night. Shoot. I was telling Jesse about it.
Ooh.
We was getting texts from 1140s or just baffled by what was going on their Twitter
Battle
account.
Royal.
Like no one could just log into the account and delete it. They just let it live for like 12 hours.
Yeah, and honestly, let's unschedule the second one too.
The best part is they went to social media to blame each other instead of just deleting the tweets.
Hey, man, they should have stood on business.
Yeah, no,
Man
it's
up.
too
Leave
late.
it up there.
It's too late. Just let it live.
Leave it up there.
Just
Damage
let it
already
live.
done. Man up.
I took screenshots of it just in case.
No, they gotta wear that one, man. They gotta wear.
In fact, I need to send these off. Everybody, hold on. Matina at kings.com.
Hey, we snitching.
Hey, no, excuse me, just 1 second. Hey, this your home for the Kings? Question mark. Holla. Screenshot there.
Hey, we snitching like I was snitching after watching that.
Bro,
Pelicans
you really
game.
were.
Boy, I saw everybody.
You
saw
really
everybody come
was.
off the bench.
You was like Leo in that scene. Hey, I saw him get up.
I saw Bam over there. I saw Tyler Hero over there. That was a crazy scene.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that. We have a line full of Warriors fans that want to talk. 916-909-1320. Let's start with our man, Maddie. Maddie, what's up, baby?
What's up, D-Lo? Man, dog, you lost a hug, bro.
We just having fun, man.
Man, I'll always say this, man. ESPN 1320 got to be the home of the Kings one day. Let's do it to make that happen.
Hey, whether it is officially or not, we we got you regardless.
Oh yeah, y'all the voice of Sacramento always, bro.
Thank you.
Big
yeah. Hey, so as a fan, watching this game last night, I like to have an idea of like where my team sits right amongst the league, just to sort of manage my expectations. And I still have no idea, man. We've been really good teams. We've lost some bad teams, but I think when they turn it on, they can play and beat anyone. And I think Keegan is the X factor. Like when he's creating his own shot, when he's knocking down threes, playing good defense, I think the Kings can and will and would beat any team in the league, especially in a 7-game series in the Western Conference. So I'm gonna pose this question: what do you think the Kings' chances are of coming out of the Western Conference?
Man, I'm not ready for that. Maddie.
Yeah, I'm not there yet.
I love the way that they're playing. I think beating the Clippers 7 times, or excuse me, beating the Clippers 4 times in 7 games is a tall task. There's teams that I personally would feel better about them playing. Denver being one of them. OKC being one of them. I think OKC in the playoffs going to be different than OKC in the regular season. That doesn't mean I don't think the Kings can beat them. I hate the Clippers matchup. I haven't made a determination on the Minnesota matchup other than they're really tough defensively and they're really long. But I want to see the Kings out there with them again. Am I leaving one out?
No, that's about it. I mean, you got your Phoenixes. New Orleans, obviously.
See, Phoenix.
You don't want to play them.
Well.
You definitely don't want to.
I mean, at some point we have to beat New Orleans. Like at some point, right? Like you can't lose to them forever.
You could beat them one time and it still won't help you in the series.
Well,
but yeah, after those teams that you named, yeah, there's nobody out there that I'm that worried about with the Kings. But here's the deal: you got those top 4 teams, right? That are a problem. And even with what happened with the Clippers last night, a full Clippers team, I'm still don't think the Kings match up well with them. I think that's a problem.
Yeah.
But what I will say about that, and not saying that they're a contender for that right now, but one thing that we hadn't seen all year until the last couple of weeks was this team playing well together at the same time. And I'm a firm believer when you have Harrison, not even talking 22 points, but if you got Harrison doing what he does his whole career, 15 points, 13 to 15 points. Keegan with another 13 or so. Herter with 15 points. Monk coming off the bench doing what he does. This team is unbelievably explosive. Still, probably, I want to think before I say this. Yeah. I think when they're clicking, the guys are just doing what they normally do for a career, not playing above their heads. They're still the most explosive team in the Western Conference. We just haven't seen it because they haven't been able to get everybody to play well together this year at the same time. If Harrison gets going, then Fox is on a slump. If Fox and Herter are playing well, if Barnes and Herter are getting back to what they do, then Keegan is taking a step back. And when we've seen them play well together and play on the same level, they're unbelievably explosive. Like that, what they get last night, 127 or something like that.
What did
the Kings, what they scored?
123.
123. They didn't even shoot well at the beginning of the first in the first quarter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They didn't shoot the ball well at all, and they still managed to get to 123. So I think they have potential. And Legler was talking about running it back and all this other stuff. Hey, what they have is potential to be the most explosive team in the Western Conference.
I agree. They have that potential. Let's get to. It felt like well, we'll talk about it. Let's get Rob first. 916-909-1320. What's up, Rob?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, man?
What's up, big dog?
Doing great. Loving the sun, loving the win last night. Looking forward to tonight's game. Hoping we can kick butt on the second night of a back-to-back. Keep those back-to-back streaks going here.
Yes, sir.
So I definitely agree with Maddie, what he was saying. It's funny he said that because I have a similar thought going. It's coming from a little bit of a different place. It's watching Kevin start to put stuff together and have consecutive nights of good shooting nights. And then it's seeing how well he plays off Sabonis. When he's shooting the ball well, it just opens the floor up for everyone. It does the same with Keegan shooting the ball well. But when those guys are both making shots, it's just like Fox can get to the basket all night, and you can just see the spacing start to work. And Kenny, you just said it. I agree 100% well with you right there. Like when the team plays well together, I think we're a top 3, top 4 team in the league when we're playing well together and the offense is clicking. I don't know many teams that can shut our offense down or slow us down too much when we're making shots like that. I'll let you guys take it. Have a great day. Thanks for taking the call.
No, I appreciate you, brother. He put a lot of emphasis there on the way Herter's playing, which I completely understand. It feels like Harrison has like a solid length now of time where it's like, hey, man, he's playing pretty well. He had like dips in the game, but not like dips in stretches of games. Like he had at the beginning of the season where it's like, yo, where the hell is Harrison Barnes?
Right.
Herter's the one who feels like he could be off and on. So when he's on, even when it's not, I think people get more listening to Maddie and Rob there. It feels like we get a little bit more excited about Herter when it's not the 25 points or the 20 plus points, because none of us feel like that's sustainable for a long term. But when you look at what he did last night, it's like, yo, Kevin could do that every game. Then you have the games where he becomes Kayvon, where he becomes Red Velvet, where he slips into that role as a scary scorer. Those are bonuses. But when you have what you had last night, hey, Herter could do that. That's the difference maker. I get why people are getting excited about that.
Yeah, man.
Because it feels sustainable. Like that feels real.
It feels real. It feels attainable. And it seems something that you can recreate a lot of the nights. I don't know about every night, but a lot of the nights. And when you have Herter,
he did last night, you think he is a lot of the nights?
Yeah, I think he can be.
Yeah, no, I do too. And I think when it's not, it's I think what entices people is like it's not a plus minus like 12. He had 15 last night. It could be like a plus or minus 3.
Right.
Like
exactly.
like that you have very, very regularly.
Exactly. And like I said, I'm doing a lot of gymnastics with the stats
Don't
and all
hurt
this other
yourself.
stuff.
Yeah.
But Harrison doesn't have to have 22. He can get back to 15, but I think Keegan can have more than 11. I think Keegan can have 16, 17 points. So they kind of, swap out a little bit and change up their point total a little bit. It all could get you back to that 123 that they had last night. And Sabonis easily can get you another 4 or 5 points in a game.
Last
Malik
night
can get you another 3 or 4.
Yeah. Trey Lyles too.
Trey Lyles, yes.
Last night was one of those really rare nights for Domas where he had the shot attempts. He just wasn't at that 60% efficiency clip that he's normally at, which is why he finished with 17 instead of finishing. And I think you said this earlier with 22, 23, 24.
Yeah. So
normally he finishes with 17 points. He probably didn't take more than 11 or 12 shots.
Right.
But the start of that game was so rough. He got to that 60% clip over his next stretch of shots, the next 9 shots, I think we said.
Yeah. No, I just think this team, it really feels like they understand the moment right now. They are locked in to trying to turn this season around and stay on the good foot. And that's why I'm nervous, just like everybody else, about tonight to a certain degree.
Yeah.
But it feels like the way this team has approached this part of the season, ever since the Detroit loss, I don't know, maybe we'll look back at that being a moment where they turned the corner or that ultimately woke them up. But look at the games after that. A dominating performance against Denver at home.
Yep.
They had, is there another
game? They lost to the Thunder.
The Thunder game. Thunder game wasn't that great, but
they fought.
The Phoenix game was a really good game.
Yep.
I thought they played really well. Big win against Denver.
Yep.
Before going into the break.
Yep.
San Antonio, even though it was a close game against the Spurs, I didn't think the Kings played bad or anything like that. It was just a game. And at the end of the day, they found a way to win that game. And now you got this Clipper game. And it just seems like ever since that Pistons game, they understood, all right, we don't have any more room for error. We've got to be locked in. And they're playing some really good basketball.
With you.
It's easy. Go ahead.
No, I'm with you in the people are nervous, understandably, about tonight's game. I wonder how much this game does, because and this is going to happen game after game after game after game after game after game. There's not going to be a lot of games the rest of the season just because of the dynamics of the conference where you go, all right, it's whatever. Let me see what happens. The Clippers were like, man, everybody lost today. You got an opportunity to do something like, hey, haven't beat the Clippers yet. Maybe you could get in there and get this one. Then you have Miami now. The game now has completely different. It's a completely different feel now. No Jimmy Butler, no Thomas Bryant, no Tyler Hero, no guy 11, 12, 13, or 14. So it's one of those games that Kings fans' stomach immediately turns at. It's the second night of a back-to-back, but how much would a win tonight put some like, oh, okay, wait a minute. Maybe this is different. They recognize the moment here.
Yeah.
They're doing what they did last year. They're coming out as the hottest team in the league after the All-Star break, just like they did last season.
I think you can get a lot of that with the win tonight. I think you can get a whole lot of that with a blowout win tonight. If you come out there and you handle business and don't really even make this a close game, then people will say like, oh, they're locked in. They understand. They were messing around earlier in the year, but they are locked in at this point. And I love to see that. I'd absolutely love to see them go out there and get a 20-point win tonight and just handle. But I know it's the second night of a back-to-back and traveled a little bit and all this other stuff. But I want to see you go out and beat down a team that's very, very shorthanded and handle business. They're going to be well coached. Those guys that don't normally play, they're going to be anxious to get out there and show what they can do. But at the end of the day, nobody should be able to stay in front of De'Aaron Fox, or nobody should be able to keep Sabonis off the boards or keep him from doing what he wants to do. Just stay solid. You don't have to do anything extra. Stay solid and do what you're supposed to do, and the game will take care of itself.
Let's talk to our man Steven here at 916-909-1320. What's up, Steven?
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Good, man. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, So last night's game, big win. It feels like it is exactly what you guys have already talked over a bunch of times. We've gone over ad nauseum almost. This team is going to go as far as De'Aaron Fox takes them. And when he comes out and has that type of intensity where you can just feel this dude as far as just like how much he wanted that game and how locked in he was, it changes the whole dynamic. It changes the whole intensity of the team. Sabonis brings that every game, but when Fox brings it, we look like a championship contender as opposed to where we're hovering around like, you know, the play-in and everything else. But all that, I had to ask you guys if you guys came across something that just had me dying over the weekend. And I do not, confess, I do not look for the Draymond Green podcast, but it popped up on my feed, and it said the headline was Draymond going in on Grant Williams. So if you guys did not catch this, you got to check it out because his opening line in the thing is the whole beef with Charlotte and the end of the game they scored. And Draymond's opening comments is talking about Miles Bridges. That's my guy. He can do no wrong in my eyes. I fell on the floor on that part. And then they follow it up with Grant Williams. Grant Williams, he's talking about he's a fake tough guy and that he's doing all this talking, and that guy who ran out of Dallas said, it's just the lack of self-awareness that this is the week. It's just been a whole cluster of Draymond for me over the last 10 days. He hit a half-court shot. The announcer says Draymond Green doing Draymond things. I just don't
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Hey, appreciate you, Steven. Thank you, bro. I didn't see the podcast clip, but from what Steven says, he said that in the post game too, because I saw the post game clip.
Yeah.
Because our man Slater posted it.
Yeah.
And I got caught up with it there.
I saw a couple of Draymond clips over the weekend.
Did you see the shot? That got sent to me by
What shot?
4 people. At least I think it was a shot. I'm not sure if he was shooting, passing. Let me.
The one where he pulls up in the corner.
Yeah, the one in the corner.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, he goes up, and then I think halfway he's like, "Oh, I should pass this maybe," and just turn over.
Here's your boy. Look, here he is, and not really. Not sure.
Oh, we got
Yeah.
get that on his permanent record.
Well,
I don't know. You guys allow him. That's the smartest, dumbest play he made.
I don't even like. No one was even like there. I don't know what he was doing.
That was awful. I saw him. We'll talk about it on the other side, but I saw him the other side. You know what it is? He was critical of Anthony Edwards in the All-Star game, and then he talked about the All-Star game. The Anthony Edwards thing, I understand. The other one was completely asinine.
We'll talk about it. We'll talk more Kings basketball as well. We'll talk a few other things that went on over the weekend in Steeler and KC. Also, y'all leave A-Rod alone, man.
Oh,
Leave my
hey,
man
shout
alone.
out A-Rod.
Oh, calm
What up,
down.
my brother?
Y'all. So that was the one tweet that was funny when someone said Alex Rodriguez is really leaning into Black History Month. We'll come back. Steeler and
Did you see
KC.
A-Rod respond?
I did. ESPN 1320. Yeah. Y'all said Draymond's controller broke. That's funny. That is funny. Brother A-Rod, yes, indeed. We haven't had a conversation about Cam Newton yet, Chris. We've been focused on the Kings. We could work that in here somewhere because we'll run out of time and James will be with us, so we'll just talk Kings the rest of the way. No, Zay, I don't think that's what he was saying. He was like, guys, because there were people who were like, I'm concerned about his health. I hope, like, is he okay? Is something wrong? And I was like, bro, I fell asleep in the sun. Like, calm down. Calm down, calm down. Oh, Brian, we've been getting our jokes off the whole show, bro. You have to watch the whole show and just pick the jokes up.
Do we name today's show title Happy Birthday Pods?
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. I legit nearly just ripped my hamstring in a million pieces trying to do the Scottie Pippen joke. I felt it. I was like, hey, calm down. Calm down. And it wasn't the one I lifted up. It was the one that was in the seat.
Yeah, that is someone to do it to you.
Lord. I was like, hey. You about to be doing the show alone. I'm afraid to stand up. That thing might just roll up.
Tell you this.
Be like Hunter.
Oh, no. Please, no.
That was his quad. That was in his hamstring. I meant Triple H. Yeah. There's a protocol that we have to go through now. That's why I haven't reached out to Hunter or Ant-Man. Yeah. I don't know if we have to reach out to the Athletic. I can't remember. I'll ask Hunter how we have to do this. But yeah, the last time I reached out to him, he was like, yeah, we got to, and that might just be him because he's a young dude trying to follow protocol, whereas Jason Jones, like, fuck y'all hoes and come on when I want to. D-Lo is out with ankle soreness. Nah, never that. Never that.
I am Hammer.
Come on, Michigan. You know where I land.
Michigan cannot wait to talk boxing.
Yeah, special guest. Oh, that pissed me off too. I was watching the game back right here. When they stopped, luckily it didn't matter. But when they stopped the Kings in their half court set to review it, that the ball beat the shot clock.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't do that. They're what are you doing?
Yeah, just look at it later.
Just wait till a stoppage and play, like a legit stoppage and play, not a non-fast break.
Better yet, don't even look at it. Let them look at it.
Yeah. Why do you have to go over there?
You don't have to. Oh, man. Free pizza. Well, this with that music playing in the background, it just seems like perfect to remind y'all, leave my man Alex Rodriguez alone.
Well, A-Rod said he fell asleep.
Look, it's not like A-Rod bought the Timberwolves and just hangs out in Minnesota all of the time. Like, dude, cut out and went on vacation. Let my man live. That's not even the first. When he did if you look at the pics where he's kissing the mirror, whatever magazine photo shoot that was, Vogue, I can't remember which one it was. He's really dark in that one too. It's just February and he's in Minnesota, so it looked, and he's wearing a suit and not a sleeveless Yankee shirt or whatever he was wearing in that photo shoot. But
I mean, he was darker than I ever seen him before. But
so dark.
He's doing this thing, man.
As someone's skin tone who fluctuates from time to time, like, leave my man Alex Rodriguez alone. let my man live. Let my man fall.
I like A-Rod. That's my boy. That's my boy, A-Rod.
I think I got the ultimate face turn.
Yeah, he did have a baby face.
Makes
turn.
me sick.
Yeah, he did. He did have
makes me absolutely sick.
He did have a hell of a baby face turn. We should probably, I guess we don't have to do it yet. We should probably talk about why Miami is so shorthanded. But this will be a perfect segue. We're going to discuss the Cam Newton video.
Yeah, we can discuss it. There's not a whole lot to discuss. I mean, that was an embarrassment from TSG, TCS, whatever their name is. I mean, there's adults who coach those teams, run those organizations. And the fact that they've empowered those kids, and that's the coaches, let alone the parents, but they've empowered, those kids have been empowered or think that is ever okay to go attack anybody, but especially attack a grown man, and then attack a grown man who put on an event for you to attend. I mean, that was deplorable.
Yeah, it was awful. Yeah, absolutely awful. and you have to be a high level of stupid to go after a 6'6", 265-pound trained professional.
And these kids tried to jump him. And then what are you jumping them over? What's going on here? What are we doing?
That's the thing. You're too far lost. Like if you're at a football tournament, 7v7, whatever this is, and you're like, oh yeah, we need to go jump Cam Newton. Whatever it is in your mind's like, we need to, like, you're just too far. Like, reel it in.
Yeah. I don't know what what those guys, had on the docket. I hope that, they can still continue to play football at another level or anything else like that. But big time red flags for me if I was in the process of recruiting any of them for decision making and just overall lack of respect.
Absolutely awful.
There's no
Awful.
justification for that.
Also, let it be clear. Let it go on your recruiting records. 6 of you hoes jumped Cam Newton. He beat all 6 of your asses, and his hat didn't even come off.
Yeah, you guys, I can tell you right now, you don't need to be getting recruited by any SEC teams.
Yeah, you got beat up. Y'all
would destroy you.
Y'all jumped someone and got beat up. Shout out to the security guard that's there, just taking it all in.
And after it was over, Cam's just like, my clothes are a little wrinkled because you guys are grabbing on, but like just moving on.
There's probably a certain uncomfortableness with the cops to approach, like, he's bigger than us. Like, who are we separating from? Are we separating Cam from these kids or these kids from Cam? They really tried to sucker punch this dude.
That was
ridiculous.
That was wild. That I seen that.
They hit him with the gift. Teach your man how to squabble.
Clearly I gotta get to that
Snowfall.
to that scene. Snowfall.
Snowfall.
I watched
That's
the
late.
first
That's late.
6 episodes of Snowfall, and then I haven't gone back in a while. I even went back and watched the episode of The Wire the other day, season 3, because I was watching it during the pandemic, and I had stopped an episode or two into season 3. And how did this guy do that? How did Zay?
I don't know how Zay did that, but that's amazing. He hit us with the Cam talk in the chat. That's incredible. I have no idea how our guy did that, Zay. That's fantastic.
Yeah, man. But I gotta get back into Snowfall.
Yeah, it's good. Cindy says rewatching Snowfall from the beginning makes me appreciate the ending more. Oh, that was a beautiful.
It was perfect.
It was
perfect.
It really was. It was a perfect ending to a TV show, and that doesn't happen very often.
That's one of the all-time great shows I think that I've ever watched.
Yeah,
that's what the streets are saying.
I agree.
That's what the streets are saying.
I absolutely agree. Anything else non-Kings related we may have missed out on? Have we trashed Bob Myers enough? Should we segue to the other fight? Should we segue to what happened with Miami? And
yeah, we can talk about Miami.
Miami's missing Jimmy Butler, Thomas Bryant. Now Tyler Hero wasn't a part of the fight. No. Tyler Hero's not missing the game.
Tyler Hero should have been suspended. I watched the fight over and over again.
Snitch Caraway over here.
This is what it is. Business first.
Yeah, there was I don't think that was a scuffle. That was a fight.
They was getting after.
That was a rare fight.
They had some people in the stands throwing some stuff.
So I saw right before either right before or right after the fight at the scorer's table, you could see them talking to someone in the stands, almost like right near the table, almost like a chill. Mm-hmm. And then I can't remember if it was before the score table fight or after, but
yeah, I saw after when
it all started with Kevin Love, right?
Yeah.
When did Kevin Love wrapped up
Zion,
yeah.
And that was a fairly innocent play. Like Kevin Love.
Yeah, Zion just fell.
Yeah, he wrapped him up. If you wanted to maybe call it a flagrant one, maybe, but
well, it's not a basketball play. So no, but he just bear hugged, like he essentially bear hugged them.
Draymond did the same thing yesterday to Jokic while he was getting tossed around like a rag doll.
Smartest play.
Yeah.
Draymond the Jokic stopper.
So if you wanted to call that a flagrant one, cool. There was no malice behind what Kevin Love was trying to do, though. There was a turnover. He was trying to stop him from going up.
Right.
And then
no easy baskets. That's what y'all say, right?
Yeah. And then Marshall tries to run up on Kevin Love.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jimmy Butler's like, whoa, we're not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And then Marshall tries to Trey Lyles to Brooke Lopez.
Well,
Jimmy Butler, and Jimmy wasn't having that. So he goes chasing Marshall. Everybody comes off the bench. You think you got everything settled down. All of a sudden on the side, Alvarado and Thomas Bryant start getting into it. They threw some real punches.
That was the wild part. That's why those guys got a lengthy suspension.
You guys see the fan that threw something at the players too?
Yeah, I'm looking at that video right now.
The Pelicans fan threw something. Then a Heat fan got ejected.
My man stood up, threw something, and then fell. He's wearing a CJ McCollum jersey too, which makes the whole thing a little bit wilder. Like CJ's just high level dude, Players Association. And here my man leaning into it, throw something. They like throw it back at him, and then my man falls. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Man.
So that was,
and they got him too. They got his ass quick.
That was crazy. That was a trip to see that.
Yeah, that was to see that level. Yeah, you don't really see that level of. You see skirmishes, you see scuffles, you see pull aparts. You rarely see fights.
Yeah,
this
really
was a fight.
Into it.
Yeah,
punches
this was a fight.
thrown, all that. They was getting into it, and that was the first of two that night.
Dallas was the other one. Dallas and Golden State, was that the other one?
It's Charlotte and Golden State.
Charlotte,
Yeah.
Charlotte. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, because Miles Bridges can do no wrong, according to Draymond Green.
I didn't hear that. So
I heard that. I heard at the
hope
podium.
That's not what he said.
He said it at the podium.
He said he was talking about Miles Bridges at the podium?
He said that at the podium for sure.
All right.
So
all right,
there's
Draymond.
that. But yeah, they
it is pretty rich to hear Draymond Green talk about fake tough guys. Call 1140 and see what they say about Draymond Green and his
I'm on it.
antics.
Hey, you guys got a Draymond contact up there?
Oh, they probably got a weekly show.
Yeah.
Home of Dub Nation.
The Draymond Pod Hour.
They doing Run It Back with Draymond Green.
But yeah, so there was also two things though that Draymond said over the weekend. That one I agreed with, and the other one, to say the least, I didn't. He talked about Anthony Edwards and what he did in the All-Star game, and he said I was disappointed in Anthony Edwards and his performance in the All-Star game. So that's part of being like that guy, being the face of the league, being a stalwart for the league. Like,
how would you know?
These scenes the same way we would know.
I guess observing stuff.
Yeah, the same way we would know, because we watch it just like him.
Others.
He has no idea about what that takes. So yeah, he was like, yeah, man, like that's part of the responsibility. And you're a young dude, maybe you're not ready for that responsibility, but if you want to be that guy that a lot of people think you can be, that I think Draymond said that he thinks he can be, you can't do that. You have to be first and foremost representing the league a certain way. I agree with that. Draymond wasn't finished though, and this always happens with him. He'll always say something that I'm like, he's not wrong, but then he'll keep talking.
Weren't you praising him on this show last week?
I did, because he said he sucked.
He roped you in.
I'm paraphrasing. He said he stunk.
Said there's no Draymond Greens on this team.
Yeah. I'm paraphrasing.
And he got over with you.
But the thing with him is he continues to talk, and then he says something stupid. So then he talked about the All-Star game in general. He's like, they always talk about the All-Star game. And what is it? It's a game day. It's a game day. There are certain things that we have to do, or we like to do on a game day, that we can't do for the All-Star game, because there's so many obligations and there's so much that we have to do before the game that we can't prepare for the game like we normally would. So we just, quite frankly, go out there and do what we have to do to get through it. Now, if you wanted to pay more money for us and maybe take away the obligations and treat it like a game day, maybe we could go out there and play with a level of intensity.
So this is what we've become.
That's diva right there.
This is what we've become right here.
I know dudes who will play basketball like one time in the year and play harder than that in a pickup game. Like when no one's asking you to game 7 this. No one is asking you for that.
All we're asking you to do is stay in front of somebody for 2 dribbles and not shoot the ball from the other free throw line.
Okay. Thank you, Luke.
Like there was 21 seconds on the shot clock and Luka shoots it from the other free throw line. Like that's what we're asking. Stop. Obligations, all this other stuff. Stop. Nobody's asking you to treat it like 2016 game 7, the game that you lost. Nobody's asking for that. All right.
They wouldn't have lost the 2016 game 7 if he had not been suspended for the 2016.
Or game 6.
No, it was game
5 and 6.
Yeah. No, he was only
just 5. I'm talking about they lost game 5.
Yeah, no, yeah, they lost all of those. Yeah, he was there. Yeah, forgotten in all of this. They lost 2 more games. But hey, cool. Like y'all do your thing.
Yeah. So once again, I had to tell him to shut the hell up. Like,
okay,
you're talking too much. We always rag on Joe Budden and the crew talking sports.
Mm-hmm.
I did find it funny when they were talking about All-Star Weekend. Did you hear that?
I don't think I did. I've had to skip like a few episodes because I fall behind.
Yeah, when you get behind, you gotta
really hard.
You
to
can't
catch
up.
On.
You just get back to where you're at.
Gone. Yeah.
But they were talking, and Joe was like, "Oh, I was pissed off." And then you had Luka. Oh my gosh, when he shot that ball from the other free throw line, I said I should snuff you right now. You're messing with me now. Now you're messing with me.
Them dudes are funny. Them dudes are funny.
He said, "Well, I should have snuffed him."
Hey Jesse, pull. Let's run this skirmish and Snitch Caraway.
Oh yeah, let's go. That's what I'm talking about because we got time for another suspension.
No, Snitch Caraway can run this. Kill the volume on it. So there's
now,
what starts it
pause it real quick. Now the rule is
this is what happens.
Hold on, pause it. The rule is even the guys on the bench that walk along the sideline, they should be suspended too, right? So for instance, Thomas Bryant wasn't in the game.
Yeah.
He didn't step on the court. He just walked along the sideline up to the scorer's table. Those guys get suspended, right?
Leaving the bench.
Yes.
I remember
Bam's ass should be out.
I remember the great Amari Stoudemire defense when that scuffle broke out at the scorer's table that Amari was going to check into the game. It was just a coincidence that he got up and ran to the scorer's table in that exact moment. He was just going to check in.
Yeah, get Bam out of here.
Go ahead and let that play. Yeah, you were the one who tweeted Bam should be suspended.
Yeah,
that's right.
Get him out.
No, you're a snitch. No, it's fine. All right, now here the scuffle goes in. Oh,
Jimmy,
yeah.
No, look at Thomas Bryant.
Yeah. Well, that's why Thomas Bryant's suspended.
Well, he also threw punches. Who's that guy? Let's see here. They're holding back Marshall now. He's untucking the jersey. He ready to go.
Right.
There's Bam. There's Bam. There he is.
No, you're right. There
he is. And he's on the court.
He is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Get him.
Bam should be
Get
suspended.
him.
Yep.
Oh,
then now he's going towards the fight.
Caleb Martin. I saw a new one.
Man,
Caleb Martin. Get him. Get him.
They can't even fill the team after this.
What game was that? What suspension was that? Knicks Heat in the playoffs where they had to stagger the suspensions?
Fight.
When PJ Brown flipped Charlie Ward. I think they had to stagger
that might
the
have been it.
suspensions.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have enough guys.
Yeah.
Look at who's that? All those guys out there. That's Caleb Martin.
Boy, you wouldn't last in these streets, boy. Man. Oh, snitch.
They called him Tekashi Caraway in the chat earlier.
Wow, Tekashi 1320.
Anything for the Kings, man. And the Warriors.
Wow.
Well, we got to serve our audience.
Well, not ours. Ain't our audience. As your boys became painfully aware of last night. I'm mad that what would have been fun is just to read all of the tweets, all of the replies to that.
I'm so mad they deleted it now because of that.
Such cowards.
Bro, I checked it yesterday. It had like 43. The first one had 43 replies. 23 quotes, 1 retweet, and 5 likes.
They deleted it hella late too.
The first reply I saw was like, "What is this S?"
Now I got my man at the funeral as the quote tweet with no tweet below it.
My favorite of the tweets like, "What are you doing right now?"
Sorry, this page doesn't exist.
Oh man,
stuff always get deleted.
I don't even see that. Jesse sent it out into the chat like y'all
I
gotta
didn't even see it.
Y'all
I
gotta
had no
see
idea.
this.
Boy, oh boy, that changed the whole night.
And they're not even funny enough to just hit them with the, "Hey, our bad." No, just delete it. Pretend like it didn't happen.
What's the thing?
Hey,
They
let's
left
post
it
this
up.
Kings article, guys.
Left it up, circled the block again, and then deleted.
Like, I'm like, don't act like you care about the Kings now.
Don't do that.
But yeah, man, I see. There was about 2 or 3 more suspensions that should have happened.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, Kyle says it better. Kyle
Probably
knows.
right.
Look, it's always business, never personal. Never personal.
All right.
So
I'm just glad
somebody,
you're in here with
Jesse,
me and not
clip
out in
this,
them streets.
Send this to Adam Silver so we can get Bam off the court before things start. Because
I mean, Bam left the bench. Like, this is called all ha aside. Like, Bam left the bench.
The only thing I'm trying to think of is, was he in the game? I don't think he was in the game. I don't think he was. I think he left the bench. Matter of fact,
Well, he had.
don't
Didn't
even
he
need
have
to,
his? Did he?
No,
have
he had it. He had his.
Oh, that was Thomas Bryant.
Yeah, he had his jersey on.
Yeah.
Or like he was just in his uniform. So, but there's no need to even go back and look at that. Just take my word for it. He came off the bench.
Fine.
Suspend him.
Okay.
The Heat are probably like, we took everybody else out. What more do you want from me?
Like-
now you're taking Bam?
Like, come on, guys. This isn't enough. Can you?
It's Thomas Bryant, Jimmy Butler.
Jeez,
How you say the Jokic or Jovic?
Jovic.
Now Tyler Hero, Terry Rozier.
Yep.
So what they have left is Bam, Jaime Hawkes. I think Richardson is out. Richardson killed the Kings the
Richardson
first
is
time they
out.
played.
Yeah, he did. Yep.
He's out with an injury, I think.
Let's see. Yeah. So Thomas Bryant's out. Jimmy Butler's out. Tyler Hero's out. Jovic is out. Josh Richardson is out. Duncan Robinson is available. Orlando Robinson is questionable. Terry Rozier is out. And Drew Smith is out.
Drew Smith, that's a game changer.
Oh, that's the one right there. That's the one where it's like, okay, Tyler's not around. Josh Richardson, okay, that's fine. Jimmy Butler, whatever. But Drew Smith is out.
That's the game changer right there.
And of course, for Sacramento, Sasha's out.
Alex Linder's available.
Yeah, he's not on the injury report at all, so he must be good to go.
Yeah, so you gotta handle business. This is a big game tonight. This is a big opportunity here. Last night, watching that game against the Clippers going into the fourth quarter, it echoes what we said on Friday. You got to find a way to win this game.
Mm-hmm.
There is they played great up until that point.
Mm-hmm.
Great up until that point. It would have
hurt.
It would have hurt.
Yeah, it would have hurt.
It would have hurt to lose that game. There is no, hey man, you showed something, you played well. None of that. That's all dead.
When you play that well for that long and you're leading going into the fourth, that would have stunk.
That time of the year.
Yeah.
It's all dead now, man. It's just about wins. It don't matter who's on the other team, who's playing. You've got to win the game. And that's what happens tonight. Once again, I want them to win by like 20, but if they won by 2, I don't care. I really don't care. Just win.
I don't think they meant anything by it, because I think too highly of both of them to believe they meant anything negatively by it. But it sort of echoed Bob Myers and Beth Mullins. I absolve Beth Mullins of a lot of this because I actually think Beth is solid at what she does. Bob's not.
I don't know if Bob is good or not. I know he was terrible last night.
He's just not enjoyable to listen to. He has no personality. But when they did the recap segment on SVP, they were talking about the Kings. They were talking about De'Aaron Fox coming out of the highlight package, and they put the standings up on the big screen behind on the video board behind SVP. And of course, the Kings now are 5th, And they basically hit you with, well, you could disregard that. That doesn't really matter. There's separation of, nothing between those three teams. And I think I understood what he meant because he's right. But it sure felt like you were working to diminish the fact that the Kings were in 5th after the broadcast team that just got off the air told you, well, just try to finish 7th here if you're Sacramento. Just hang in there. Hang in there, little fella. You guys can do it. Just hang in there, guys. Stay that 7th spot. Because if you get to a 1 and done, you guys are going to get obliterated. So just, stay in 7th, little fella, and you guys can make it. And then it's like, oh, we'll start Sports Center. Kings are in 5th. Well, disregard that. All right. Again, I don't think Legs or SVP meant anything by that. I just found the timing of it hilarious. Because Bob was still talking about the Kings losing to Detroit after they beat the Clippers.
Bob Myers is awful last night. He was so bad I couldn't change the channel. I was like, I got to see how this ends. It's like Cody Rhodes. I got to see him in the story.
Bill Walton thought he was making no sense.
That would have been the perfect cap for the night. Bill Walton tweets, "What the hell is Bob Myers talking about?"
What is Bob Myers talking about? The Kings, they just annihilated the Clippers. Yeah, they lost to the Pistons, but it reminds me of Jerry Garcia in 1973. Yeah, he lost in one of his card games that we'd always play on the road, but at the end of the day, all is well that ends well.
No. Hold on. I gotta coach him up. You need more like your sinuses need to be clogged a little bit more. Like your nose is clogged a little bit more. You're working with something there. Oh, we got something right there.
What name can I say that doesn't cause that?
Dude, he does Jerry Jones. I don't think there is one. He does Jerry.
All right. I'm just gonna go to commercial and take a walk.
It reminds me of the great Woodstock of 72. I was there. Me and Jerry. Oh, that's one of the great games in the history of Western civilization. You say, Bill, it's not a game. Of course it is. Life is a game. And Coach Wooden told us we're always just playing it.
And Arizona's up 10.
Hey, Jay Lee, hang on 1 second, man. We'll talk to you when we get back, and we'll talk more Kings basketball here with Dylan and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, boy. I got a guest. Today because somebody's got to answer. Somebody got to answer to this.
Defending his honor.
Get on in here, Jesse. Get on in here. It's the 13th round. Shout out to the dope ones. Big ups to him. Shout out to Jordan Brand. You already know the vibes. Shout out to Colasimos. You know the vibes. Go to colasimos.com. Go cop some of that. We got to talk about the 13th round. I want to get the official. Let me get the official wording here of what took place this morning on the Twitter sphere. As let's see, there it is. Canelo Alvarez is reportedly now, quote unquote, mutually agreed to split from Al Haymon's PBC as they couldn't agree to terms for Jamal Charlo fight on May 4th. It's claimed that Canelo may now face Edgar Berlanga, who won on Saturday, and or Jaime Munguia in September. Berlanga in May, Munguia in September.
We do have awful updates since then, though.
What we got?
It's looking like it's going to be Munguia on May 4th, though. He's going to fight Munguia next.
So, look, we've talked about this. I don't hate the idea of Munguia. I don't. I understand the up-and-coming Mexican heavy-hitting star going up against the GOAT in Canelo. And the storylines are there. Cinco de Mayo weekend. I don't hate it. All right? I don't even hate Berlanga, to be honest with you. But the problem is the same problem I have with Jamal Charlo. I mean, these guys are not good enough. They should barely be getting this opportunity, let alone we're supposed to think that Canelo is fighting somebody that could actually beat him.
Well, who are we mad at here?
We're mad at Canelo.
Why? Now he's fighting the better guy now. He's fighting the one that you said I'll be fine if he fights Munguia next week. He's fighting the better guy now.
I'm still fine. Because Jamal, Charlo, and Jamel for that. I mean, this is a whole nother discussion about when he decided to face the Charlos, when they clearly are just finished. First of all, he's fought the smaller Charlo. He fought little Charlo. All right.
Because other Charlo wasn't ready, though.
He's never going to be ready. He wanted to fight him again. He wanted to fight Big Charlo. When Big Charlo, he's not even a fighter anymore. Like, these guys don't even fight, and he wants to fight them. This is the only problem. This is the only problem I got with Canelo. I said it when it happened. After he fought Lil Charlo, they asked him specifically about Benavidez. He said, I'm not afraid of anybody. I'll fight anybody. I'm not afraid of anybody. All right? Anybody can come get it. I'm not afraid of anybody. I said, all right, then. You know what the people want. You know who's calling you out. All right, you said anybody. Let's make it happen. He couldn't go further away from that man. Jesse, and he's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the greatest fighters in my era for sure. But I said a long time ago, he ain't never facing Benavidez. He knows what time.
And if he doesn't, that's fine. Like Canelo's already solidified. He's fought the Mayweather, all those guys before. He's already solidified.
It's almost time.
That's fine, but he's fought.
It's almost time for those retweets.
That's fine, but we want you. We're talking about.
That.
We want him to fight the top guys. He's already done that. He's already done it over. I saw a tweet earlier. Retweet. He's the bad ambassador for boxing. It's not his time anymore. It's not his job anymore. He doesn't need to fight. I'm gonna keep it real. What has Benavidez done to earn that fight?
He's the champion.
Who cares? There's champions everywhere. That dude barely even got past Caleb Plant, and Canelo knocked him down.
Barely? He beat the brakes off Caleb
Plant.
Plant.
No, he did not. That was more of a fight than Canelo and Plant was.
Don't do that.
Benavidez has not even earned that fight.
Plant, he got knocked out in the 11th round against Canelo.
Even still, he knocked him out. Benavidez could have finished the job. Like, hey, please leave him PBC and all that, but he's fighting the guy that we want, at least Munguia, we want him to fight him too.
Benavidez absolutely deserves that fight. And this guy doesn't want to fight Benavidez so bad. He ran back to the guy that was trying to take money from him.
He ran back to the guy that'll pay him.
Oh, no, you would get paid for a Benavidez fight. You just don't want to fight him. All in all, though, fine. I don't have no issue with Canelo fighting Munguia. It's fine. Even Berlanga, it's fine. Puerto Rico versus Mexico, it's fine. It's no big deal. We just know what it is. We just know.
I get the Benavidez. I get that. I want to see him fight Benavidez. If he doesn't, that's fine. But it's the whole legacy. Oh, it's tarnished. Like, no, it's already done and over with. Like, it's Tank and those younger guys' job to carry boxing now.
Quiet is kept. There's also a report that Terrence Crawford also left, or is a free agent.
I saw that today.
Yeah, that's the 13th round.
Y'all speaking of
neither Frank, but Canelo gets to pick who he fights. That's basically what it comes down to.
To be fair, Benavidez is beating everybody. Ain't nobody in 168 that's beating that man. Ain't nobody there.
I want the fight too, but I'm not gonna hate on the guy if he doesn't fight him.
Ain't nobody fight. Who else at 168? Oh well, Andre already got smacked up. Whatchamacallit's at 170. I think he might even be able to get Bivol on them.
It's the way to do it, Delivery Joe. You never lose this way.
Hey man, go ahead and answer the question. Is Canelo ducking Benavidez?
Sure.
See, you agree with me?
So I got to yell at you now.
Probably. You don't have to, because you know I don't understand what the question meant.
You're okay with him fighting Munguia?
It's fine.
What about Berlanga?
Cool.
I agree.
What makes you happy?
Him fighting Benavidez will make me happy.
We still have time too. Just let it play out. He's only 33. We still have time.
He's done this with everybody. He did it with the Charlos. But try to do it with Triple G.
But Benavidez is young.
He's trying to wait this guy out.
Benavidez is young. He's not gonna get any. Like, he won't be old by the time Canelo's ready.
No, he's gonna try and get him to where he can't make the weight.
Oh, see, that's two behind boxing for me. I don't know about all that.
Too.
Edgar Berlanga also has the fakest round one knockout streak of all time.
Oh my God, Canelo gonna beat the brakes off Berlanga.
That was like a Goldberg streak right there.
Oh man, I hope this isn't true. Zay says, "D'Lo, this is how people feel when you talk WWE." Oh,
no, that is not true.
I hope that's not
except
the
for
case.
Edison. Edison is the only one that has confirmed that.
Yeah, Edison does not enjoy our wrestling conversation, that's for sure.
Hey, can I real quick? Can I talk about something that happened over the weekend? I was like, just doing a big eye roll.
Sure.
College basketball.
You see, they're probably going to ban court storming.
It's long overdue.
It's not even necessary.
It is. It is with the cat. I have like I get it. It's part of the college experience. Like it's fine. But I've maintained you have to wait. I know everyone wants the buzzer to go off and you want to run on the floor. It's fine. You've got to let the opponents get off the floor. If you want to, if you're on your home floor and you want to celebrate with the team and the coach and everybody's good with it, whatever, man. You can't storm the court with an opposing team out there.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have no problem with them, 15 to 30-second buffer period. Let the people get the ropes up and do all they got to do. We've seen that in the past where they got the security has the ropes. There's a pathway for the visiting team to be able to get off the court with everything. Like, I have no problem with that. That's fine. And then, so the PA announcer has a countdown. For them to be able to storm
put it on the big board. Perfectly fine with that.
That's no problem. I also would say a lot of this is happening because the guy from Duke got hurt when they lost to Wake Forest. I thought they talking about the beam, but they're talking about the new logo for the Clippers.
Yeah, why would they be talking about the beam on Around the Horn when we could talk about the Clippers logo instead?
But I think it is part of college sports in general. I think it's fine. I also think that, and it's easy for me to say in these situations, but if you're a visiting player, you know what might happen. Like the guy that got hurt, try to have your head on a little bit more of a swivel. Like he was caught completely off guard.
I don't think
I'm
that's
not putting
fair.
it on him.
That's not fair.
But get to your bench.
He didn't take a bump like Caitlin did.
He did not do that.
Caitlin took an AEW bump after watching it a second time.
But you know what's coming. Like, you know what's coming. We're Duke. We're number 8 in the nation. We're about to lose. They're about to storm the court.
Yeah, I don't think that's okay.
Isn't that where the NCAA needs to step in then and protect the players from themselves? I
Cute.
but like they got to protect the players from everything going on.
Why don't you ask Rob Manfred to do something too while you're at it?
I don't know. Maybe we can ask the schools, and I don't know. But like that, it's on whoever is in charge to protect the players from.
There's got to be a universal thing set up across. Look, if we're going to do this without getting in major trouble, you've got to give us 20 seconds. We'll put the countdown clock up. And then you could do it. It's legal. It's fun. Our players will stay out here. We'll celebrate. We'll party. We'll do the whole thing. But you have to give us 20 seconds to get the opposing team, coaches, and staff off the floor.
I'm all for that. And I'm not so passionately behind this thing where it's like, this is a disgrace. We see it in other sports, and it's just fine. We saw the Golden One Center when they won in the playoffs. Nobody could go on the court. It was still a great atmosphere. It's not the end-all, be-all. I do think it's pretty cool. I think there's a way to work around it as opposed to just saying banning. Like that's what it was on Saturday. It was get rid of this completely. Like you don't have to.
Where it should be banned is football. Don't do that in football. Too many things can go terribly wrong.
Too many things definitely go wrong, and it's harder to do the countdown method there than
because there's probably significantly more alcohol involved.
More alcohol, more people.
Well, yeah,
like we're talking like they fill up the whole Michigan, Ohio State. They fill up the whole field.
Yeah,
Michigan fills up and Ohio
100,000 people.
Thing. They fill up the whole field. So
who have been drinking since midnight the night before because they wanted to tailgate before the big game.
Yeah, man. It's but even with that being said, and I'm sure there are instances that maybe haven't made the light of day that we don't know about.
Well, these two incidents
this doesn't happen often.
These two incidents happening in the same year, though, I think is what the Caitlin Clark. We get our jokes off, but still, the Caitlin Clark incident, and then the one this weekend.
Yeah, no, I completely understand it. Like I said, it's almost like what were we just talking about in the NBA? And we were like, this. Oh man, it was like a couple weeks ago. I was like, this like rarely ever happens. So why are we talking about it? Like
it wasn't the NBA. We were talking about the NFL stretching for the end zone play.
Oh yeah.
And you were like, this never happens, and it was fantastic because it happened like a couple days later.
Happened the next
playoffs,
week.
Yeah.
But yeah, like if there's a percentage of it, like the people who reach for the end zone and fumble, it's probably under 3%.
Okay.
So it's like people act like you just can't ever do that. Well, there's a high likelihood that you'll be perfectly fine. Same thing with people getting injured in these court stormings. That's probably below 2%. Like we see, I think the Caitlin and the guy.
But when you
Duke,
can knock it down to 0, why wouldn't you?
I agree. I don't feel like you need to have the court storming, but I think it's cool to still have there, and there's ways that you can do it without just abolishing it completely.
Yeah, I don't think you have to get rid of it. But I think you have to be smarter in how you execute.
There was also other things where I don't think this situation fell into that category, but I think Coach K would do this where his team is down 7 with 11 seconds to go. He'd get his guys off the floor real quick and just say, hey, we know what's coming here. Let them do what they're going to do. I'm going to get my guys off the floor, run the clock off that way.
Yeah.
You guys do what you do. So I don't know. I think they're great organic moments in sports. That doesn't mean they're not dangerous. I understand the danger, but I think they're great. I mean, remember when boy hit the shot for Stanford to beat Arizona at the buzzer, and I think Tiger was there. Tiger was part of the people who stormed the floor at the farm and all this other stuff. Those are great moments that live forever.
Remember when Havlicek stole the ball?
Well, no. No, that was crazy. I think they got Larry Bird too.
They did get Larry. Larry tried to get the hell out of there. They sure did get
what
Larry.
about the guy for the Yankees who like hit a home run and they stormed, and he is just like shoving people. He's trying to get around the bases, and he is just shoving people out of the way, just trying to get around the bases, touch on plate, and get the hell off the field.
Well, Hank Aaron had to do that for his record-hitting home run too,
He
right?
was shaking hands, guys' hands around the bases. Well, given the that was.
I'm glad that
was
fine.
Terribly, just so bad.
Yeah.
So bad.
No, Ramsey, it wasn't Casey Jacobson. It was another guy. I forgot.
Let's get Jay Lee in here. He's been holding.
My bad, Jay Lee. We almost
patiently
treat you like TC.
Well, we want to do that. 916-909-1320. What's up, Jay?
Happy Monday, fellas. How y'all doing?
Yes, good, man. How you doing?
Good. I appreciate you taking the call, man. I just wanted to holler at you real quick because I was listening to a friend of the show's podcast this weekend, Matt George.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big Matt George fan. Been listening to Matt for years, man. But he said something that I didn't quite vibe with. I wanted to get y'all thoughts on it.
Okay.
So he was saying, in light of the DeMarcus Cousins announcing that he's not going to be returning to the NBA, Matt George was trying to convince me that Domantas Sabonis is a better basketball player than DeMarcus Cousins is. And personally, I disagree.
Okay.
I'm not going to get my points, but I just want to get your guys' opinion and see what your thoughts are. If we inputted DeMarcus Cousins onto this current Kings roster, if they would be a better or a worse team than they are with Sabonis right now.
Wow, that's a good one, Jay. And Matt, that's a good one. First thing that comes to my mind is very, very different basketball players. DeMarcus didn't see the floor the way that Domas does. He didn't,
but he saw it really well.
He did.
That's tough. I feel like
I'm always gonna defend DeMarcus because I don't think his teams were the best.
Yeah,
and
I feel like
I don't know.
I feel like DeMarcus is more talented than Sabonis.
I feel like. Yeah,
but DeMarcus is also. I mean, he's one of the more talented ball players of his era.
DeMarcus was really, really good.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think I'd have to go with DeMarcus.
I mean, they're both up there though, because DeMarcus was at one point the best center in the league. Domantas Sabonis is probably third right now. Like maybe we're splitting hairs a bit. The thing that hurts with Boogie is the fact that like people were throwing in the chat like DeMontis impact's winning more than Boogie. Boogie never had a chance to win with any of those teams, bro.
Well, man, this is gonna sound like Domas shit. I don't mean it to. Domas isn't the best player on the team. Like, we're probably witnessing like we're starting to see like the peak of Domas. Doesn't mean that he hasn't hit it yet. It just means like he's clearly, if he's not there yet, he's ascending to it.
Right.
He's not declining. He's entering, this peak Domantas Sabonis status.
Mm-hmm.
De'Aaron's still going to be the guy on this team.
Mm-hmm.
If DeMarcus was on this team, who would be the best player on it?
But it'd be, I don't want to say it'd be closer because it's close right now, but I would lean towards De'Aaron still. DeMarcus was
really, really
he
good.
was unbelievably talented. He was super talented.
He was starting to pull up from 3 too. Like he was starting to develop that game a little bit more.
Like Jesse said, we're kind of splitting hairs at this point. Like it's a fun conversation. It ties two Kings in together, especially with DeMarcus in the news. It's incredibly close, but we're talking about a guy who was arguably or perhaps inarguably the best center in the league at the time he was playing.
Right.
Now we're talking about a guy who is no worse than third, and given the current situation of the season, he's the second best center in the entire league.
No, it's too hard.
Yeah,
too hard to tell.
Oh, good. No, that's fine.
As Bill Walton once said. But the games are a little different. There's strengths that Boogie has
very
that
different ball
Sabonis
players.
doesn't have, and vice versa. But like I said, the winning aspect when you talk about when you try to use that for Sabonis over Cousins is unfair to Boogie. Because when we were talking about Boogie the other day, I just pulled up like a mixtape from him or something like that with all his best moves, like 15 minutes or something like that. The teammates he was playing with, I mean, they just weren't very good. Almost a lot of the highlights seems down.
Mm-hmm.
They're losing, and if they're not losing, it's because I remember that game. He might have had like 39, or he might have 42. Like he was willing them to a situation where they could win. Those rosters weren't good at all.
No, they most definitely weren't. But a fun conversation. I do love that it started with, I'm a big fan of Matt George and the Locked On Kings.
Everybody
podcast,
is.
Man. I love that. We had our man Damien in here on Friday. HOF.
Yeah,
who was talking about
shout out
who's,
HOF.
who's talking about Locked On Kings is his top go-to. But he likes our podcast too.
Yeah, our podcast.
He likes our
Shout out to
podcast
our
a lot. But
shout out to our podcast.
Leave a 5-star review and subscribe, please.
Please.
There was other people who found you on the Locked On podcast.
Yep. That's a shoot.
What happened?
A friend who's been coming to visit the studio recently shot me a note in my DMs on IG that she heard me Locked On Kings. And I just thought it was incredible. Like the pull, the pull that Matt George has in this community, while we're busting our ass hosting, two of the highest rated radio shows in Sacramento. AM, got you. FM, got you. Hey, heard you on Locked On with Matt George. Man, I had to show it to Matt because Matt knew what a kick in the balls that would be to me to get that text message. Yep.
Hey man, hey, he moves the needle, man.
He's a needle mover.
He moves the needle, man. Got a shout out to him.
Matt George is.
At least they know who you were.
He's Roman. Well, he did know who I was. Thankfully. Well, it's because I
don't know who I am.
That's not true. That's not true. I spent time talking with that person. That's not true at all. I didn't send the DM. Well, I don't want to say.
Yeah.
I didn't send that DM, but I should have.
Have.
I wish I would have too. I just didn't want it to get left on red. Then I'd be embarrassed.
When's the next home? It's tonight.
It's tonight.
When are they home after that?
Next month. Is it next Monday? Because they're only on the road for like 2. Yeah, they're back for Chicago.
Yeah, they should still be around.
Chicago. Then they run off to They run off to LA for a minute and then come back to play the Spurs again. Second night of a back-to-back on March 7th.
That person should still be around.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
think
they're
so.
wrapping up anything in a week.
We got to figure out how to get that person on one of our shows.
Yeah.
One of our shows.
Oh, there he is. Poor guy.
That was a little excessive too, though. They was holding my man like he got shot. They was holding that kid from Duke like they was holding Ricky at the end of Boys in the Hood.
They were. Wait a minute. Did you see Steve Clifford's reaction when they were fighting?
No. So I saw. So what's funny is you say, did I see Steve Clifford's reaction? I was watching Steve Kerr, and Steve Kerr's reaction is what made me laugh. The cameras go to Clifford and Steve doing the handshake, and Steve shaking his hand and smiling, and Clifford's looking all like staring, and Steve like turns, and you could just see Steve start to say, "Oh, shoot," paraphrasing.
Did you ever go back and look at Steve Clifford?
I saw in the exchange with Steve Kerr. Yeah, I saw that.
Did you see what he said?
No, I didn't see what he said.
Is there any?
I didn't see what he said. What'd he say?
We gotta pull it up. We gotta pull that one up, man, because I saw that cracked me up, man. I think Worldwide Wobe, he had a caption that says something about like, yeah, I
Wait,
imagine this is what parents do.
I was so focused on Steve. I didn't see that.
Steve Clifford, hilarious, bro.
Steve Kerr says, "Oh, whatever," and Steve Clifford says, "What the F?" That's tremendous. That's awesome. That is tremendous.
Hey, the league is getting testy, bro.
It is.
The league is getting testy.
Hey,
it's getting feisty around here.
Let me ask something.
Okay.
Is Draymond right about Grant Williams? Actually, let me ask you something. Is Draymond Green right about Grant Williams?
I've been telling you guys about Grant Williams for the last 3 years. No one believed me, and now the whole league is caught up. It was the Jimmy Butler thing. It was the whole I'm going to make them both thing. Grant Williams does not know his role. He does not know that you are a 3 in the NBA player or whatever. Likes to dribble, dribble all down the court and all that. Like, yes, this is Grant Williams. He's a good player, but the dude does not know his role at all.
So Draymond was right.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with Draymond in that situation. I'd agree with who was the caller who said that. I'll agree with Jesse. I won't agree with
you. You can agree with me. I've been saying this long before Draymond.
Yeah, I agree with Jesse. I ain't agreeing with Draymond.
Yeah, that's a lot of praise for Draymond in the last couple of weeks from you.
That's enough.
Steve
Kerr got a new deal on Friday.
He did. Yeah, richest annual deal in NBA history.
I think it was
35? 17 and a half per, I think 35.
I think it was Woj, maybe it was Shams, who made it a point to just put out there this aligns with the next 2 years on Curry's contract.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that means. I can't imagine Stephen Curry playing for any other team outside the Warriors.
Yeah,
I think he will. But maybe Kerr's like, I got 2 more years in me. But we don't know. Maybe Kerr's a lifer or something. Like maybe he'll want to coach forever. I thought he was coming down to the end of him wanting to coach.
I don't feel like Steve Kerr's going to want to coach forever. I don't think he's one of those type of dudes. I think he wants his son to coach.
Well,
what's his son's name again?
I don't know. Lil Kerr.
Believe it's Nicholas. Nicholas.
Got to get my name changed, dog. Got to get my name changed.
Well, can we just go full name? Nicholas. Can't call him.
my middle name.
He plays for Arizona now, right?
He's a coach.
No, he's a coach.
Oh,
he coached for Santa Cruz.
Steve Kerr's kid?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He coached for Santa Cruz.
Nicholas
Bartholomew.
Oh man, this is cold. This can't be true.
Oh.
I don't know that Nicholas has a middle name. I don't think he has a middle name. It's just, and you know what? I'm not sure his name is Nicholas.
No, it's not. It's actually just Nick.
His name is Nick.
Yeah.
That man's name is Nick. Yikes. He needs.
They said Steve Kerr's son.
Yeah. I wonder. Our Warriors aren't here again. I need to ask. Steve,
Thank God.
When did it click?
Well, yeah.
When did it click that, this might have been a bad idea?
We asked him that right after we asked him if he voted for Fox and Sabonis.
Well.
Oh, somebody got to ask Smo. Where's Tone? Tone.
Get him, Tone.
Ask him.
Hey, Tone is our 1320 enforcer at the press conferences, bro. Shout out, Tony.
Shout out my man, Tone.
Ask him, Tone.
I can't believe his name is just Nick.
Well,
wow.
I mean, I don't know, man. What?
Do you think his players? Well,
it's Coach Kerr.
Coach. I don't even want to get close.
Do you
so
think
I'm not even going to say the rest of it? Just Coach.
Do you think they dropped the hard R? Maybe they.
I don't know how else to say Kerr.
I don't know. Well, you could say Kuh.
No. Coach. Just Coach.
Just Coach. Yeah. He's
Just
just
Coach. That's all we doing. Good luck.
Unbelievable.
Woo.
Wow. I don't think Steve's going to coach for a long time. I don't think he's Pop.
Yeah. I think it might be the 2 years.
Pop.
Might be the 2 years.
I mean, we're at 10 years? Approaching 10 years?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, remember he got
14, 15, yeah. So next year will be 10 years.
So remember, he already has NBA player money. He was a general manager. He was an analyst.
He's got paid handsomely.
He also looks like his job wears on him, though. Like Pop looks like he wants to coach, and Kirk looks like he's just, oh gosh.
It's got to deal with Draymond still.
Yeah. Well, that'll do it for you. All right, we'll come.
I got one other thing when we come back.
Okay, and we'll talk to James Ham. We'll get refocused, talk about Kings. Maybe we can throw a couple of elimination chamber thoughts in there as well. D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh man, Soren, that's the fact. That's a fact, right? Him passing on that Knicks job, so freaking amazing in hindsight. My man said, Phil, I'm good, bro. I am good. Oh, that's truly, that's true, Easy. We might have dropped the ball on that one. Audrey Rhea's the one, man. She's one of the dopest women we've seen in the game. Like, I love Bianca. I can't wait to see what Jay does. But man, Rhea's the one. She's got it all. Just like Jade, though. Jade and Bianca, they do too. Women's wrestling's in a great spot. Really, really great spot. Well, lazy. Well, Bryce, there's that too. I see you, Sydney. Like a little IC title. I see you. How do you feel about the tag titles being split up again? Yeah. I think the multiple champions.
They just need one set of tag belts, to be honest. You don't need multiple.
You don't need multiple sets of titles for anything. Like, I think the whole brand split or whatever they call it needs to like be done. One championship, one IC championship, one tag title, one women's title. Keep it moving. I actually thought Nia did a pretty good job. I thought Nia is not very good at all. But I think she had one of her better matches against Rhea. There another watch party. Scooter, no plans yet. Nothing yet, Scooter. The next thing would probably be at Sky River. But, you know, if things go the way that we all hope, Kings, you know, get in the playoffs and all of that, hopefully we can, you know, get something going there. But we don't have anything planned right now, strangely enough. Yeah, Soul Sunshine. Sasha's out for a little bit. Yeah, Sasha is definitely out for a little bit. Okay. Yeah, Filthy McNasty. That humidor is the truth. It is the truth. Hammer.
Give Rhea a win at WrestleMania and then lose to Charlotte at SummerSlam.
Oh, they better. I'm so sick of Charlotte.
She does have to get to, what is it, 15?
16. Well, they'll probably get her to 17 because they got John to 16, right? And just left him there. That's crazy. They got John all the way to 16 world title reigns and never left. All right, James is here, so we got to get our Elimination Chamber thoughts out quick. And there's not really a lot to talk about other than I thought Rhea was phenomenal. I thought the women's Elimination Chamber match was really, really good. They set up Becky and Rhea for WrestleMania. They set up Logan and Randy Orton for WrestleMania. They set up, I'm missing one, LA Knight and AJ Styles for WrestleMania. And then they still have this Cody, Rock, Seth, Roman thing floating out there.
Were there any surprises or anything like
the Cody challenging The Rock was a surprise. Yeah. That surprised the hell out of me. But no, I mean, it ended with Rhea, which I thought was awesome. Like she closed the show. Rhea and Nia closed the show.
I didn't know. Somebody
which
tried
I
to
thought was awesome.
Is Nia Jackson? She got some kind of Australian lineage.
Yeah, she's from Australia.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I never knew that. They was like, yeah, to close out the.
No, it was fire.
Did she get love out there?
Oh yeah, mad love. Like it was good.
I like Nia Jackson. I wish you would
that was the right call.
Not be as sloppy as she is on the ring, but
you know
I like her.
I don't think it's that. I don't think people like her. I think that's what it really boils down to is they just don't like her.
So we can rocking Roman versus Seth and Cody week 1 or day 1?
I don't know. I have no idea. The only way you could do that is if Seth and Drew and Cody and Roman are both night 2.
Unless you do Cody.
Which you can do it. Like I told you my plan.
With Seth
put Seth and Drew in the first match.
Do you have Cody beat Roman on night 2 and then maybe he faces The Rock after that?
No, no.
You think they're just doing tag?
The challenge is the tag, because the challenge was immediately followed up with Seth going, "You'll never get a one-on-one match. I got your back." Like that was, to me, that was the setup. There's no Cody Rock thing ahead for me,
and
I think The Rock has one left, or maybe two: the tag match and then the match with Roman, and that's it.
And the night, regardless of all this other stuff, there's only one way the night can end.
Yep.
The whole event can end.
Yep.
Night 2.
Yep.
That's with Cody.
Yep.
Holding the title up.
You likely
can't put that on night 1. You can't end night 1 that way. No, you end the entire WrestleMania festivities with that.
The funny thing is, not only if it doesn't end like that, do you destroy Cody, you probably destroy the bloodline too. Because it's like, all right, this is dumb. Like we waited over a year for this payoff and didn't get it. So forget it.
What was last minute? Oh, that was a tag team situation. Sami Zayn.
Yeah, it was perfect. Yeah, it worked out great because people wanted Sami, to be the guy, and he wasn't, and it allowed them.
At that time, they were in the all-time.
That was the Usos.
The Usos were the all-time. They had the all-time reign, right?
Yeah. James, your thoughts on WrestleMania's night 1 and 2?
No.
Okay. Well, James Ham of the Insiders joins us. You can catch him every day here at 10 o'clock. Of course, you can catch him over on the Kings Beat podcast as well. James, as you are well aware, vibes are high.
Yeah, man.
Kings got a really meaningful victory last night. Not that the one against San Antonio wasn't, not that the one against Denver wasn't, but you throw these together. You got a tough LA team in LA, a Clippers team that you hadn't beat, and they went out. And James, you tell me if I'm wrong. It feels like the Kings went out there and won it on the defensive end.
Yeah, sure is what it looked like. They were really, really strong on the defensive end. I think we're starting to see a new trend, and that is whether the team hits their opponents hit 3-point shots or not, they're taking fewer and fewer. And that tells you that they're closing out better, that they're getting in people's faces, that they're actually listening to the basic tenets of their defense, following through. And I think we're starting to see that if you keep doing that, they're going to take fewer and fewer, but then they're going to start hitting less and less too. Look at the 3-point shots that Norman Powell hit last night. Like a handful of them were really, really tough contested shots. Sure, he had a couple of open ones, which Bob Myers told us about. Also, that was the best 3-point shooting team against the worst defensive 3-point.
You don't say.
Did you hear that? I'm not sure.
I don't think I knew that.
I don't know how the Kings won still. That can't happen with those type of stats.
It's because all they do is run their offense through Sabonis, who somehow magically comes up with assists that don't matter as much as someone else who would come up with assists.
James, are you aware in your time covering the Kings that the Kings lost to the Pistons?
Yes, I was aware. I was made aware of that, that
repeatedly
night when I watched it.
Yeah,
live.
even were you made aware of it last night as you were watching the Kings play the Clippers? The fact that the Kings lost to the Pistons, because Bob brought it up at the beginning of the game. So this is the problem with the Kings. They're inconsistent. And then after the Kings beat the Clippers, he brought it up again for reasons known to no one other than Bob Myers.
So bizarre.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about that one. And, look, whatever it was that they're trying to do there, it didn't work. He just wasn't prepared to call a game. And maybe he'll be better next time. Maybe he won't get another shot at calling a game. But I thought his lack of preparedness was just right there in front of you. And I don't know. He got caught in a loop saying the same thing again and again. And not only that, but you have to call it straight up. Like if you're a national commentator, you should be calling the game fair. And you shouldn't get to like the fourth quarter when the Kings pulled De'Aaron Fox and you're freaking out. Where are they going to get their offense from now? Where is it coming from? It's like it's like
he had no.
Malik Monk didn't just destroy your Golden State Warriors all throughout the playoffs last year. Like you don't know who that guy is. What about the guy who only gets assists because you run the ball through him, who's averaging 20 a game?
Well, he just hands the ball off.
I guess.
He just hands it to Kevin Huerter. I mean,
Well,
how hard is that?
And I've never, ever in all my years covering a game seen an assist given to somebody who throws an outlet pass to a breakaway for a breakaway dunk.
I don't know. That's more of a hockey assist. There was nobody else there that got the ball aside from Fox, but somehow that's supposed to be a hockey assist.
A hockey assist has to hit someone else and then the guy who scores the
I mean, it was
for a smart guy, Bob. Bob was tough on the mic.
He had a terrible night, and the reason why I know me in particular is so harsh on a guy like Bob Myers is because this is your job, and you are paid handsomely to do your job and do it well, and you have a responsibility to be informative to the viewers, and because if you don't, anybody could do that job.
Yeah.
Anybody could do that job. If you're not gonna take it seriously, do your homework or whatever. You don't have to like the Kings or anything like that. Like that's neither here nor there. We're talking about bare basic stuff of knowing who the players are, knowing the personnel, knowing what the hell an assist is, which I know Bob Myers knows what an assist is, but I don't know. Was it personal where you're trying to? I don't know what the deal is. You get paid too much money. Your responsibility is too high for you to be that incompetent in that game last night.
No one should turn off a national broadcast or turn it to the local broadcast because the broadcaster isn't knowledgeable enough. That's just, no one should have to do that. Like, I don't know how else to say it. Like, if you didn't come ready to call the game, then, just say it right up front. Or, like, have a few other outs. Think about the game while you're watching it. React to the game while you're watching it. Don't just, like, try to pull up some canned stuff or have someone telling you in your ear, hey, we need you to talk. Whatever it was, I just thought, it was tough. It was tough sledding.
Well, look, people talk about Reggie all the time, but that's almost what Reggie did. Like, we could say Reggie didn't watch the Kings at all. If that was his first or second time watching, during the game, in the process of the game, he was like, yo, you see what this guy Sabonis is doing? How is he not an all-star? He just hit a Euro. Yo, this guy's a problem. Like, you could say he had never seen the Kings, and that may well be true. But when he actually saw them, he was like, yo, this guy, hey, he's pretty good. Like, he's really good. You mean to tell me there's 12 better players in the Western Conference than him? Like, and Bob Myers was just like, well, that assist, all he did was hand it off to Huerter. I mean, that's an assist, but it's like,
Yeah, he
like,
also set a good screen and cleared space and opened up the entire. It was not a screen assist. He handed the ball off. It's a DHO. It's like a rudimentary play in the NBA. And so that's where my disappointment was. And like for him to act like he really hadn't watched the Kings before, like the Kings played the Warriors the second to the last game of the season last year, and then they had a 7-game series against them in the playoffs. Even if he was gone before they played twice in preseason and 3 times in the first 10 games of the year and didn't watch that, he did because he's a Warriors guy. He did.
Yeah.
So for him to act like he doesn't know how they're going to find their scoring. I mean, Harrison Barnes had 22 points. Kevin Huerter had 15. Like, they have scores all over the place.
He was literally at game 1 where Monk lit him up for 33.
Yeah.
He was there. We've got footage of him in the stands getting the cowbell rung into his ears. You were there.
Forgot about that.
Which speaks to why we can just ignore Bob Myers for the next hour and focus on Sacramento. And this conversation started with what the Kings did on the defensive end. And Kenny brought this up earlier, and I think he's 100% right. You mentioned Harrison. I thought Harrison was terrific on the defensive end. I thought Keegan Murray was really good on the defensive end. I think Davion Mitchell continues to play really good ball. But, James, it felt like De'Aaron took the initiative last night to be the guy on the defensive end for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, I love when he got angry, he just plays at a different speed. And he plays with a different physicality. That moment where James Harden kept trying to slam into him and he kept taking the hit. And then Harden did it again and did it again. And then he goes to do it again and Fox just swipes the ball and knocks it off his hand and out of bounds. It's just one of those moments where you're watching a guy who knows how to play defense. The fact that it's not always the switch isn't always hit that's on him. But when he does decide he's going to dominate on that end of the court, he's excellent. And I think that that's where we're going to see in the second half is if this team is going to make a run, if they're going to actually not just, compete for the 7 or 8 spot, but actually try to get back into the top 4, which they have potential to do, especially after beating the Clippers last night. He's got to be that player each and every night. And we've seen some inconsistencies from his play this year, the long stretch where he's averaging about 21 points a game. But if this is the player he's going to be in the second half, this team's got a shot, not just to make it to the play-in or to make it to the first round. They got a shot to actually make it to the second round and cause a little bit of noise.
It seems like he understands the situation. He understands what time of year it is, really based off maybe experience, going through it one time. Then, look, I'm not saying this is what he did, but, we joke about Trae Young. Talking about, man, the regular season's just boring. Maybe I don't know how he could feel that way, but maybe after having that high of being in Madison Square Garden, getting to the conference finals that year and being in the playoffs, to start the season in November, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It was like, man, this is not the same. Like this is a little different. You can get into these lows in the regular season where it's just moving slow. And some of these guys, they feed off the intensity of high level, high competitive, high stakes basketball. And then maybe De'Aaron's one of those guys. Early in the season, he was dominating. And then he had the lull, whether he was hurt or whatever was going on. But now it's big time basketball now. It is basically a playoff season at this point because of how the standings are in the Western Conference. And he may be energized by that. And I think he understands what time of year it is. I think he's ready to step his game up to this level that we've seen really since the Phoenix game for the rest of the season.
I think if you want to be great and you want the accolades, which I don't really know if De'Aaron wants the accolades. He says he doesn't, and I believe him. But either way, if you want to be great, you got to find a way to actually show up, though, in January and in February and make sure that your team is in a position to go and make some noise, because things like home court advantage in the playoffs, it actually matters. And you need to figure out a way to push your team towards that. You can't have letdown games like, again, what you talk about, like playing to the level of competition. You can't have those games against, maybe once a season, twice a season, you can have that, but you can't start stacking them up where we can pull like 5 or 6 games out of like right off the top of our head where they just didn't show up against bad teams. And that's something that I think Fox, like the next evolution of him, is realizing that I don't think you have to be a star or superstar for 82 games. But what you do have to do is you have to bring a certain level of intensity that doesn't allow your team to let down. You shouldn't have to be a superstar against the Detroit Pistons to beat them. But what you have to be is a player who leads and drives what's happening and pushes a team into a position where they can win. And there are plenty of games this season where we can circle and say, okay, what was this 14 points? What was this 11 points? What was this where you didn't look like you had it? And I guess, sometimes you're tired, sometimes you're sore, all that stuff. But that's why the Kings are in the situation they're in right now, because they have zero margin for error and they have to win all the way down the stretch, because they didn't have these moments where they just, really just showed up and beat somebody. And so I hope that that's part of the learning of this season. It's okay to not, for a team to win 60 one year and then realize that winning 60 or 62 games takes too much out of you and then you need to tone it back and win like 56 or 57. But that's not who this team was yet. And it's almost like they're mentally skipping a step and thinking that they can just walk in and beat teams on a nightly basis. Hopefully that's not what we see in the second half, because that's certainly not what we saw last night. Last night was one of the best performances of the season, in my opinion. I still think the Denver game was more impressive because
the one right before the break, the game before.
Yeah, because of the back-to-back, because of a tough loss against Phoenix, because of the travel. And then going up against the champs who you'd already beat twice, so you knew they wanted to get you.
In a game no one wanted to play.
In a game no one wanted to play, you showed up and you couldn't shoot. You couldn't all these things, but you played with the right energy and the right force, and you came up with a win. That to me was like such a gritty, gutsy win. But it started for me with the Phoenix game where I started to see this team had turned a corner and they were looking at the game differently and they were taking things more serious. And maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're trying not to peak too early. Maybe they're trying to peak at the right time and play their best basketball down the stretch. But that's a dangerous game to play when you're not a surefire playoff team every year.
How much of what we saw last night, because we could praise De'Aaron, and of course we'll talk more about Domantas Sabonis and praise him and what they did defensively, but they did something that Kenny and I were talking about last week, that the three of us were talking about last week. And it's like, you mentioned the Phoenix game where I think that was the game that it was 40, 30, and 20 from Malik. It was 90 points from those guys, and they scored 125, but they couldn't get enough from everybody else to win. Felt like last night, you had that big performance from Harrison Barnes. Like Keegan was fine. Thought he was really impactful on the defensive end, but offensively, like he was fine. Herter was good. You got enough from those guys to sustain a team, as well oiled as the Clippers. And we could talk about De'Aaron being the head of the snake and the key to this whole thing. And the Kings go as De'Aaron goes. I don't doubt or question or disagree with any of that. But when you get performances like you got from Harrison, Keegan, and Kevin Herter, I feel like that goes a long way and wins against teams like the Los Angeles Clippers.
Yeah, I mean, you have to beat them as a collective.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're walking out there with 4 first ballot Hall of Famers.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, when you go to play them, you have to bring your A game, and they've been really good. I mean,
yeah.
But then they didn't look good at all. Like James Harden as a second scorer just does not look like he's capable of that anymore. I mean, Paul George, of course, didn't play, but if Paul George is there, then James Harden as a third scorer might be fine.
Mm-hmm.
But when he's got to be a primary, it doesn't look like he's still got the fastball. I might be wrong, and there might be a game in the playoffs where he goes off for 30-something.
Well, there'll be games. There's definitely been games this year. There'll be games in the playoffs but that's what it'll be, though. It'll be games. It'll be like 1.
Yeah.
It'll be 2 here and there. Like and to his defense, I guess, it's not his role. Like his role is to kind of let Kawhi and Paul George do their thing. And then if he has to pick up for one of those guys, I think he's done a really good job of doing that. I think Russell Westbrook has done the same thing as well. But to your point, James, when you enter as, okay, Paul's out, now the Kings know we got to lock. We had to lock in on this guy before. But now with Paul George gone, we have a defender who's not guarding Paul George.
Yeah.
And that for a lot last night was De'Aaron. He made life really, really frustrating for James Harden. So I think last night is a combo of, James stepping into a role that he hadn't had a lot this year. And 2, the Kings recognizing, hey, James is stepping into a different role. Lock his ass up.
Yeah.
And De'Aaron deserves a lot of credit for that.
I totally agree. I'd also say that both him and Westbrook, like they can still put up numbers, but it's not the same. And also their expectations for how they should be revered by the officials is very odd to watch, because you saw like Russell Westbrook just like yelling at the official about the way that Davion Mitchell was guarding him. He just didn't like it. And you saw James Harden like begging for foul after foul. Like, what are we doing here? Like, I'm James Harden.
He got a lot of them.
It's like, look, yeah, he went to
10 times,
10 free throws, but at the same time, he wanted another like 6. So my point though is that it's almost like they're holding on a little bit to their former glory, and Paul George and Kawhi Leonard are still great and are still lifting that team up. But when you don't have both of them, that's a much different looking team. Yeah. And like, look, how big is that game? I mean, if they win that game, if the Clippers win that game, the Pacific Division is over. They've walked away with the Pacific. They're up 3-0 on the Kings. They're up like 6 games in the loss 6 games in the loss column, 6 games overall on the Kings. The Pacific is over. And it's not like divisions matter a ton, but they do matter. They are part of the calculus. And so to let a team sort of off the mat like the Clippers did last night, and for the Kings to go and take a game against a team that they couldn't even compete with 2 months ago. I mean, not even remotely compete with. I think it was a good sign for the Kings and a good sign for what we're going to see here in the second half.
Yeah, I think they're ready, man. I think they're ready. I think they're ready for the stretch run. I think they, much like I said with De'Aaron, I think they understand what this time of year means. And we talked about it on Friday where, last year was this big ramp up and the league was going to, really start taking things seriously after the All-Star break. And we talked about that and all this other stuff. And that wasn't wrong. The thing that wasn't accounted for was that the Kings were also going to step their game up during that post-All-Star break situation. And it feels like same thing might be going on this year. They just 2 games going into the All-Star break and the 2 games since the All-Star break. There's a different level of focus, intensity on both sides of the ball with this team. I think they're ready to make a really nice run.
Yeah, I mean, you hope so, but I think the one thing that we know about this team this season is that there are no guarantees for who's going to show up the next night. And that's something that they have to fix, that they have to show us that that's not who they are still. And I mean, it starts with a game like tonight, where you're going against a Miami Heat team that, I mean, they have nobody. Like Terry Rozier is out, Tyler Hero's out. But like it's going to be
Josh Richardson, who killed them the last time they played.
Jimmy Butler, who killed them the last time. Like all of their scores are out. So are you going to let Bam Adebayo and Jaime Jaquez come in and, and beat you? Are you going to leave Duncan Robinson open and let him like kill you from the 3-point line? Are you going to let Kevin Love slow you down and take away part of like who Domantas Sabonis is? Like that's where this team has to show. And it's crazy because look, we looked at the schedule like during the All-Star break. Coming out of it, you're like, the first 5 games, you got to beat the Spurs. Everyone knows that. But the next 4 games, you'll be lucky if you split, but probably you're not going to split. Like you're probably going 1-3. Your hope is that you can escape this first 5 games set at least with 3 wins. You're hoping for 3 wins and hoping that it's not 2, right? And it could even be less. But here they are 2 games into that 5-game stretch. They already have 2 wins. Now get greedy. Go beat a Miami Heat team. Then go figure out a way to split between Denver and Minnesota, or heaven forbid, beat them both. That's what you have to be. If you're the Kings and you put yourself in this situation where, 1 loss will drop you right back down to the 7th spot, then that's it. It is what it is. You got to go play. And so I'm excited to see how they respond because last season during this
don't
time,
lose tonight.
Yeah.
Like the Denver, Minnesota stuff, like that's
Yeah.
that's the ebbs and flows of the season. Like you and I think if they beat Denver, I'll have to check the rule book. Jesse, look this up. I think if you beat Denver, the Kings become the champions.
Sounds about right.
Like if you beat them 4-0,
just whatever championship.
The lineal
championship.
we used to call it the linear championship because it would
Linear.
just go from one to the other, to the other, to the other, to the other. But that's not what I meant. I mean, if you beat them 4 times, you don't get the trophy anymore. I'll have to check that. We'll look it up. Jesse
Kings
gave me
will
the
take
thumbs
the
up.
trophy.
Yeah, you get to take the Larry O'Brien home. That's what I heard. But like that's Denver. This is the defending champions. This is Minnesota. This is the top team in the Western Conference. Don't lose tonight. You as I think Matt George said, you've given up all your oopsies. He said that leading into the San Antonio. Like you gave all of those up.
Yep.
You've got a team that's marching out God knows who tonight. And we've seen this. And that's why every Kings fan is cautiously, waiting for 7 o'clock to get here. Because Memphis is already a bad basketball team. Didn't we get some weird version of the Memphis Grizzlies?
Yeah, the one where the Kings just couldn't really score that game,
and the
actually.
Kings won, but not the way everybody wanted them to.
I don't care about that anymore.
Yeah, I was about to say that's the one I don't care. They won by 22 or 2.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Yeah,
I will be. They win by 2 tonight against Miami. I will be happy KC tomorrow on the radio.
No doubt. But the point was, you put yourself in a position where you could have lost that game, and that's the thing Kings fans are worried about tonight. Is you got a very arguably the best coach team in the entire league walking into the building tonight. You're coming off the second night of a back-to-back. You had the fight with the Clippers last night. They literally fought with the Pelicans a couple of days ago, and you don't really know what you're going to get tonight.
And look,
from them.
You said it about Coach Bo and being the best coach team. They're going to come ready to play. Whoever they have out there, they're going to be ready to play at the start. Now, you can beat that out of them. You know, if you're up by 25 in the third quarter or something like that, they may just, hey, we didn't have our guys tonight and move on. But you're not going to get a team out the gate that is just like, well, we're not going to be here to compete. Like, they're going to come ready to play. And if you give them a reason to believe, you'll be in for a tougher game than maybe you'd want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Don't give them any breathing room at all. Just take it to them early, in the game early. Make them feel like, like you're the one in control. Push the tempo. The good thing about a game like tonight, they don't have a single player that you got to double team. And if they do, it's probably Bam, and that would be that Bam is going crazy. Outside of that, you can play it straight up where they still have to figure out things like how are they going to defend Sabonis? How are they going to defend Fox? With a team like this, they don't really have like a motor to drive them. Like you got to worry about DeLon Wright. Okay. I mean, that's kind of like DeLon Wright, Bam Adebayo, Jaime Jaquez. Like you can play almost every single one of these guys straight up. You shouldn't get beat by some crazy switching or some crazy inventive offense. They've had no time to be creative and build something out for a game where they would be lacking like all of their 4 or 5 top scorers outside of Adebayo.
29 assists for the Kings last night. We've talked about Harrison. We've talked about the other starters. We talked about De'Aaron Fox. We should probably talk about Domantas Sabonis. Hammer, in this incredible season that he's having, continues. Another triple-double for him last night, the 20th triple-double. What number are we at with double-doubles? Have we hit 40 yet?
He's at 39 straight, and he's at 51 out of 55 games. Or is it 56 now?
And I think Will had the stat late last week. He's had a double-double in like 81.5% of his games as a Sacramento King. I mean, it's
something else, man.
He really is. And I wonder, James, like, he's certainly underappreciated nationally. Is he underappreciated locally?
I don't think so. I mean, I think like we make sure that we give props to him every day on the show, after every game. I mean, because it's every game that he's phenomenal. You guys do the same thing. I mean, I think around the team, you're still getting like a lot of people in Sacramento are still, sort of driving that train. The I don't know. I mean, he should be an MVP candidate, like De'Aaron Fox said, realistically. I mean, the consistency in which he plays with is something that I've never seen, because we're not like talking about he's like consistently really good. He is great every single night. And seeing someone who's figured that out, I mean, how he's almost averaging a triple-double on the season. He's pushing towards that, right? I mean, how do you lead the league in rebounds and you're 5th in the league in assists? And you're averaging 20 points a night, shooting 62% from the field and 42% from 3. Like, every player has a weakness. I don't care that he doesn't block shots. Like, there's a lot of players that don't block shots. A lot of big men that don't block shots. There are 7'2" guys who can't block a shot.
Someone on the television, I won't say who, was really bothered by that.
By the fact that he can't block shots? Yeah. But he also came from a team where, while he had all NBA defensive player, that guy doesn't block shots either. Neither did his starting center, Kevon Looney.
Well, I said I wasn't going to say.
Just saying. Oh, I didn't mention him either. I'm just saying, like, how are you being hard on Domantas Sabonis when your team did the same thing? You want to talk about a guy who got assists because you ran the ball through him. I mean, Draymond Green had the luxury of having the 2 greatest shooters in the history of the game surrounding him for him to pass to for his entire career. So I just, again, I don't get the comparison stuff, but like, this is one of those things where we're watching a player who, if this is who he is, he's 27.
Yeah.
Like, if this is who he is for the next 4 or 5 years, I mean, the Kings are a perennial all-star, playoff team, but also they have an opportunity to become a contender. They're like 1 or 2 players away from being a legitimate contender.
And I'll push back a little bit on Bob Schmeier's assessment that they run everything through him. They run the offense a lot through him, but there is also another guy named De'Aaron Fox there who has the ball, who is averaging 26 points a game, and he's not getting it off Sabonis' dribble handoffs. So for him to be able to put up the numbers that he has, they're doing stuff outside of just Sabonis running the offense through him. He makes the most out of a lot of his possessions. It's not he has the ball in his hand in every possession. It's when he does have it, they're usually getting good shots. They're getting good movement, and he's able to find guys. But they don't run everything through him all the time because they got De'Aaron Fox there.
To your point, okay, so first of all, the Kings have 2 other players with 5 assists who average 5 assists a game or more, in Fox and Monk. But Domantas Sabonis' usage rate is 22%. That's like not even like Buddy Hield when he was with the Kings was like 24 to 25. Like he's not dribbling the air out of the ball or he's orchestrating. He's orchestrating one of the greatest offenses. Well, last year was the greatest offense the NBA had ever seen, statistically speaking. This year, they're down a little bit, but really not that much. You know, they really aren't that far off. They're up to like I think their offensive rating is 117 versus like 118.2 last year. They have an opportunity to be that team. But the fact that he's doing all of this with a usage that's so low, I mean, De'Aaron Fox, his usage is 31%. I mean, Malik Monk has a higher usage than Domantas Sabonis. And the fact that you're able to get as much as you are out of a player without him just being like a guy who dribbles and dribbles and dribbles and dribbles, it's really remarkable.
Yeah, absolutely.
This Kings team is rolling now. 3 straight, going back to that Denver game before the All-Star break. We can, debate like the overall body of work. We could debate what all of this means, but I think one thing Kings fans should feel good about, and hopefully this is now a game that they should win. Second night of a back-to-back or not, you've got to beat Miami. You now, for the second straight season, are coming out of this All-Star break looking really, really strong. We saw how it ended for them last year. This is an entirely different season. But if you wanted to gain confidence in something, gain confidence in, now we're seeing for the second straight year, they seem to be hyper-focused here coming out of the All-Star break and are playing their best basketball of the season.
Yeah, I mean, you got to peak at the right time. It doesn't help if you're the best team in basketball in December. I mean, Los Angeles Lakers. Like the in-season tournament means nothing in the grand scheme. It means nothing. So, like, if you're not good after the All-Star break, that's when the playoffs are really won and lost. It's right here. And we saw it last season when, like, I didn't think that they'd be able to respond the way that they did in the second half. I thought, okay, like, look, they've got a shot because, and I thought that they would be a playoff team, but I also thought that they would fall like down to number 6 or something. Like, that's where it kind of looked like they were heading. And then boom, they respond, and then they're spectacular. I mean, if they can pull that off again, then we're going to see like a much different team in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. It'll be a confident team. It'll be a team that has an understanding and is maybe better prepared than they were a year ago, but also is sort of built to take on the next challenge.
I feel like that's what we're witnessing. I feel it's only 2 games.
2 games.
So there's not a sample size, but just am I doing
last
too
night
much?
Last night was really impressive.
Yeah, it felt like there's just a different.
The Spurs game was
energy.
like, all right, they beat the Spurs. Mm-hmm. Okay. Last night's game was impressive, especially I think for everybody, but we think very highly of the Clippers. Mm-hmm. I think the entire league, and you could hear it on the broadcast last night. That reminds me of Beth Mullins' line. Beth Mullins had a gym. She said, the entire league was in a panic when James Harden came to the Clippers and they started 0-7. And I'm like, ma'am, what league was that? Because by entire league, you meant Clipper Darrell and the Clipper fan base. Okay, you're probably right. But to say the entire league was in a panic when James Harden arrived and they went 0-7, probably a smidge bit of a overstatement.
I digress.
But the Clippers are very, very good. And last night's win didn't feel like the beating the Spurs. And to take it a step further, James, I don't think it felt like winning the game before the All-Star break in a game neither team was really locked in for. And then in the final minutes, De'Aaron said, I got this. I'm shutting this party down, and we're going home with a win. I thought last night's game was more impressive than both of them.
It real quick, James, it almost felt like if they would have won the Phoenix game, because it felt like those two were getting after it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
And
yeah.
Phoenix got the better of them. And this time around against a Phoenix-like team, the Kings didn't let that happen.
I just was waiting for the switch to be flipped. That's what you're like waiting to see. A
Clipper
team.
switch?
No, the Kings. Like the whole first half, I was waiting to see like the gritty, like team that takes it serious, and that's all business. I was waiting
first
for
half of the season,
the whole first half. Like we were waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and then I think we saw it. Like it was like, oh,
okay,
there they are. And so for me, that's why the Denver win was more important. Although this one here, like in the standings and everything else, it's tremendous.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just the numbers, what it means to them to still be in the race, but also to leapfrog 2 or 3 teams and go from 8 where you're really uncomfortable to 5 where you're like, you might be tied for 5 and it's going to be a fight the whole season, like all the way down the stretch here. But you also put yourself in a position like, hey, Denver's not that far above you now.
Mm-hmm.
And you got them 3-0 on the season with 1 game left. You still got another game against them. If you can beat them again, you go 4-0. We joke around about going 4-0, but 4-0 pulls you that much. It's a whole game that you move up on a team like Denver. And you're going to get a Minnesota team that you have an opportunity to climb closer to. And I don't know if they can catch any of the teams at the top, but I certainly think that it starts by taking care of business against a team that's had your number in the Clippers and sort of shaking that off because you got another game against them.
Yeah.
You gotta know that you got another game against them. You got 2 more games against Dallas. Like you got 2 more games against Minnesota. These are teams that you're competing with for playoff seeds. You got 2 more games against the Lakers.
Kings, I know we gotta get it. This Kings team feels confident, and maybe for the first time all year, they feel connected. They're like, all right, guys, it's that time of year. You can tell by the bench reactions and they just feel connected. It was a different feeling last night.
Yeah.
And they feel like they know what's in front of them right now and they're ready for it.
I'm with you. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk Kings Heat tonight as well with our insider, James Ham of the Insiders. D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, Tom L., I see you. Nate Duncan absolutely hates Domantas Sabonis. It's one of the stranger things.
I'm trying to think of when I've heard Nate Duncan. I know I'm familiar with the name, but like I don't think I've ever heard the podcast.
He used to be like a Dame Lillard guy, right?
Nate, he used to be what?
A Dame Lillard guy, I think. Like that's how he started on NBA Twitter.
He covers the Warriors.
He might have. Oh, does he?
Yeah.
He used to just cover. He used to just cover the league. I don't follow him as closely as I used to. By the way, I think Nate's a good dude. And I think he's a really smart basketball guy. I don't know why he hates Domas the way that he does. It's really, really bizarre. But he really dislikes Domantas Sabonis' game.
I do every year with Nate. I do the season preview for the Kings with them, and like we have
Danny. What's the other guy?
Danny LaRue.
Danny, yeah.
But Danny doesn't do the previews that I'm on, so it's just me and Nate talking. And
Danny hates James.
I like those guys there. I think they're really, really, and their business model is crazy. Like what they've been able to create.
Yeah.
With the Dunked On podcast
Patreon stuff. Yeah.
It's wild. Like
they do a great job.
Wild.
Which is why it's so bizarre.
The whole thing is kind of bizarre though.
He's not a jackass. Like he knows the game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
And he
is
knows the
not-
salary cap
yeah,
really well.
He is
And
super sharp.
yeah.
It's just so odd.
Yeah. Nate Duncan, I think that they've hired Hollinger to be on one of their podcasts.
Okay.
Well, judgment is not
All right.
not one of their strong suits. Decision making, clearly.
Guys, do whatever you got to do.
I think part of it though, like when you bring in a guy like Hollinger, that's going to be talking about the business of basketball more than anything else.
What's that, James?
Bobby Marks.
It's going to be like the business of basketball.
What's that, James?
Yeah. The business
Thank
of
you.
basketball.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There we go.
Thank
That's what
you.
we're
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. But again, if you're going to have a high level front office, salary cap, all that kind of stuff conversation, then having a guy like Hollinger makes a lot of sense. Because Hollinger, I mean, he is a nuts and bolts salary cap dude.
You're 100% right. But was it Hollinger who was like, I just don't understand how or why they signed Sabonis. I mean,
yeah,
I don't understand how they got to that number and how they, sir.
That
James
was him.
Hamlin's been talking about this for 3 months.
Yeah.
What do you not understand?
Well, that and they know the cap as well or better than at least he should. I mean, he's a creator of PER on ESPN, Hollinger. It's Hollinger's PER stat. So anywhere you see that player efficiency rating, I don't know that it really matters, but
No, I don't be looking at nobody's PER.
Do you get paid for creating a stat?
I don't know why that's funny to me.
I'll look at PER before plus
And he's
minus,
not looking at anyone's PER, Jesse. Just take note.
We'll let it play.
He nominated Sabonis as one of the worst contracts in the NBA.
Wow. Wow. That's incredible.
Nah, but these guys, there's something going on. Like, yeah, these guys, I guess they know the game, I guess, but you can't know it that much if you look at this, what he does, and it's like, yeah, he's not very good. Like I don't listen to these guys that much, but because I don't listen to them, I can't give them a pass. Like, he knows the game now. He might. There's people I don't like. Like, I don't like Draymond Green, but I never diminish some of the things that he brings to a team and what he brought to the Warriors teams that were winning. He was a great glue guy. I don't like the guy from everything that I know of him, but I'd never be like, he's useless or he's not good enough.
Man. That's what.
Come on, man.
Russell Hunt, Alex Len is not on the injury report for tonight, but I don't know if you need him.
Can I say one thing? A little snippet. Kings tonight. Kings Heat tonight on NBA TV. Another national televised game. Yes, nationally televised.
Okay.
Can I just point out the Kings have really the last 2 seasons, they've done a great job. They don't embarrass us on national TV. They played well damn near every time. The losses that I could think about.
They had one rough one.
The
Was
Pelicans
this year.
game.
Was it? Oh, that was
The Pelicans game, in-season tournament. That was tough. But other than that, I mean, think about the last 2 years. We're talking about the Nets game. We're talking about the Knicks game. We're talking about the whole playoffs. We're talking about they lost fairly, I don't want to say convincingly because it ended up being close at the end, but the home opener against the Warriors was ESPN. But they beat the hell out of the Lakers, beat the hell out of the Clippers. They lost against Phoenix, but that was a good game. They don't embarrass us more times than not on national TV. And I just like to say thank you.
You know why? Because they don't play bad teams on national television. You know what I mean?
Don't put the Pistons game on there.
Well, that's what I mean. Like the Pistons don't get a national TV game the Blazers.
James Myers over
Rockets.
here.
No, I mean that's part of it. Is that like most of the other games this season, they've been pretty solid. You take out the Pelicans.
Sixers game. People point out the Sixers game. That was a
and I think
one
the Celtics too, right? They got bombed by the Celtics.
That was on.
on
I
national
think that was
TV?
on NBA TV.
Oh, now NBA TV is not national TV?
No, you said it was on national TV. I said
No,
yeah.
I asked.
Yeah, I said yeah. It was on
okay.
NBA TV.
Yeah,
it's national TV. Ace is gonna be watching the game. He don't have league pass. He's gonna be watching the game tonight.
Okay. All right. Whatever you say.
I think that was on NBA TV though.
The 76ers one, that was a TNT game?
ESPN.
Yeah, that was bad. Kings aren't ready to win the NBA Finals just yet. They got to get over. By the way, talk about great teams. Like, just no one talks about the Celtics. Celtics just keep winning. Beat the hell out of the New York Knicks. The Knicks had beaten the hell out of the Celtics. Boy, it would have led every broadcast on the planet. Celtics just keep winning games. Ain't nothing to it.
I don't know what you're looking at. Celtics be all over the place.
Okay.
Celtics, they are not.
I feel like everyone is dead silent on the Celtics because it's like championship or nothing.
Well, also there's not a whole lot to talk about. Like they're going to be the 1 seed in the East. Like their conversation.
They
not
have an
start.
MVP candidate over there, but no one will crown him as an MVP candidate.
I find that really strange that Tatum isn't, because when we did like the straw poll with Tim Bontemps on ESPN, like that's my MVP. It's best player, best team. Like I think like when you look at it, if all these other guys are kind of like bunched up together, one team is 5 games above everyone else in the standings. And sure, does he have other really good players? Okay, but like Jaylen Brown is a surefire all-star. Drew Holiday has made an all-star team or 2. Porzingis, same thing, but they're not like, it's not just 4 or 5 like straight up all-stars. Just a really, really good all-around team. And the best player on that team is Jason Tatum. He's the one that makes everything difficult for everybody else. He's the guy you have to double team all the time that makes these other players, more productive. I'm surprised he's not mentioned nearly enough.
Well, you got the Boston guys, the Simmons and Russillo. I was listening to them last night. They were even like, yeah, there's been a lot of stir about Tatum being an MVP. I just don't buy it. So if they're not saying it.
Anthony says, D'Lo needs to listen to more Bill Simmons if he thinks people are silent on the Celtics.
No, Celtics as a whole.
Anthony.
Yeah.
No.
Celtics
I can
as a
assure
whole,
you,
he find a way.
that ain't going to happen.
But
That
even he's like, yeah, no, Tatum ain't no MVP. Like he's fringe top 5, but at best.
Who, did he have a number?
They spent
all right,
a good 15 minutes just
all right
loving on Jokic, loving on me. They was doing
4 o'clock. We'll be on KSFM with tickets to give away, which we didn't know about 5 hours ago.
That's why you always got to listen. You never know.
We always get our jokes off. We've been getting our jokes off all day about the Warriors flagship station down south. Meanwhile, for like the 4th straight week, we have a Bay Area concert to announce. So tap in with D'Lo and KC beginning at 4 o'clock. Also got the pregame show, the Purple and Black pregame show, airing at 4 o'clock.
7 more national TV games.
Apparently before we go to college basketball.
7 more for the season.
Okay. All right. Well,
it's always good. That never gets lost.
Tonight counts as one, according to some people. So go get the win tonight.
Yeah. Never gets lost on me. That's part of the reason why I didn't change the channel last night. I still like to see these guys on the national stage, man. Like to see, even if they do sound clueless. Malik Andrews sounds clueless sometimes when she talks. That's fine. I still want to see them on that side. I haven't gotten there
Shout out
yet.
to Perk though. Perk rides for the Kings so hard.
Perk keeps it a staff.
Perk rides for the Sacramento Kings so tough. They're talking about something unrelated to nothing, and he brought up Domantas Sabonis. Oh my God, I love Perk.
He said something about when the Lakers, they're trying to get ready for the playoffs and and the Timberwolves and all, but who is ready for the playoffs?
Domantas Sabonis. I was like, oh my God.
It just went back off to something else. Like Didn't even expand on the point.
He just dropped in a Domantas Sabonis is ready reference. Oh, yeah, Park is our guy. Can't get him on the show, but that's our guy. We talked earlier about defense, Hammer, being kind of the lead car for the Sacramento Kings last night, beating the Clippers. De'Aaron obviously deserves a ton of recognition for what he did defensively and offensively last night. I think De'Aaron deserves all NBA nods, all NBA defensive nods for what he's done defensively this entire season. Man, I thought Harrison was terrific last night, James.
Yeah, I mean,
defensively, like obviously you get 22 points from Harrison. That's terrific. I thought he was really good defensively last night.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's got to remember when they don't have Paul George, it makes it slightly easier. You're not, all your focus can't go to like one or two guys, and you're not dealing with like a really bad matchup problem, which Paul George usually is for this team. It also allows you to shift Keegan over and have him defend Kawhi Leonard for long stretches. You're sort of, you don't have to split and divide these guys. And so that's a good thing. But you know, I don't know. Harrison Barnes, he seems to be coming around like his entire game. Like over his last 15, he's been really good. He's at almost like 17 points a game. And he's had some stinker games, but they usually correspond with Keegan Murray having a huge game. Either one or the other is having a really big night. So defensively, you know, he can be effective. It just depends on the matchup. Like, I don't think he can be super, super impactful against, you know, like Kawhi Leonard for 38 minutes or Brandon Ingram, or name that long athletic guy who's going to get up in the air and cause you problems. But I also think that he's starting to get back to who he was on the offensive end, where he's taking guys off the dribble. He's using his physicality to get to the rim. He's hitting the three when he's got a shot. And I think that that's feeding his overall involvement in the game. The worst thing you can do with an NBA player is just shut him out, leave him out in the cold, and have him be in the starting lineup playing 30 minutes, but taking 2 shots in a game. That's just the worst thing that you can do, because you disengage them. It gets really hard for someone who's been a scorer their entire life to go out there and like give it their all, like every single second of the game, and to stay focused when you're not rewarding them at all. And I think that that's where the Kings have really kind of found Harrison Barnes again.
He's played really well as of late, and last night specifically. Defensively, did a good job. I think he got the Defensive Player of the Game award for the Kings. And I loved it. I thought he deserved it. His shot making yesterday. There was a moment, I think, when the game in the fourth quarter, maybe it was third quarter, it felt like it was getting closer and closer. Maybe it got into 8, swung it in the corner to Harrison, just rips the net with a 3, one of his 4 on the night. And I just think this team is so different. You talked about their offensive rating and everything that's going on. Tell me what you think. I said earlier, this team can be maybe the most explosive team in the conference when they have their game going offensively. And it's not even being like, oh, Harrison's putting up 22 a night or anything like that. Harrison is giving you the 13 to 15. If Kevin Huerter's giving you that 13 to 15, Keegan also, you know, a 13 to 15. Then you got Fox, Sabonis doing what they do, Malik Monk coming off the bench. They took a quarter off damn near last night and got 123 because everybody was playing well. That's just what they're able to do. I think when they're clicking, and this is something that is going to be dangerous, I think, if they can get into the postseason, is when they're clicking, they may be the most explosive team in the Western Conference on the offensive end of the ball.
I mean, it's possible. They're certainly one of the more versatile, like offensively. And that's something that, you know, even, you know, I think Denver at times struggles with. Like, they don't have the overall versatility, or like a Lakers team. You don't fear them as much. I would have a hard time thinking that, you know, a team that has Kawhi and Paul George and all this stuff, like that team has so many weapons and they're tough. But yeah, I get where you're going there. Yeah, I mean, that's how the Kings are built. They're built as a team where you have to defend everyone, right? You can't leave anybody. They're not built like so many other teams that have like one or two players that you can just leave alone. Right. And so, you've got to keep Rudy Gobert out of the pick and roll and off the rim, but you don't have to defend him in the same way. He's not taking you outside, and he's not taking you off the dribble. He's not shooting a 3-point shot. The same thing goes for Jaden McDaniels. He's not doing a lot of that stuff either. He can bust you up, but most of their scoring comes from a few things. So I think that's where the Kings, I don't know, they're like an equal opportunity offense. And sometimes that's more difficult to defend than having Luka and Kyrie going at you. Because then if it's Luka and Kyrie, you just double team whoever has the ball. You just double team them the whole time. Get the ball out of their hands or force them into tough shots. Same thing we've seen with Phoenix. When you see KD and Booker going, then you just start throwing double teams at them the whole time. And you make Josh Okogie, you make, all these other secondary guys beat you. And if they beat you, then okay, that's fine. But like those guys have to have an exceptional night to beat you if you're playing defense the right way.
Yeah. We mentioned one other stat I don't think we've touched on one time today. De'Aaron was 9 of 10 from the line.
Yeah.
Like James was 10 of 10. And that was, Harden goes to the foul line and makes you pay for it. De'Aaron was 9 of 10 from the foul line.
Yeah.
After, all right.
Finish it, man, because I'm thinking the same thing. That's why.
It was heavily discussed on the broadcast that the Kings and De'Aaron Fox can't hit free throws.
It was.
So De'Aaron went out there and went 9 of 10, and the Sacramento Kings shot 81
They were
points.
literally like, yeah, free throws. Well, let's see if he gets this one. Oh, he got it. Okay.
Oh, that one looked good.
He shot 90% from the line.
Yeah.
We asked Mike Brown, did something happen? Is something wrong?
Exactly.
No.
Oh, or the other line was, I don't know how many times I've seen a guy score 33 without hitting a three. That was thrown in there.
Jesus.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh man, Bob Myers is not gonna like this episode of D-Lo and KC. And we didn't like his episode of that game.
Yeah.
No. He wants a cushier broadcast. He knows where to find it. Home of the Warriors.
The flagship.
Flagship.
Kings had some pretty amazing numbers last night. Shot damn near 50% from the field, 40% from three, and 81% from the free throw line. 29 assists for the Sacramento Kings. 10 steals and 1 block shot from the rim protector, Keegan Murray.
That was a nasty little block he had on James Harden too.
Yeah, that was nice.
I think it's interesting, like not to give them any ground to stand on, but I hadn't realized how bad Fox had been at the line coming into last night's game where he goes 9 of 10. Over his previous 11 games, he was shooting 59% from the line. Pretty stunning.
I'm not saying Bob was wrong. Saying he didn't have to be so damn dramatic about it.
Yeah, it was dramatic.
Well, it's the Miami Heat. Well, it's a version of the Miami Heat tonight.
Heat-ish.
We know Rozier is out. He was tough against Sacramento last time. Josh Richardson is out. He was tough against Sacramento last time. Jimmy Butler is out. Tyler Hero is out. This is a really unique game for Sacramento. They fought last night, but you mentioned, KC, the Phoenix game. Last night's game didn't feel like the Phoenix game to me. I felt like the Kings had a pretty, and this might be a bit of a pretty good amount of control of that game last night. The game got within 5 with 6 minutes to go, 6 and some change, and Malik scored the next 5 when said announcer was wondering where the scoring was going to come from. Malik went out there, got 5 straight points, and the Kings got rolling offensively again. I don't know. Like that doesn't feel like a difficult, easy for me to say, difficult first night of a back-to-back. They had good control of that game. Wasn't a big emotional contest that came to, wasn't a Dame Lillard at the buzzer type shot. Hey, you guys had to play. Y'all went out there, stood on business. Now you got to come back and play whatever version of this Miami Heat team who is coming in, and much like that Memphis Grizzlies team from a few weeks ago, They got nothing to lose. They're not expected to win. They're just going to go out there. They're going to play very loose. They're going to play very free, and that can't impact the way that you play. I think it was the Memphis game where we saw Malik make the all-time laziest pass in history to Alex Lynn, and I think that got everybody fired up. And you don't do that. Don't do that tonight. It's different. We're headed down the stretch. Y'all are locked in. Okay, go be locked in against this. Don't prove Bob Myers right.
Yeah, I would agree too. For me, if you look at the way that they're playing right now, like prove that that's not a one-off. Prove that you're building something. Like even the San Antonio, like you can be unhappy that they barely beat San Antonio. It was a 127-122. That's the first game coming out of the All-Star break. Like there's rust. Some guys hadn't played. Domantas Sabonis talked about it. He was sick and hadn't touched a ball since the Denver game. And so for me, like, look, if you're going to be this team, you can't, when you have an opportunity to improve yourself and who you are as a team and get out there, you could look at this as a practice game where like we need to be really good. Who cares who's over there? What this means is that you don't have to defend anybody with a double team in this game. Nobody. So just go out there, play really hard, play straight up, but work on your fundamentals, work on your basics, work on your offensive sets, and you should have no problems beating this team. Because all things considered, the talent level between the two teams that will be on the floor tonight isn't even remotely close. So the most talented team doesn't always win, but in this situation, you got to go out there and show it.
I agree with you. And you look at this Heat team, and they're just by the setup, this is ripe for a game, much like we talked about yesterday. They were in complete control. Same thing here, but like you mentioned earlier, maintain that 18-point lead.
Yeah.
Push that 18 to 25. Get the starters a little bit of rest potentially. If you can get that, once again, I'm not guaranteeing a win. I'm just saying if you find yourself in the same scenario as you did last night when you were up 18, push that to 25 so you can get those guys a rest, because there's going to be some heavy minutes put in these final 25 games of the season. So anytime you can get, a little bit of a break, even if it's a quarter worth of a break, you got to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you're in the middle of 3 games in 4 nights. Your starters played heavy minutes last night. Harrison Barnes, Keegan Murray both played 37, I think. Domantas played 36. Fox played 33, 34. Like, get these guys a little bit of a break. But you know what you got to do first? Just go out there and show that you're ready and that you're there to take care of business. If you do that, you shouldn't have any problem coming out of victorious in this game.
I agree.
Anybody have confidence that any of those things are going to happen? Not the Kings winning or losing the game. Talking about the Kings getting in a position where we could see Mason Jones play tonight.
I got no confidence that it will happen. I think definitely that it could, but it feels like we hadn't seen it all year.
I don't think we have.
I can't be that confident when we hadn't even seen it. So maybe if they do it tonight, the next time in this situation, I can have a little more confidence that I've seen them do it, against a shorthanded Miami team, but I haven't really seen it this year.
Yeah, but how big would it be to come out of this game with a 4-game winning streak heading out on the road against Denver and Minnesota?
Yeah.
It'd be big time.
Like, this is it. This is a moment that you need. This is a moment you've been waiting for, where you build some momentum and you start looking at a bigger picture and you start, getting back in a race. Not only would you in this situation like remain as the number 5 seed, but you'd have the potential to get some space if someone behind you lost. Like, go out there and play your game and don't overlook an opponent. That's it. Like, don't overlook an opponent.
Yeah, that's 100% the one.
Just have a little fun with me, guys. Here, Kings 7.5 point favorites. Cover. I say yes.
I say yes.
When they played Detroit or somebody, it was like 14. That made me nervous. 7.5 doesn't make me as nervous. I think they cover that one.
I think they cover. Yeah. I mean, this is like, if this is who you want to be, then go do it. Go show it to us. Go prove it. Yeah. If yesterday isn't who you are, we'll know it today.
Damien.
And
Do they cover?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're all in agreement.
But this would be the ups and downs of the Sacramento Kings season, This would be the epitome of the ups and downs of the Sacramento Kings season. This would be the new Detroit. This would be the new Detroit. That Bob references the next time he calls the Kings game. How many more did you say? 7?
7. I think 2 of them.
I bet Bob got one. Where the hell is Mark? How do we not have Mark last night?
He called the game right before.
Yeah.
Why? Who decided that?
It's probably the more high profile game.
I know we're going to see a lot of Mark in the second half.
No, we definitely are. But could have had Mark on one channel, Kyle on the other.
That would have been the dream team.
Oh, man.
I'm with you.
We did get Mark and Richard Jefferson once, right?
We did.
Yeah, I remember that.
Mark had to tell him off.
Yeah, he did. He did. Should have told him how to dress, too. If there's anybody who's going to teach you how to dress like Mark Jones could do it. Come on, Rich. Turn your game up, bro. All right, we got the Purple and Black pregame show coming up next here. If you want more Kings coverage, stick around for that. College basketball shortly thereafter. We're headed to 102.5 to make an announcement of a massive ticket giveaway over the course of the next 2 hours. Tune in for that, and then we'll see everyone back here.
That's right.
Tomorrow at 10 a.m., beginning with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam.
I had nothing left. I couldn't.
He left it all out there.
It's all right, champ. You did good.
It's all right.
Got nothing left. Appreciate you guys. This computer's trying to kill me. All right, y'all. We got to shut down and come up with a game plan for what we got to do over the next couple hours on 102.5. We'll see you guys tomorrow, man. Thanks for tapping in. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Please hit the thumbs up. I thank you if you're chatting. You're already subscribing. How far would the team have to go this year for Monty in the front office to consider running it back? That should not be a consideration, Tom.
Yeah, there got to be at least one change.
Yeah, that should not be a consideration.
One
They could win the championship. Hey, thanks everybody for your contributions. We're going to switch some things up. I don't think anybody want to go for that. And as has been stated, happy birthday, Pods.